I know it's been ages since my last video, but here I am with yet another 12-hour project just for you guys. And this time we are going to build a full stack feedback board app where users can share, vote on and comment on various feedbacks. For this project we are going to use latest Next.js 13, tailwind.css and mongo database. On the top of the page we have login and logout, then we have a header for our feedback board. Here underneath we can sort our feedbacks, and then to the right we have a search function. Then we have a button to create a new feedback. Let me put, for example, title here and some description. Underneath we have a button to attach some files. I can put those two images to upload. Now they are uploaded here. I can create my post, and here is our new feedback that we can vote on. So let me hit this, open it. I can also vote here if I want. I can see all the details. I can add a comment if I want and attach files even from here like this, and that will be it. But that's not everything. For those who want more, I created a 28 hours long course where we extend this project to a fully working software as a service with landing page, accounts, pricing, and many more features like notifications, invite-only boards, themes, Stripe integration, and much more. So check out the link in the description if you are interested. Alright, as always we start with an empty directory. I created here a feedback board project directory, and the first thing I'm going to do is to open my terminal, and in here I will create a new next app in the current directory. So let's do yarn and let's do create next app, and I will add here dot as an argument, so it will be installed in the current directory. In this project we are going to use Next 13 and the app directory, so the latest Next.js. And now let's configure this. As you can see, we get some questions, and I will use mostly defaults here. So let's see. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. Default. So just enter. ESLint, yes. Would you like to use Tailwind? Yes. Source directory, no. So only enters. App router recommended, yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And that's basically it. I just hit enter on every question. So now it's installing next app in the current directory, and as you can see now everything is installed, and we see this new app directory and that we get instead of pages that we got before with previous Next versions. So let's maybe start our app first. So let's do yarn dev, and it will start this app on localhost 3000 or maybe on another port for you. I will just copy this link and I will put it in my browser here, and let's see. Yes, we get our next app. I'll make it a little bigger, and I will hide my terminal now. We don't need it now. And well, let's see. First thing that we are going to do now is to get rid of all of this because we don't need this. We want to start with a white page. So first thing, I'll go to app, and as you can see we get some files here. First I will go to page. As you can see, we have a lot of HTML or JSX. So I will just grab all this main element here, and let's just put a div with maybe a test inside. And yeah, it works. I got the test here. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys. And we don't need this image here, so I will get rid of this too, and yeah, that looks fine. Now let's see our layout. Yeah, inside our layout maybe we should change this title and description. I will change this to feed. Let's do feedback boards, and no description, so just empty description. This is a font that we are going to use, default font. You can change it to Roboto or Lato, doesn't really matter. It will just be used here inside this our body. Now let's see. We have still this black background and white text, and I want to change it to white background and black text. So let's go to globals, and as you can see we have some CSS here. So I would just select everything and remove all of this except tailwind imports here. So now if I save, it's now white and black text, so that looks fine, and we can now start from this. So first thing I would like to do is to add some kind of I don't want this to be pure white, I want to make it more grayish, so I'll do body and I will add apply, and I want to background slide 100, so it will be like more grayish. Maybe it looks still like a white background, but it's more like grayish. I can remove it and show you again. Yeah, it's just a small difference, but it is a difference. All right, differences in the details or something like this. So now let's go back to our page, and let's see. For now we have only tests here. And what we are going to build here is a skeleton of our app, or maybe let's start with by saying it will be just HTML and some classes, tailwind classes, to make a structure of our app. And the structure of our app will be just a container that will be centered on bigger screens and not centered on mobiles. So something like this, and it will have 3 sections. The first section on the top, it will be header with title and description, then a small section, maybe something like this, with filters and buttons, and then here the rest will be all the entries or all the feedback items. So let's do this now. So let's see here. Maybe I can change this to a main element. Let's do main like this, and let's add some class names here. All right, so we want our main element to be white, white background. So it's the background white. I will put test here just as a text. And as you can see, we have this white bar on the top. And now I want this to be centered. So let's do, I will use max width of 2XL. And I want it to be centered. So I will do MX auto. So margins on the X line will be automatically adjusted from the left and from the right. And now let's see, I want to add some shadows. So let's do shadow. Let's do maybe shadow large, and rounded corners. So let's do rounded large as well. So now we have a rounded with shadow box here. But the thing is, I don't want those corners to be rounded on mobile. So on this screen, it shouldn't be rounded. So to change this, let's see, here we have rounded large. Let's do medium colon. So it will be only for medium screens and medium and bigger. So let's see, now it's rounded, now it's not rounded. All right, now I would like to add some margin from the top. And also only for bigger screens. So let's do medium. Margin top will be 8. So now we have some margin from the top. Let's see, we shouldn't have it on mobiles. Yes, that's correct. Only on medium screens. Yeah. Let's see why it jumps. All right, I think yeah, I think that the max width should be also only on bigger screens. So let's see, max width here. Let's add medium colon, And yeah, that's better. And if we make the screen smaller, it's not centered, and it's centered only here. Maybe even we can even remove the shadow. So let's see, where is the shadow? There's the medium colon, and now we have shadow only for bigger screens. Right, now the first part of our container will be this header. So I will put maybe just a div, and inside we'll have like h1 with a company name. You can put here whatever company name you want. I will put my channel name. So let's do coding with David. Yes, let's save it. And let's add a paragraph here, some kind of description. I will put here, help me decide, what should I build next, or how can I improve. So you can, guys, leave me some feedback. All right. That looks awful, and let's fix it. So let's see. First, maybe let's add some thing to our header. Let's add some class names, and here I want to, let's start maybe with a background. For this background, I don't want it to be white. I want it to be a gradient. So I will do background gradient, and here we can decide where how this gradient should be tilted, or how it should be placed. And I will do gradient to right. Yes, and now let's do colors of our gradient. I will do from, let's do from cyan 500 to blue 500, something like this. And now we have our gradient. So corners are not rounded anymore, and this is because we need to add overflow hidden here. So anything that comes outside of our main element should be hidden. And now let's see. Yeah, maybe we can make it a little bit brighter. So we'll do 400 here and 400 here. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Now let's add some padding and spacing here. So let's see. Let's start with this h1. I'll add put class name here. Let's make it a little smaller so we can see more. And I want this header to be bigger, so let's maybe make it bold, and let's make it large, text XL. Yeah, now it's larger. Let's add some padding on this div. Let's maybe do padding of 8. So we have this padding here. Now it looks much better. Maybe we can add even some classes to our description here. So let's maybe do, I will do some opacity of 90. I don't know if it changes anything. I want to also change the color to, let's do slate 700. So it's more grayish. And I think that will be it. So now the next part will be actually this small bar, where we will have filters and a button to add a new feedback. So let's put another div here, and I will add some class names here. And I want this rectangle to be, well, grayish. So let's do background. Let's do gray, and let's maybe do 100. And here I'll put word filters for now. So here we will have filters, and I want to have some spacing here as well inside of this. On the sides I will do 8, on the left and right, and on the top and the bottom I will do 2. So now let's see, we have 8 on the sides and only 2 from the top and the bottom. Right, here we'll have filters and a button to add a new feedback. So for now, maybe I would just put a button here. That's the button. Let's add some class names of, well, let's make it maybe blue, background blue 800, and the text inside will be not add feedback. Let's do make a suggestion. Yeah, it looks really bad, as you can see. Maybe it's because it's too dark. Let's do 600. Maybe 500 will be good enough. And let's add some padding on the top and the bottom, some padding Y of 1 and padding X of 2. Yeah. Or maybe even more. Let's do 4. Let's do rounded corners, rounded, let's do medium, and let's do text white, right? Or maybe let's do text white, but let's do text transparent. No, text opacity of 90. I don't know if it changed anything, but well, let's hope it does. Yeah, now I would like to align this to the right. So maybe on this div I will put just a text right. Yeah. Or maybe a better solution would be to make this div flex. And here inside I will put 2 divs. The first for filters and the second for this button. And I'll put this button here inside. Yes, and now let's make that this first div will grow. So let's do grow. So it will be as big as possible. And this div will be as small as possible, as tight or as narrow as possible. I think it looks fine. Maybe we can decrease the padding here. Or I don't know. No, let's not decrease it. I think it looks fine for now. All right, so the next part will be, before we'll add filters and so on, let's add the third part of our container, which will be our suggestions or feedback items. So we have a first part here, and we have second part here, and now let's add another div with some classes. And basically we'll have just white background, so I will just leave it empty because we have also white background here, background white, so it doesn't matter. And let's put just test here, and well, it looks like this. But instead of having a test, we'll put our first suggestion item. So let's put the div, and inside let's maybe put it as for each item we'll have an h2, a header that will say, well, what can be the first suggestion. For my videos will be suggestion to post more videos and post more often, something like this. And then we will have some description here. Maybe I can make it shorter. I'll remove this and I will do please post more videos. And now here I'll put just lorem ipsum, so just some random text, so we can style it a little bit. And well, we have it here. Now let's style our headers and the description. So let's start with the description. I'll add some class names here, and I want it to be more grayish, so let's do text gray 600. Let's make it also smaller, text SM. Yes, so it's smaller. Let's see. Yeah, I want I will check it in 100%. So this is how it will look like. I just zoom in for you guys so you can see it better in case you are on mobiles. All right, so this looks fine. The text, I will make it maybe a little shorter because it will be just an intro. Let's maybe end it here. Right, and now we need some padding here, right? So let's say that for this third part, so all the items, we have it here. Let's add some padding, and we will start by saying padding on the sides will be 8. And so we have padding on the left and on the right. And now let's add some padding on the top and the bottom. So it's the padding Y, and let's do maybe 4. So now we have some padding on the top and the bottom. All right, one more thing I would like to fix here is to add some small border here. So on this one, this gray container here, let's do border bottom. And yeah, I think this line will be good enough. Yeah, it should work. I just wanted to make a distinction, difference between this part and this part. All right, we have our first suggestion here. And the last thing that we need here is to have a button on the right side that people can vote with. So let's see. In each suggestion will be this div with h2 paragraph, but I need to have 2 sides, the left side with the text, and the right side with just the button. So inside I will actually put 2 divs. The first div with h2 and paragraph, and the second will be with just a button. And this button will have like an arrow up. So I will do for now arrow up. I don't know if this will work. No, but let's maybe do for now this sign, and the number of votes, let's do maybe 80. So now we have a button here, and we will fix it in a second. But first, let's fix the structure. So this button with this div should be on the right. So this div that we will have for each suggestion, let's make it flex. Class name flex, yes. And now as you can see, this thing is on the right. So let's style our button now. Let's do class name. And for our button, let's maybe add some shadow. So let's do box, not box, just shadow. Shadow, let's do maybe medium. Yeah, we have this here. I will remove the space here. And well, let's do, we have shadow medium. Maybe we should add some border. So let's do border. And let's do rounded corners. So let's do rounded, let's do medium. Yes. I want the shadow to be maybe not bigger. Let's maybe add the padding first. So let's do padding on the top and the bottom of 1. And padding on the sides of, let's do maybe 4. Yeah, this looks better. Maybe we can make the shadow actually smaller. Yeah, smaller but darker. So let's do shadow and gray 400. Maybe that's too dark. Let's do 200. Yeah, I think 200 will work. And this looks fine. I want to add now some gap between those two. So here we have flex. Let's add a gap of 4. Yeah, maybe more. Let's do 8. Yeah, that looks fine. Now I want the button to be on the middle, not on the top. So let's see here. I will do here items center. Yeah, so now button is in the middle here. And now maybe we can fix this arrow. For now we have this sign here, and let's change it to arrow. So for this arrow, I will go to hero icons, and let's see, I will search for arrow, and maybe we don't need an arrow, but let's maybe add this chevron up instead. So let's copy JSX, and instead of this sign, I'll put enter here, and here I'll put the icon, our SVG icon. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think this is much better. To make it this on the left and this on the right, maybe we need to add the flex here, and it will help. Yes, it does. I think that this chevron up doesn't really look that good, and instead I would actually like to have a triangle. Let's see if we have something like this here. No, we don't. Triangle, no. But we can generate CSS for triangle. CSS generate triangle. Yes. And I will just take the first one. Yeah, this looks fine. And I just want to have a regular triangle, let's say 100 by 100. Maybe that is too narrow. I will make it 150. Yeah, I think that looks fine. And well, here is the CSS we need. I will put maybe let's put it as a span with class name triangle. Yes, triangle up. Maybe let's do triangle vote up, and this will not change anything. We will not have any triangle, but I copied this CSS and I will put it inside our globals. So here I will just add class name triangle vote up, and let's put it here. And now if we go back here, we have a big triangle. So now let's change the color to more grayish. Let's make it grayish. So let's do maybe hashtag DDD. Yeah, maybe a little bit darker. Let's do AAA. Yeah, that should work. And well, now we want to make it smaller. So let's do maybe 25, 50, and 25. Now it should be even smaller. Let's do 10, 20, and 10 here as well. Yeah, I think it should be even smaller. So let's do maybe here 6 and 12 and 6 here as well. Yeah, I think that's better. Now let's center this inside our page. Let's see. We have this triangle here. I will close the sidebar. We have flex here on the button. Let's add items center. Yes, and let's add a gap of, let's say, 2. Yeah, maybe that's too big. Let's put 1. Yeah. Now I would like to lift this triangle up a little bit. So I will do position relative, and I will do minus top 1. Yeah, I think that's that looks better, or maybe not. I don't know. I will remove it for now. I will just change this 80 to be more grayish. So let's do text gray, and let's do 600. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we can do our triangle a little darker as well. Let's do 888. Yeah, this looks fine. Let's go back to our page.js, and I will zoom out. Yeah, I think this looks fine for now. Let's zoom in, and yeah, we have our first item. Maybe we can make this header a little bit bolder. So let's do class name and let's do text bold. No, sorry, it should be font bold. Yes, I think this will work better. And now let's see how it will look like with more of those suggestions. So we have this one suggestion here. I will cut it from here. So now it's not here. And I will put it as a separate component. So let's do new. Inside our app, I will put a new folder, new directory. So let's do new directory and let's do components. Yeah. And here I will just do new file. And I will name my components with capital letters here. So let's do maybe, let's call those feedbacks. So let's do feedback, feedback item.js. And here let's just do export default function, feedback what? Feedback item. Yes, that's it. And it will return parentheses, and inside I will just paste everything. And now I will use it inside my page. So here let's do feedback item like this, and I will, let's see, I will save it and it works. And it has been auto imported for me here on the top. If it doesn't do it automatically for you, you need to add those imports. I want to add more feedback lines, so I will copy this and I will put more. Let's do maybe 5, so we can see how it looks like. It looks almost fine. We just need to add some spacing between those, right? So let's see, let's go inside feedback item, and we have gap here. Let's add some margin on the top and the bottom. So let's do margin Y of 4. So now we have some spacing here. Well, I don't think that's big enough. Let's do margin of 8. And well, I think this is much better. So I will keep it like this. Maybe I would just decrease the margin from the top and the bottom. So let's go back to page, and we have this padding here. Let's see, padding top and the bottom of 4. Let's see what happens if I remove it. Yeah, now I think it's it looks better. Small thing, I would maybe add more spacing here on the top and the bottom to make it look, to add some more spacing there. Let's see, it's here. So I would do here 4. Yeah, so we have some more spacing even here. Right, and here inside later we will get search and filters or something like this. Right, but now we have main structure of our app. And well, now what we need to do is to make it work, that when we click, for example, on one of those, it will open a pop-up where we can see comments and we can vote. And then we need to also have a pop-up for this button that we can where we can add new suggestions, right? So let's focus on this, and then we will do the database connection so we can put real texts into a database. All right, so the next part will be to build actually this pop-up that when we click on this button, it will open a pop-up. And in this pop-up, what do we want to have? We want to have a simple form with title and description, and maybe a button to attach more files. So for now, this button doesn't do anything, but we will fix it now. Let's see. Here we have this make a suggestion button, and now we want to do a pop-up that when we click on it, we will open a pop-up somewhere here on the middle. So first, let's add on click here. On click, And on click, you want to open, let's call this function open, open to maybe no, not suggestion, feedback model or dialog. Oh, let's call it model. Open feedback model. And now we need to define this function. So let's go here, function, open feedback model, or maybe we can call it Popup. I prefer Popup. And now let's see, on click function. As you can see now, we need to the first time convert this page or this component to a client component. And this is a new thing in Next 13. So on the top, on the first line, I'm going to add use client like this. And now we don't have this error anymore. So now let's see. When we click on this pop-up, first we want to update a state. Let's update a state so we know that pop-up should be open. Let's call this one show feedback pop-up, and then next will be set show feedback pop-up equals use state, and default here will be just false. And looks like this is not imported yet, so I will import this from React. And yeah, now it's better. Maybe I will make it this big. Yeah, now let's see. When we click on this button, let's just do set show feedback pop-up to true inside this function. So yeah, we get this, and now we can check if this is true, then we can do we can show this pop-up. So maybe somewhere here, let's see, if show feedback pop-up, let's do end parenthesis, let's put a div show pop-up here. Right, now if I click this button, we get this show pop-up here. I'll make it a little bigger. But we don't want to show this pop-up here, and instead we want to show it in the middle. So first, let's maybe create a component instead of this div with this text. So here inside components, I'll do new file, and let's call this component feedback. Let's call it feedback form popup.js, because it's a file. And now here export default function, and let's call it the same way, feedback form popup. Yes, and now here let's just return a div that would say just popup or popup form. Yeah, and now let's use it inside our page. Instead of this div, let me import feedback form popup. And now on the bottom, as you can see, we had this popup form. Right, but we need to make it prettier. So first, the main div. First, let's put one div that will be our shadow or backdrop. So let's do class names here, and we want to do position fixed, and we want to do inset 0, and we want to do background black. And now we have now everything is black. But let's add the background opacity 95. Yes, so we see a little bit what is underneath. Let's maybe do 80. Yeah, I think that looks better. Now let's go here inside, and inside we want to have a pop-up here or model in the middle. So let's do a div with some class names, and those class names will be background white, and let's put test here for now. So we have it here, but we want to make it more narrow, maybe the same size that we have this one. So as you remember, we can do that for medium screens. We will do max width, and I think it was 2XL. Yeah, now we need to center this for medium screens. So let's do MX auto. Yeah, so now it is centered. But another thing is I would like to have this white thing on the middle, somewhere here. So to fix it, I will make this backdrop flex. Yeah, and I will change this to flex column. Yeah. And now I will try to add items center. This didn't help. Let's remove this flex column. Yeah, now it works. Now we have a test on a super small background. But maybe to fix it, we can put here another div that will have a width of full. And then this will be here inside. Yeah, now as you can see, we have a white box that is the same width that is, well, this one on the back side. Yes, but here again, inside this model, we will need some more stuff. So I think first we will have some kind of header, and then we will have the form, and then we will have buttons. So here inside, instead of test, let's put maybe an H2 that will say make a suggestion. Yes, and underneath we will need a form, and inside this form we will have well, we need a title and a description. So let's do input first, input type text, and let's add a placeholder here that will say a short descriptive title, and we need also a text area for description. Text area, and let's add a placeholder here that will say please include any details. Yes, and let's see here. Yeah, almost there. Now let's see. It looks like we have some flex thing going on here. Let's see what happens if we add the block here. Doesn't change anything. No, let's remove this block. I will just start by styling this H2, and we can fix the form later. But actually under the text area, we want also to have a button. Or two buttons. The first one will be to create post, and we want also to have another one for attaching files. So let's do attach files. Yes, attach files, create post. Everything is next to each other. It's probably not because of the flex. It just all of those are inline elements. But there's nothing to worry, we can fix it. Let's first start with this make suggestion. So let's add some class names here, and well, the first, let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of, let's say, 4. Yes, and let's make it centered. Text center. Yeah, and now it's better. Maybe I will add an underline here, or maybe border bottom. Yeah, I think this looks better. Now I would like to have rounded corners here on this white thing. So let's do that for medium screen. I want to have a rounded large. Yeah, that's better. And I want to add overflow hidden. So as you can see, this corner is not rounded because here is an input and with a corner. So let's do overflow hidden, but only for medium screens, or I think it doesn't matter. Yeah, so now everything is rounded here. And now one more thing that I would like to fix is that yeah, as you can see, Now if I make it this small, we don't have any rounded corners, but I don't want this to be centered. Instead, I would like to take the full height of the page. So to do this, let's see where we get this center thing that we center in the middle. And we have it here, item center. So let's make it only for medium screens. Yes. And now, and we get this black color on this background. Let's make it only for medium screens. But for regular screens, so before this black background, I will do a BG white as a default. And also this opacity, as you can see, now we have white, but we have this opacity. I want it to be only for medium screens, so let's do medium colon here. Right. And now if I make the screen this big, it's a pop-up. And if I make it this big, this small, it's like a page. All right. So now let's fix form. We will fix the form, and then we will fix the close button. So first let's start with this input. And we need to add some class names. And well, how do we want to style this input? Let's make it with full. And let's add some border. Yes, and well, now maybe it would be nice to add some spacing on the sides for the whole form. So let's add some class names here. I want to have spacing on all sides. So let's do padding 4. Let's see. Yes, that is better. But I think that both for the input and the text area, I would like to have labels. So let's add the first label, and the first label will say title, and I will copy this label for the text area, and this one will say details. Yes, we have title and details. Now for the text area, let's make it with full as well. Yes, and let's add border here. Yeah, so it looks better. I would like to have more spacing for the form, so let's do maybe 8. Yes, and that's better. Now let's style our labels. For both labels, I will add the same class names here. Margin top of at least 4, and margin bottom of 2. Now let's see how it looks like. I don't see that much of a difference. Margin top of 2. Let's maybe make them block as well. Yeah, now I see some difference. Margin bottom of 2, let's decrease it to 1. Yeah, I think this is better. But now for both the input and the text area, let's add some padding. So let's do padding of, let's do 4, and maybe just 2. And I want also to do rounded corners, rounded medium. Now let's see. Yeah, I think that looks much better. For the labels, I would like to make the text more grayish. So let's do text. I will do this slate 700. Why not? Yeah, I think this is better. And now maybe we can style our buttons a little bit. So we have this button here that looks like primary colors, and we should use the same colors here for create post. So I think we can just create a button here, button component inside components. So let's do button.js, and yes, and let's do export default button, and well, here just return a button, and we want to grab export default function button. We want to grab function button, we want to grab children, and we want to put all the children here. Most of the time it will be just a text. Right, but we want to add some class names here, and those class names I will copy from our page here. So let's see, here we have our make a suggestion button. I will copy this and I will put it here. Now, as you can see, this make a suggestion doesn't look that good because I removed all the classes. But well, I can put it like this. I will make capital B button, and now it's imported. But one more thing that happens now is that this button doesn't work anymore because it has this on click, and if we open this, we don't grab this on click property here, and we just grab children. Oops. To fix it, I would just grab all the props, and I will remove this. I will do it like this, and here I will just put all the props like this, and now it should work. Yes, it does. So now let's go back to feedback form popup, and instead of this create post, I will do button with capital B, and let's see, we need to import this. Yeah, it's imported. That looks fine. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think it looks much better. And now it would be nice to add some styling for attached files as well. So let's maybe do the same thing for this one for now. But we want to have a different styling for this one. So this one should be like primary. So maybe let's add primary here, and the primary on our page here, primary. And then inside our button, we want to check if it's primary. So we want to grab all the props, or maybe from the props, we want to check if we have this primary thing. And then we want to add this background blue and the text white. So how can we do this? First, let's maybe put class names as a string like this. And then on the end, let's add a plus, and here parentheses, and here let's check props primary question mark. If it is primary, then we will put this background blue and the text white. So remove it from here, and I will put it here. Otherwise, so colon, nothing. I will also add a space here. Now let's see how it looks like. I will put it into separate lines, so it will be a little bit easier to read. And maybe this on the new line as well. And now let's see. Yeah. So we have something like this. We add those classes here as a string with a space here, and then we add more stuff to the string. Inside parentheses, we first check if it's primary. Inside props, if it is, we add this background blue, text white. Otherwise, we don't add anything. Right, and now, as you can see, this has this default styling with only paddings and opacity. Maybe we can add some text color here. Let's do maybe text gray 600. Yeah, so it'd be more grayish attached files. Yeah, I think this will work. Right, now let's go back to our form, and I would like to have those buttons on the right side. So let's do div with class name text right, and let's put those buttons in here. Yes, and maybe instead of doing text right, I will use flex, and then I will use let's see if text right will work. No, it doesn't do anything. First thing is I will add a small gap between those two, a little bit. Let's do gap of 2. Yes, I want to also add some spacing from the top. So let's do margin top of 2, gap 2 here. Yeah, and now I would like those buttons to be to the right. So I think it's something with end and justify end. Yes, and now we have buttons to the end. Right, so we have this, and I think that's everything we need inside the pop-up. Let's see how it looks like for smaller screens. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. Well, now we should fix so we can close the pop-up, right? First, let's fix it for bigger screens. So for bigger screens, I would like to have like an X here. Yeah, somewhere here. So let's do here maybe. Here inside and directly inside this backdrop, let's add a button. That will be just X. And I will also add some class names here to make it position fixed, and the top 2, let's do right 2. And now, as you can see, I don't know if you can see, but we have this black X here. I think we can make it better by using hero icons. Let's search for close. Yes, we have this X mark. I will copy JSX. Instead of this X, I'll put this X from SVG. So now it's black here. I want to make it white. So let's do maybe text white. Now it's white. I want to make it bigger as well. We have those styles here. As you can see inside SVG, we have class name width 6 and height 6. I will change it to, well, let's make it at least 8 and height 8. Yeah, I think this will look better. And more spacing, I would say. So let's do top 4 and right 4. Yeah, and now let's see how it looks like on a smaller screen. On smaller screen, we don't see this because, well, I don't know why. I think it's because it's still here, but it's white. I don't want this to be here for smaller screens. Let's change this text to red 5600 so we can see this. And for smaller screens, do we want to have it here? Well, maybe let's have another thing like here on the left, an arrow to the left instead. So I want this button with X to be only visible on bigger screens. So let's add hidden. So now it's not visible at all, but for medium screens it should be visible. So now it is not visible, but if I make screen middle, no, it's not visible. Let's try with block. Yes, now it is visible. Let's see if I make it this small, then it's not visible. So we should do hidden and block. All right. So this works, and let's see. Yeah, I think this works fine. Now let's change this one to make it white, back to white. So instead of red, let's do white. Yeah, and I want to add some shadow. Let's do shadow medium and shadow black, or maybe not. It doesn't look that good on a transparent button. Let's remove this shadow. Maybe it should be only on this SVG, but it's not that important. All right, now for the small screens, I would like to have a back button here, an arrow to the left. All right, so we have this header 2 here with make a suggestion. And here inside, I would like to do an arrow to the left. So let's search for left icon. And I think that this one will work. Copy JSX. And let's see, inside here we have this H2. Let's put it here and let's see how this will look like. Well, it doesn't look that good. So we need to fix it. First, I will make a div for our header. Then, first thing will be our button with the SVG inside. Yes, let's put it here. And after the button, we want to have this H2. So let's put it here. Now we have something like this. Still not perfect, but well, almost there. I think that to fix it, we can make this div, that is our header. We can add a position relative. So let's do relative. And for our button, we can make it position absolute. So it doesn't take any space, and we can position this relatively to the parent. So let's make it something like this. Let's do top 2 more, so it's on the middle, top 4, and let's do left 4 as well. Maybe let's do left 8. Yeah, and yes, I think this looks fine. Let's see. Yes, on bigger screens. On the bigger screens, we don't want this. So let's do, where is this button? Let's do medium hidden. Yeah. So on the bigger screens, we have this X, and on the smaller screens, we have this back button. Yeah. And this looks fine. Now we should make those buttons work, or maybe I can make it more grayish. Yeah, I'll make it more grayish first. So this button, let's do text gray 600. Yeah, I think it looks better now. Now we want to fix those buttons, so we can actually close this pop-up. So how can we do this? First, let's go to our page, and as you can see, we have this show feedback pop-up, and so set show feedback pop-up. So we have state, if it should be visible or not, here inside our home page, and not inside our pop-up. So now from the pop-up, we want to tell back to our page that it shouldn't be visible anymore. So how can we do this? We can pass a function that can change this state. So we'll copy this and then we'll pass it here. Let's call it as a property set show equals, and I'll pass this function. And now inside this, I can grab set set show, and on those buttons that should hide it. So this button with X, let's do on click arrow function set show to false, and I will do the same on click on the, okay, this was the button that with the X, and here is the button with the back arrow. So if I click now, it's hidden. Let's open this and let's make it this big. If I click X, it's not visible anymore. How does it work? So we have this back to page.js. We have this state, if we should show it or not, show feedback pop-up, that we are here deciding if it should be rendered or not. This is updated here when we click on this make a suggestion. We have this open feedback pop-up that uses this set show feedback pop-up and changes this to true. So this becomes true, and then we are showing the pop-up. But we are also passing this function that can change the state back to the pop-up as set show. So here we grab set show and we set it to false when we click on one of those buttons. All right, so now we can close those pop-ups both on desktop and on mobile view. All right, so the next thing that we should build is that we should be able to open a specific feedback or a suggestion when we click on it. So we should probably use almost the same pop-up as we have here, but for an saved items. Those are not saved yet, but we'll fix it. So first, let's go to our page.js, and here, as you can see, we have some feedback item. So Let me open this. And inside our feedback item, as you can see, we have this big div. Let's maybe change it to a link instead. So let's put it as A. And yeah, now it is a link without any URL. So maybe we should just put an empty URL for now. I'll put it like this. Yeah, and now it's a link. As you can see, we have this hand cursor. And but now I would want to add on a click function here. And well, on click, we want to open a pop-up, right? So we don't want to open it here. We want to open it outside. So here, somewhere inside our page.js. But we want to first do the same thing that we did with this make a suggestion button. So we need to pass information that we want to open a pop-up. So how can we do this? We can pass an property for feedback item on open. So so they know, so feedback item will know what to do when we click on this item, and what to do will be here inside. And let's define this function here. Function called open feedback pop-up. As you can see, we have already open feedback pop-up, but this one is for the form. So maybe we can first rename this show feedback pop-up, and or maybe we can use the same thing, but instead of passing true, we will pass an ID, or maybe it would be better to rename it. So a show feedback pop-up form, and set show feedback pop-up form. Yes, and now we need to rename this as well. And let's rename this open feedback pop-up form. And now let's use it here for our makes a suggestion button. And here we need to update this as well, and form here. And now let's create here another function that will be for an existing item. Let's do open feedback pop-up, but not form. Let's do this time item. And that should be it. And this will just update another state called show feedback pop-up item, and set show feedback pop-up item. Use state default will be, let's say, null, right? And this function will run this to true for now. As you can see, we still get an error about this empty property. So let's fix it. When we pass on open, we want to run this function. Yes. And let's do the same for other items. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Right, we still get an error because we have this empty on click here, and it's here inside. And we have this on click, and we just need to grab this on open. So let's grab on open here inside our feedback item on open, and on click we will just run on open. Yeah. So now we don't have any errors. Maybe instead of having this running on open, we can define arrow function here, so we can get rid of this event, because it's an A tag. So when we click on it, it will reload the page. As you can see, we don't want to reload the page. We want only to run this function. So to fix it, we can put this into separate line. Same with this. And let's change this to an arrow function like this. And let's add those curly brackets. So this doesn't change anything for now. But now I will also add a semicolon here. And with our event, I will do prevent default, semicolon, and now it shouldn't reload. When I'm clicking, it doesn't reload anymore. So this A tag is not triggering any redirection to the same URL. It just runs this on open function that we pass from our page.js. All right, but now we should be opening this pop-up. We don't have this pop-up yet, and we need to define what item we want to open as well, right? So every feedback item, when running this function, should pass the information about what should be opened. So for now, everything is hard-coded here inside. It's just a text. But I think we need to have like an object of this. For now, it will be hard-coded here above inside our page, but later we will change it to real data. So let's define them here, const, and let's name them feedbacks, and it will be an array of objects. So first object will be just first we will have title, and the title will be please post more videos. I will take it here from inside. Please post more videos will be title. Yes, and then we will have description, and we will also have votes count. Let's say that will be 80. And we will also need the description. So I will copy this. Let's go back here. And for the description, let's take this and let's put it here. All right. So now let's print feedbacks instead of having everything hard-coded. So I'll remove everything except one. So we have only one. And now here above, I will look through feedbacks map, and for each feedback, let's do arrow function parenthesis. Let's put this feedback item here inside, and we have this feedback item that we are not using yet, but let's pass it to our feedback item. So let's do title equals feedback.title, or we can also add the description equals feedback description, or we can do something like this. We can do feedback, and now every property for each feedback will be passed here inside. So we can grab title, we can grab description, and votes count here. Right, so let's use it now. Let's put title, and here we want to put description, and here we'll put votes count. Yeah, so nothing have changed, but let me add another feedback here on the top. And we have one object here. Let's put another one. I'll put please put more videos too, and I will put a 2 also here in the description, and votes count will be let's say 63. Yeah, so now as you can see, we have 2 different feedbacks. But now we want to be able to open them, right? So we are running this on open. We are running this open feedback pop-up item. Let's change it to an arrow function. I will put it into separate line. On open arrow function, open feedback pop-up item, and here let's just pass this feedback item. Right, so now this will receive a feedback object. So here we can grab feedback, and we can pass it to this state feedback. So now this state show feedback pop-up item will have either null or a specific feedback object. So now let's copy this here, and here on the bottom, let's do, if we have show feedback pop-up item, so it's true, so it's not null, let's do end, let's do parentheses, and now we can, let's say we will print a div with opened feedback, and let's print the title. So let's do show feedback pop-up item dot title, because as remember, if it's true, then it's an object of an feedback. So now as you can see, it's empty. I will refresh, and now if I click on one of those, we get opened feedback, please post more videos. If I click on this one, please post more videos too. Right, but instead of showing this here on the bottom, we want to do the same pop-up we do with this. So let's create a component that will be almost the same as this one, but for existing feedback. So we have this feedback form pop-up. Let's create feedback item pop-up. So let's go here, components, and let's call this one a new file, feedback item popup.js. Yes, and here let's just do a quickly export default function, and it will be feedback item popup, and it will return, let's return just a div for now with the same thing that we had here, like this. Open the feedback, let's add pop-up here. As you can see, we are not using here title. Let's pass it with properties title, like this, and now we can use it here. So let's put it like this, and let's import our feedback item popup. Yes, it has been automatically imported for me. And as you can see, we need to pass title. So let's pass title, show feedback form that title, because if this is not null, then it contains an feedback object. We can pass it like this, or we can just pass it all properties that we have inside. So let's do curly brackets and show feedback pop-up form. All right, so now let me refresh. If I click here, it looks like it's empty. So something is wrong. We are passing show feedback pop-up item. All right, I misspelled this. It shouldn't be this. It should be this. So let's put it here. And now as you can see, it works. It changes. But now we need to make it to a pop-up, right? And there are a few things that we can reuse from this one. The backdrop, the white box, the X button, the button with this arrow here. So it would be nice to reuse some of it. So first we need to go to this existing pop-up, and we need to make it to smaller components. Let's see, feedback form pop-up. As you can see, we have a lot of code here, and we need to do a small refactoring. So I think that maybe we can start by putting the pop-up related stuff into separate component. So what is not a pop-up related? The content of the pop-up. So I think it's this content that sits inside. And this should be a property. So let's see. First, I will create a new component. It will be named just popup.js. And here I will just do export default function popup, and it will just return a div, nothing else. But now we will just take everything that we have here, and we will just copy this, or maybe let's remove this, and let's put this to a pop-up, right? So we have everything from our form pop-up. As you can see, we are missing this set show. So let's import it from, or not import it, let's grab it from properties. And I think that's it. All right. Now, as you can see, our feedback pop-up form is empty. And what we want to do is to reuse this popup.js here. So let's just say it will be popup, the component here. Let's import it, and we need to pass this set show. So let's do set show. So now it works. We don't need this importing this button for now, but now inside our popup we have all of this content, title, all the form, and instead we want to pass it as a children. So I will grab this form from here, and instead I want to print children here, and here let's grab children. Right, so now as you can see it's empty, but now instead of doing pop-up like this, I can do pop-up closing here, and I can put the form here inside. So now we have it, and now our feedback form pop-up is smaller. And the last thing that we have is this make a suggestion that is inside our pop-up. Let me see where it is. Here it is. So let's maybe grab this as a property called title, and let's print title instead of this. I will cut it from here. Let's put title, yes, and let's go back to feedback form popup, and let's put title equals, and let's put a string here, make a suggestion. Right, so now let me open our feedback item popup. That is just a div. As you remember, it's this div that is displayed here, and we want to change it to a popup. We have this popup component now, so let's do, I remove this, and now let's do popup, and title, let's put empty string for now. Set show, let's just grab set show from properties here, set show. And what else do we need? Children. We will pass children like this. Let's put here just title, but this title is from the item, not it will not be title for the pop-up for now. So we have this please post more videos too, and we can close it. It doesn't work because we are not passing this set show. So let's go back to our page.js, and we need to pass this set show. So let's do set show equals, and we need to do, let's see, we need to do the same thing, but for the pop-up item. So let's do something like this, set show feedback pop-up item. Yes, but without parentheses, and I will put this into separate lines. So enter, enter, and now let's see, yes, and I can close it. Let's open this one, let's close it, yes, and I think it works fine, but I would like to add that when I click on the backdrop, it will close as well. So let's open this one, for example. Let's open pop-up. We have this backdrop here with background white, background black here. Let's add on click. And on our on click, let's add set show, but let's put it as an arrow function, set show to false. And now if I click on the backdrop, it closes. So that's good. That will make things faster. Right, but this looks really bad, so we need to fix it now. And this is inside our feedback form, feedback item popup here. So now we are only putting title here inside this content, and that's it. One more thing I see here is that even if we click somewhere inside the form, it closes as well, even if we click on the pop-up. And this is because when we click on the inside the pop-up, and this event will be passed down to the backdrop. So to fix it, let's go back to the pop-up, and let's see. We have the backdrop here, and then we have this this div that is making everything centered, and then we have here the white pop-up. On here, I will add just on click, and with the event that we are getting, I will just run event stop propagation, and that's it. Now, if I click somewhere here, this will be executed. So with the event we are grabbing here, we will do stop propagation on this event. So this event will not be propagated down to this backdrop. Right, so now let's see. I will open this one, and let's open back feedback item pop-up, and let's see. How do we want to style this? Well, first, we don't want to have this line if we don't have any title. Or maybe we can try to put this title here as well, title, and let's see how it works. Well, I think it doesn't look bad, but I don't want to have the title here centered with this arrow. So I'll put this empty string for now. And what I want to do is, let's go to the pop-up, and let's see where we are printing this title. Here is the title, and the title is inside this h2, and h2 is inside this div. And the problem is, if we don't have any title, then we shouldn't have this border bottom, this gray line here. So let's put here, if we have the title, I will do maybe title bang bang. So it will be converted to a boolean. Let's do end, parenthesis, and let's put this h2 here inside. So now we don't have any line, but also this back arrow is not visible anymore. And to fix it, I will go to this div here above, and I will add a class name like minimum height of, well, it's hard to find a minimum height for a specific height, but let's check something like this. Min height, and in square brackets, I will put 40 pixels. Does it work? Yes, it did. All right, so that is better. And now I will go back to our feedback item pop-up, and I will put a div with some class names and everything like title and description. I will grab description here as well. I'll print it here, description. So we have title and description, but title, I'll put title into h2, title inside h2, and description into a paragraph. Let's put description here. Yes, and now for this main div, let's make everything centered. So, or let's add some paddings. So let's do margin, or maybe padding on all sides of 4. Let's see. Yeah, I think it should be 8 or something like this. So let's do padding on the sides of 8. Now let's see. Yes. And that is better. We have this padding on the sides, but let me change it. Let me remove it. As you can see now, we get this empty line here. And this is because we added this height on the pop-up. And we don't want to do this on the medium screens. So let's see. We have this title here, and then we have this div. Let's add medium screens only, that we add this here. But then, no, it should be on medium screens. It should be only on small screens. So let it be like this. And let's add on medium screens, min height will be 0. All right, so now it's correct. If I make the screen smaller, then we have this. If I make the screen bigger, then we have this medium min height 0. So let me open. Yes, yes. Let's go back to feedback item pop-up, and let's add padding of 8 on every side. Yes, that looks better. Let's see on the smaller screens. Yes, it looks nice. Now we want to add some class names on the title. So how do we want to style it? Let's make it bigger. So let's do text LG. Yes, and let's make it bold. So let's see, bold, font bold. Yes, that is better. Let's add some margin bottom of at least 2. So we will have some spacing. And well, I think it looks fine. So now we can open and close. But the next thing I would like to add is to be able to upvote. So maybe here on the bottom right, I would like to have this button, but maybe with a text. So let's go back to our feedback item where we have our this button. Well, as you can see, this button have like a lot of shadows and stuff. I think I will use my button component instead. Let's back to feedback item pop-up. We have description. Let's underneath do button with up vote, and we need to have this votes count here that we should be able to grab from here. Votes count. Yeah. Now if I open this, I have this upvote 63. I'll put it into separate line, into separate div. And let's put it here. And I want this to be flex, this div, and flex, and I want this to go to the end. So items, no, it was justify end. So we have this button here. I will add some background on this div. Let's do background gray 400. No, let's do 200. Yes. And well, let's see. Yeah, we have this padding here. I will also add some margin on the top and the bottom of at least 4. And well, this didn't work as I expected, or maybe it did. I'll remove this. I will add the padding instead. Let's do padding 4, maybe padding 8. This button is not that visible, but we'll fix it soon. Under this div, we will have another div with just comments here inside, because we will need the comments. Let's remove some padding here. Padding on the sides should be 8, but padding on the top and the bottom, let's do just 2. Right, let's check what happens here. Let's do button of primary. Yeah, so we have this upvote, but I would like to have this triangle here as well. So we had this triangle inside feedback item. So I will just copy this. It's just a span. I'll put it here inside, and let's put this closing button here underneath. Now it looks weird because this closing button is here, but maybe it's because we need to do our button flex. So I will add some flex class here. So now, as you can see, it's better, but it's far from perfect. Let's add some gap here as well as default for our button, gap of 2. Now still this triangle looks a little bit off. So let me inspect this and let's see what is wrong. And we have this button here, and we have this triangle vote up. And I think the problem is that it's just small and it's not centered. Let's see what happens if I add here items center. Yeah, now it's better, but it should be white. So let me go to the global CSS where we have our triangle. And as you can see, default is just a gray color. But here I will define something like this. If it's inside, if this triangle vote up is inside a button that has a class of text white. So let's do text white. And then we will have this triangle vote up. Then we will do border color of white as well. Well, it's now a square because the rest of the border should be transparent. So I will just copy this and I will just replace this 888 with white. Let's do just FFF. It's white as well. Right. So now it's better. Now it looks much better. So let me close this. Let's open this 80. Yes, upvote. I think it looks fine. Let's zoom out. Yes, I think it looks nice. So now we can close and open different items, and later here we will have also some comments. Let's see how it looks like here. Yeah, I think that we should fix this gray bar a little bit. So let's go to our feedback item pop-up and let's change this gray to just 100. And let's add a small border top and border bottom, and that's it. Yeah, but maybe we can remove this gray color and the borders as well, so it will be closer to the top part here. Maybe we can just leave the border on the bottom. Yeah, but let's put it closer to the top. Let's remove this padding from here. I think it comes from this. So let's do just padding bottom of 0. Yeah, maybe we can do just padding bottom of like 2. Yeah, so in case we will have more text here, it will not be directly to the text. All right, so underneath here we will have some comments. And maybe we can prepare some comments here. So instead of having just text comments, I will put like some random comment and a small text area so we can add more comments. So here, maybe we can put it as a separate component. We have now feedback item pop-up. Let's create feedback item pop-up comments. Feedback item pop-up comments.js. Export default function. Feedback pop-up. Feedback item pop-up comments. Yes. And this will just return. It will return a div with text comments here. Yes, and let's use this component here. Oops, let's select this feedback item pop-up comments. Yes, and we have comments here. All right, but now let's go inside. What do we need? First, we want to have a div with some spacing, so it's the padding of 8. And then here we will have a div with all comments, and later we will have a form. So we can add a text area here. We don't need all this. Let's just leave this text area. And let's add the placeholder. Add your, or maybe let us know what you think. Yes, something like this. I want to add the class names here for our text area, border and border rounded medium. Yes, something like this. And we want also to be with full on this text area. And we need some padding of at least 2. Yes, this looks better. All comments will be displayed here. And underneath, we need 2 buttons as well. The same we have here. Create post and then attach files, but here we will have comment and attach files. So inside this form, let's create a div. And let's put a button that will say attach files. And another button that will be primary. And it will say comment or post a comment, doesn't really matter. So we have those 2. Now for this div, let's make it flex and let's put justify end. Yes, let's put a small gap of 2, and let's put some margin from the top, margin top 2, so we have some spacing. Yeah, and I think it looks fine. And now for this text area, we will need some state. So let's do const, and let's call this comment text and set comment text equals use state. From React, default will be empty string. Yes, and now if this is our comment text, then we should use it here. So let's do value equals comment text, and because we are doing value, we can't have empty children here, so I will just put it like this. Now we are not able to change something because we don't have any on change. So let's add it to our text area. Here, let's do on change. On change, we want to do grab event, and let's do set comment text event target value. So now we should be able to edit this. But one more thing I would like to add is that if it's empty, this button should be disabled. So here, let's add disabled equals, and it should be disabled if comment text is exactly empty string. So now let's go to the button property. We have those props here, and I would like to add some classes if it's disabled. First, we have those class names here, but another thing is I would like to add disabled to be disabled if we have props that disabled. This is the first thing. So now if I hover, nothing changed, but I think I will have this disabled thing here, disabled property. Let's see, button, we have some class names. Yes, and we have here disabled. Right, so now we also need some class names. So as you can see here, we are adding class names if it's primary. Let's do the same, but for disabled. Let's do props dot disabled. If it is, then we'll do this, otherwise this string. All right. So now let's see. If it is disabled, we want to do background, or actually colors for disabled should be related to if it's primary or not. So if it's disabled and primary, then we want to do, maybe we don't need to check if it's primary. I will just do for now text opacity 50. Let's see. Well, it didn't work. Let's see if I do text white and text opacity 50. No, still it looks weird. 90. No, nothing changes. Looks really bad. I think maybe I know why I get it. Because now, as you can see, we have this, I'll make it bigger. We get this text white and text white next to each other, as you can see. This is because when we add those strings to each other, we need to add some spacing like this, and let's add some spacing here and here and here. Right, so now it kind of works. Let's change it to 50. Let's try to remove this text white. We don't need this. Yeah. Let's see if we can do background opacity 50. Yes, we can do background opacity as well. We don't need this text gray. So yeah, now if we add something, it's not disabled. If we remove everything, it's disabled. And as you can see, we have those class names as a string, and then we are adding more And here for this parenthesis, we are checking if it's primary, then we are adding those. If it's not primary, we are adding those classes. Then we are adding more to the string. Parenthesis, if it's disabled, we are adding this. If it's not disabled, we are not adding anything. I will now adjust this to background opacity, maybe 70. And let's see, 70 here as well. Yes, and if it's disabled, I want to also have this cursor disable. Let's see. No. Let's see what's the name of this cursor. Cursor. I don't get this tailwind helpers anymore, but I think it should be cursor not allowed. Allowed. Let's see. Yes, then we have this cursor not allowed. Yeah, now it's better. All right, now let's go back to our feedback item, pop-up comments, and let's style just one comment so we can make it look better. So for a specific comment, let's say we will have an avatar and we will have some text and underneath maybe some attachments. So for a specific comment, we want to do, well, let's make it flex. First, we will have an avatar. So let's put, well, I will put the span for now. That will say avatar. And then we will have also a paragraph with comment. So I will put lorem ipsum for now. We have avatar here. Let's add a small gap of, let's do 4. And let's add the margin bottom of 8. Yes. Yes, this looks fine. And here we will have some attachments later because we can attach files, and I think that will be it for the comments. But I will fix this avatar as a component. So let's do a new file, avatar.js. Yes, export default function avatar. And I guess we'll just have a URL as a property, but default will be just null. All right. And now we want to do an avatar. So let's do return. We will return a div with some class names. Let's do a circle, right? So let's do rounded full. Let's add some background of, let's see, green, amber. Let's maybe do blue of 300. Let's do width of 24. Same with height, 24 for now. And now let's use our avatar component. Inside comments, instead of this span avatar, let's do avatar. Now let's see, almost there. It has been stretched with this flex, as you can see. So to fix it, I will put another div here, and now only this div will be stretched, but this will not be stretched. So now we have something like this. I think it's too big, so I will make it small. Let's do 8. That is maybe too small. Let's do 12. Yeah, I think this looks fine. I have everything zoomed in, so it will be like this in 100% zoom. I think it looks fine. Few more things I would like to add to comments. We have this comment here, it's flex, but for the content, I'll put this paragraph here into a div, and under this paragraph, I would like to add another div, and we will have here username, like, let's put for now anonymous user, and I want to place a mid dot here. I think it's like this, yes, and I want to put when the comment has been added. So let's put here a few seconds ago. Later we will change this to make it dynamic, but for now I'll just put it like this, just for styling. Let's add some class names here, and let's add text gray 600. Let's do margin top of 2, at least 2. Yes, and let's make the text smaller, text SM. Yes, maybe we can make it even brighter. Let's do 400. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Now I would like those texts to be the same gray as this. So let's go to feedback item, and let's see, we have this text gray 600 that we should use. Let's go to feedback item pop-up. We have this paragraph here. Let's add class names of this. So when I open, it's the same color. Now let's go to feedback item pop-up comments. And let's see, here we have a comment, here we have paragraph. Let's add the class names, text gray. Yeah, so now it looks better, I think. All right, so now I think we have all the basic structure, and the next thing will be to actually make it work. So we should first be able to post a suggestion, fix this button that it will actually post, so we can send this to the database, also with attaching files, and then we should grab those from the database and display those here. So for now, everything is hard-coded. If we go to just page.js, as you can see, those two are hard-coded here inside feedbacks. But the next step will be actually to save everything into database from here. And instead of using those feedbacks that are hard-coded, we should grab them from the database. So we should get everything that we have saved. On the beginning, it will be empty, but we will start by fixing this pop-up so it actually saves into the database, so we can then read it and open here. So let's do this now. I'll open this pop-up, and I will open this component as well, feedback form pop-up, and let's see, what do we have here. All right, so the first thing we need to fix here, as you can see, we just have some HTML, and the first thing is that we need to fix state for those two inputs here. So let's fix the state, and the first one, let's call it title, and set title equals use state from React, import yes, and the default will be empty string here, as you can see, and the next one will be for our, let's see, description. Should we call it description or details? Let's call it description. Set description, use state, default will be empty string here as well. All right, now let's use those both. So the first one for the input here, let's do value equals, let's put it into new line, value equals title, and let me format this a little better. Let's put class names here, and type here, placeholder, and value here, and here I will do on change equals, and with the event we just need to do set title event target value. Yes, so now this should work. Yes, this works as well, but we need to fix the state. Let's see. Yeah, let's fix the state for the text area. I will open this back here, and let's see, class names, I'll put it into separate lines so it will be easier to follow. And well, as you can see here, we have a closing tag for text area, and we could actually put here description to print it as the value, but it would be much better to do like this and to use value here. So let's do description, and here let's do on change, and with the event I want to do set description event target value. And now let's see if this works. I will just refresh here. Let's do test. Yeah, everything seems to work. Just to be sure, I can do description here just to print it above, and yeah, everything works. So I can get rid of this here, and yeah, this works. So now we have state for title and description, and what we want to do now is that when we hit this create post button, we want to save this title and this description into a database, right? So let's scroll down. Here we have attach files. Here we have create post. Let's add on click here, on click, and well, on click, let's define a function that should be run when we click this. Under our state, I will do function, and let's call this function handle. We can do maybe something like this, create post, as the button says, because we have create post here. Or what I really like to do is that for every function name that is a result of some event inside a user event on the application, I try to put description into function name. For example, handle create post button click. Then I know if I have just create post, well, I know that it will probably create a post. But if I have a function name like handle create post button click, then I know that this function handles the event when the user clicks this button, create post button click. Handle create post button click. So a longer name, but when you work maybe in a team with more programmers, it's much easier to guess what this function is about and why it has been created. So now let's do let's use this function first on this button on click. Let's put it here. And now what should we do with this function here? This function, what should it do? It should send this title and description to our backend. We don't have any backend yet, but we can create it, right? So the only thing that this function should do, the MVP of this function, is to just send a request to a backend. We don't have a backend, but we can send a request even to non-existing backend. I will open terminal here. I will open new tab, and for our project I will install Axios. So I will do yarn add Axios, and Axios is just for sending requests both to between like front and back end and so on. And you can also send requests with fetch. I'm using this also in a few projects, but I think Axios is much better to use because it's easier and simpler, and you need to write less code. So that's some advantages. Right, but now as you can see, this is installed now. I can hide my terminal and I can use Axios. So if I typed Axios here, hit enter, as you can see, it has been auto imported for me. If it doesn't do it for you, you need to add this import line. Now I'll do Axios dot, and I want to send a post request. Right, and where do we want to send it? Well, for now I'll just put the empty string, and let's first put all the data we want to send. We want to send title to be title and description to be description. We can do something like this, and this means that to the backend we will send the title, and the value of the title will be the title that we have here inside our state. Same with the description, but because those names are the same, we can do just title and description. And now we can do dot then. I'll put this dot then into a separate line. It will be easier to read. And then I will do just empty arrow function, and that's it. For now, nothing will happen. Same as I would just remove this function, it will give the same result. But maybe let's put here response. And here let's just do console log, and let's call console log this response, right? Now, where do we want to send it? Well, we want to send it to our backend. We don't have any backend functions yet. But let's see. Here inside our app, inside our feedback board app, we have this app directory, and this is new in Next.js 13. And we can put our API or backend here inside. So one way is we could do like an API directory, or we could put it as a separate route. So I think that it would be nice to have all API endpoints, all backend endpoints inside a separate URL. Let me show you. For now, we have just this localhost 3000. I don't know if you can see this because it has small letters here. But we can send it to localhost 3000. I can maybe copy and put it here. And this is our app. It opens here. And if we want to send this title and set title and description somewhere to our backend, we can send it to, for example, we can send it a post request to /feedback. Yeah, we can do this. And then if we have something more like comments, we can do post requests to comments. But I think that for all API requests, all backend requests, it would be nice to have a separate directory for this. Like all backend requests will start with /API. So that's why I'm going to create a new directory here inside my app called API. It can be something else. You can name it backend or something else. It doesn't really matter. Or you instead of having API, you can do just let's say just feedback. And inside feedback you just put a route file that will handle all the requests. But I think it's good to have a separation between backend and frontend, and more separation. So I'm going to do API and then feedback. So inside API I will do feedback directory, and inside feedback I will do just new file, and I think it will be just route.js. Now inside our route.js, as you can see, this file is inside feedback and feedback directory is inside API. Now here I can just export a function post with capital letters because we want to handle post requests for this. When we send this form, when we click this button, we want this to go to this post request where we will receive this title and details. All right, but maybe let's first show you export function get request so we can test if it works. Let's just do a response. So let's see, we can use default response object. Let's do response, and let's do JSON, and let's do test here. Let's try to return this, and now the URL should be /API/feedback. And let's see if this will work. I will do /API/feedback. And as you can see, we get this test. All right, so now let me go back. I will get rid of this test. And now let's handle this post request, right? So let's put also here some JSON so we can test if everything works. Response.json, and let's put test post for now. Let's do return here just in case. And well, first we want to grab the title and description here, right? So to grab it, we can grab it from here. So let's do request, yes. And well, let's maybe start by grabbing it here. So let's do const, and we want all the JSON. So let's do JSON equals, and let's do request.json, and this is a function. And I think we need to do a wait here. So we will wait for this JSON to be passed here because this is async function. And as you can see, now it's red here because we need to add async here. Right, so we have this JSON, And let's see what happens if we try to print it here. Maybe I can rename it to JSON body, and let's do the same thing here, JSON body. All right, so if we post to this request to /API/feedback, if we send a post request, it should just return what we send. So I will do inspect here in my browser. Let's go to network. And now let's try to send this. Let's do test. Because as you remember, inside our feedback form pop-up, we are just sending Axios post to no URL. Oh, let's fix it. /API/feedback. And we are just sending title and description. Right, so let's do test 2. I will clean this, create post, and let's see, something happened, but it looks weird. It's red and it's cancelled. I think it's cancelled because, let's see, we have a form here, and as you can see, also the pop-up disappeared. And I can show you that also when we click this button, the page reloads. We get the spinner that something is loading here, and the page refreshes. And this is because this button, create post, is inside a form. And by default, we are sending this form with default HTML form sending function. And instead, we want to get this button. When we click it, we want to grab the event, and we want to do event stop, not stop, prevent default. So we will not do default action with HTML form sending. So let's do make a suggestion. Let's do test 2. Let's clear here, create post, and now we send feedback, and we get status 200. Let's see, feedback headers. And as you can see, we are sending this to /API/feedback. We are sending into request payload description test 2, title test, and we get the same in the response. So now everything works. Well, it doesn't work perfectly, but we have some backend function here. So what do we want to do now? We want to save it to a database, right? So first we need to create a database, right? We need to have a place to save it somewhere. I think that the best place would be to use Mongo Atlas. I use it all the time because, well, they have a free account. You can use free databases. So I will just sign in. And now here I will create a new project. So let's do a new project, and the name of the project will be just feedback boards. Let's do next. I don't need any member. Extra member is just me, project owner. Created project, and now I just need to build a database. And let's see, we have some extra things here. We can do a free database, or we can pay by hour, or we can do serverless. And I prefer to grab a free database. The thing with free databases is that they will be shut down if they are not used for like 30 days or something like this. And it's of course much slower than a paid version, even if it's serverless or if you pay by hour. This works fine. It's not like super slow. It's fine. If you have like a production project, you should definitely go serverless or a paid version. But just for learning, free version is really good. So here I will just hit create. It's all I need here. Well, let's fix this captcha thing. Okay, so now it's creating database, and it moved us to this quick start security. And I need just to create a username and password here. So I will do just feedback boards, and this password here will be good enough. I will maybe just without this dash here, feedback boards. And let's create this user. And yeah, it looks like it works fine. Now here underneath we want to put what kind of addresses we want, IP addresses we want this database to be accessible. And as you can see, my IP address has been already added. I don't know if it's automatically, but you can click this button, add my current IP address, and it will add it for you. If you want to add all possible email IP addresses, so if you want this database to be accessible from all possible places, you need to put like 0000, and you can also do this here, add IP address. Here you have button allow access from everywhere. It will be like this. And you need to do this if you deploy your app to Vercel or somewhere. So you can access the database from other servers, right? But for now, I will just use my IP, but later we are going to deploy it. So I think I will add all the IP addresses as well. Let's confirm. And yeah, now let's go back to the database here. And I copied the password, so I need to put it somewhere. Let's go to my app. Here's our app. I don't have any .env file, so I will create one. Let's do new file, and let's do .env. And here in .env, you just put all the configuration. So for me, I will just put, I will prepare for Mongo URL, or let's put Mongo pass for now, so I don't lose it. And now let's see. Here is my database. I'll click connect here, and let's put that I want to connect with shell. And I think I will go this. No, not shell. Let's go back. Not VS Code, not Compass. Here is the URL we can use. Yeah. So here is for Node.js. Yeah, so it works fine. And we can copy this. And let's put it here. Mongo URL equals, let's put it inside parentheses. And we have this URL. But as you can see, they put password like this. And we need to put our, we need to put our real password here instead. So I will put it here. And I will just remove this Mongo pass from here. So we have our Mongo URL with our real password. I will change it later so you guys cannot use it. And we should be able to use this Mongo URL now inside our app. So first I will try to see if it's accessible. Let's go to app API route here. Here, as you can see, we are printing this JSON body. So let's put JSON body, and I want to also have see if this URL will be accessible. So the const mongo URL equals, let's do process.env dot, and let's do mongo URL underscore URL, and let's try to print it here. Let's see if I will get it inside my response. Create post. Let's see. Yes, you can see here is the URL. We don't want to print it here. We just want to use it, right? So I want to grab this Mongo URL. I need to put it back here. Mongo URL. Let's do process.env mongo underscore URL. And I want to connect to the database at this URL, right? So now to connect to a Mongo database, well, I think that the best solution is to just use Mongoose because it's the most popular. So let's just yarn add Mongoose here. So now we have a Mongoose here installed. And well, for Mongoose, we need to create models. So I will create my models here inside app. So let's do new directory, and let's put here models. All right. And now for models, we need to create our first model. So let's do new file. And my first model will be feedback.js, right? And now we want to define our model. So let's do something like this: export default. Well, sorry, not export default. It's not a React component. We want to define a model. So first we need to define schema for this model. So the structure of how the data will look like inside this collection. So we'll do const, and let's call this feedback schema equals new schema, and let's import schema from Mongoose. And for our schema, let's put an object here, and inside an object we want to do define our collection or our schema here. So for each suggestion we want to have a title, and let's it will be type of string, and it will be required. So let's do required true. Let's do the same thing for description. So let's put description here, and this will be good enough for now. Maybe we can add another thing here, and it would be just IP address. So let's do IP, and it will be the same. Let's just do type string, and it's required. And well, we will have title, description, and the IP of who sent this feedback or suggestion. So this is the first param, this object. We can add another param of object with options here. And what I like to add here is timestamps to be true. And this way it will add timestamps to every object that we are putting inside database. Right, we have feedback schema. We need to now create a model. So let's do const, and let's define our model. Let's call our model feedback model. Yes, I made it with capital letter because, well, I like models to be with capital letters. And now for our model, we want to first see if this model has been defined before. So let's do models, let's import it from Mongoose, and let's check if we have feedback model. Then we will return it otherwise, so that's why those two pipes here. Otherwise, let's create a new model with model function imported from Mongoose. As you can see, it imports here. Model with the name of feedback model. And the second param is the schema, and the schema is just feedback schema. I think that feedback model is too long, so I would just do feedback models feedback, and here as well feedback. Yeah, short and sweet. And we want to export it as well, so we can use somewhere else. We want to export this const feedback. Right, so now let's go back to our route that is inside API feedback. And now we can import our model here, and we can use it to put stuff into the database, right? So let's do this. Before we can do this, we need to connect to our Mongoose database with this URL here. So let's do Mongoose. Let's import from mongoose.connect. And now to connect, we just want to pass this Mongo URL. Yes, and I think that's it. Now let's use our feedback model, feedback from feedback.js. And as you can see, it has been imported for me magically. I really like it. Now let's do that, and let's see. We have a create function here that we can use. And with this create function, what do we want to do? We just want to create a feedback with some data that we have here inside JSON body. So we can actually grab it from JSON body. So let's do const, and let's do title, description, from JSON body. Yes. And here where we create, we just put all the things we want to push it here to this new document. So I just want to have title and description. There's one more thing we want to add here, and it's an IP address. I don't have an IP address yet. I need to grab it. For now, I will just put this const IP equals empty string, and I will put it here, IP. I need to check if it's IP. Yes, it's IP. Well, IP could be actually, I now come up with IP can be sometimes not reliable. So I will actually get rid of this IP from here and from here just for now. And let's go to feedback and let's remove this IP for now. Right. Let's now see if this will work. I will do test1 and test1 description. And let's save it now without the IP. Let's create post. Let's see, something has have worked. We get preview of the response. Oops, let's go to this route. We created, we get this response. We should actually add a wait here because this is an async function, but let's see if it has been added for us. So let's do, here is our database. Let's do browse collections. And we have feedbacks here, as you can see. And we have our one object here. And we have title test1 and description test1 description. And we have timestamps here. So that is really nice. And yeah, it worked. So now we are saving this into the database. Let's go back to this component, feedback form popup. And here, as you can see, we are not doing anything. We are just console logging the response. And if we go to console log, you can see we have this response with the data, but we don't want to console log it. Instead, when we send this, what do we want to do when we click this? We want to save this into the database and we want to close this pop-up, right? So let's see. Let's remove this console log. Let's put enter here. And what do we want to do? We want to close the pop-up and we can use this set show to do this. So let's do set show and set show to false. So we want to hide it. Is there anything else we want to do? Well, not now. I think that's good. We get this response, but we don't need this, so we'll put just empty parentheses. All right, so now let's put and let's see, and let's create another test2 and test2 description, create post, and as you can see, it has been closed. So let's see into database. I will refresh here and let's see if we have two documents. And yes, we do. We have test1 and test2. Right, so now we can create suggestions without attaching files, but we can do this. So now the next stuff we need to fix is to display suggestions and to actually fix so we can attach files, because I think this is also an important functionality that we need to fix, because for every suggestion we want to, let's say, attach screenshots or I don't know, some Excel files, PDFs, whatever. So it's good to have this functionality done. So I think let's start now by fixing this attach files function. All right, so now let's fix attaching new files. So first, inside our pop-up, let's locate this button. Yes, it's here. So let's create a function for this. Let's call function and let's name it the same way we are naming this function. So let's do handle and attach files button click, and let's grab event. And first we want to do prevent default because we don't want to submit this form the default way. And then what? Well, then we need to put this function here, right? On click. But what do we want to happen when we click on this button? Let's think about this first, right? So when we click on this button, we just want to select a file. So maybe let's stop here. Let's not develop this function further. Let's first think, how do we want to upload file first? We need an input of type file, right? So let's put it here. And as you can see, I have this ugly choose file input here. So I want to hide it. To hide it, I will put class names on this class name, and let's put hidden for now. And let's see. Yes, now it's hidden. Now, when I click this button, what I want to do is actually to click this input type file, right? To select files. So I can do this two ways. First is to passing on click on this button, and when I click on this button, I will fire on click on this thing, on this input. Or there's also an easier way, and it's like this. I will remove this function, and instead of having button attach files, I will do a label, and inside this label I will put this hidden input, and inside this label I will put a span attach files. And yes, now let's see. Now we have the old button and we have this label. And the thing is that when I click this label, nothing. Oh, here I get this file picker as I got before. So I have this forest photo here, and that we can use, and I will just prepare another one. And now I even have this MacBook, some photos so we can test with. Let's pick one and let's see what happens. Nothing happens. I can still attach files, and well, first I don't need two buttons. I need only the one that works, so I will get rid of this old one. Let's remove this one, and now we have this label with this input of type file inside. It doesn't look good, so we are going to fix it first. Let's do class name, and well, let's add some class names here. First, let's do maybe not on this span, but let's do on this label instead, class names, and well, let's do padding on the top and the bottom of 2. Yes, and let's also add some padding on the sides. Let's do padding on the sides of 4, and let's do text gray 600. Yeah, I think this will work. Now it looks a little better. I also want to have cursor pointer, so I have this hand cursor when I hover this. All right, now when I click on this, I will get this pop-up to pick files, but I need to have a function that should handle when I select files, right? So an easy way to do this is to add on this hidden input on change, and on change I will pass a function here. So let's define it here on the top, and let's call this function on, or rather handle, and handle, what do you want to handle? Handle attach files input change. Okay, and we get event here. Let's just console log this event for now, and that will be it. And let's use this function here on change. Let's do this, and now I will open here inspect to see what do we have it. Let's clear this, and let's attach. Let's get this forest, or maybe this MacBook, open, and we get this event here. And the thing is that here inside this event JSON or event object, we have this target, we have value. Value is just some path that is fake path, but what we are looking for is actually DEF files. As you can see inside the event target files, we have this one file. So inside this function, let's grab files first. So let's do const files equals event target. So from event target, we want to grab files. Well, let's see what do we have inside files. Files is a file list. So, well, we don't want to have an object of file list. Instead, I want to have an array. So how can we do this to an array? First, I will do files, dot files. Nothing changes now. Files will be an files file list. But if I do something like this, then it will be converted to an array. So I'm using this spread operator and I'm creating a new array. Right, so inside files, I have an array of files. And let's see, inside each file, what do we have? Last modified, name, we have size, we have type, and it looks like that's all, but that is not everything that we have here. And we can actually grab this object and we can read this file. So we can actually read it and then we can send the content of this file, the binary data that is inside. So how can we grab this? First, let's loop through all the files. Let's do for loop and let's do for each const file of all the files. For each file, we want to do something. And for each file, I just want to grab the data, the file binary data, and I want to put it into an object called form data because I want to send all this, the whole request as a form data instead. Not a JSON request, I want to send it as a form data request. So let's do this. Let's do const data equals new form data, right? So we have this data object here and we just want to do data and we want to do append and we want to just do file and file, right? And now let's see underneath, let's do console log data so we can see what we will get inside here. I'll clean this, we can fix those warnings later. Make suggestion, attach files. Let's pick only one file. So let's do maybe this MacBook, open, we have form data. And it looks like it's empty, but that's all right. Let's try to send it. So we don't want to send the whole request. We want to send this file. We want to send this file to upload a file. So how can we do this? Let's see. Let's do Axios so we can send this data. Let's do Axios. Let's import this, or it's already imported, and let's send a post request. Let's do /API/upload. Right, and now the only thing we want to put here is data. It will not be JSON, it will be this form data we are sending here. All right, and now what do we want to do? Now let's maybe do an await here, and let's wait for the response. Response this, and now we have red here because we need to add async function. Right, we can do await here, or we could actually, sorry, it should be async. Right, we can do await, or we can do that then. Doesn't really matter, and there is no difference. Let's do await, so we will continue here underneath, and we don't need to chain with that then. Right, but we have response. Let's do console log and response. Right, now let's see. Nothing changed, and that's okay. Let's fix this API endpoint. /API/upload. Inside API we have feedback. Let's add a new directory called upload, right? And inside let's put route as well. New file, route.js, and inside, as you remember, we just need to do export function post, because it will be a post request. And let's grab a request from here, maybe just from request. And what do we want to do here? Well, we want to see what we want to grab the file contents, right? So how can we do this? Well, let's do request, and here we have something called form data. Well, the same name that we used to send it. As you remember, here we are creating a form data object, and here we are doing request.form data. All right, but it's a function, so let's do it like this, parentheses, and let's add a wait here just in case, and here async, right? So now let's do const, and how can we call this thing? Let's call this just form data equals this, and let's do console log so we can print it, form data, so we can see what's inside. And let's see if it works now. I want to attach files. Let's select this file, open, and let's see inside my terminal, nothing happened. Let's see network. I don't see anything. Let's refresh, make suggestion, attach files, MacBook, open. We get some error here. Let's see. Cannot read properties of the file, reading headers. But we have name and value of form data, and we have an error from Webpack, and this is now 500. The result of this request is 500. Let's fix it. Let's fix it maybe by doing return response response.json. Let's return OK. And now let's see what will happen. I'll refresh, make suggestion, attach files. Let's pick this MacBook, open. And now, as you can see, everything worked. So we have upload request 200, and we get a response OK. Right, we have this form data here. As you can see, it has been printed here to our terminal. We don't have any error now, so that's good. And inside form data, as you can see, it's kind of like an array, and inside this array we get this file, and it's this file, right? One thing I would like to fix is to be able to select multiple files. So let's go quickly back to our pop-up, and to this input let's add multiple. Yes, just multiple. And now let's see how this will look like now. I will refresh, make suggestion, attach files. I want to pick this one and this one, open. So now, as you can see, we have an array, and it's an array of objects. We have two objects. The first one is name file, then we have value, and the value is actually a file. Same here. Right, so we can loop through this form data to grab all the files, right? So let's do something like this. For const file of form data, and let's do almost the same thing. Let's just print this file. I will refresh here, attach files. Let's see if this will actually work. Open, and we get two console logs. As you can see, two objects for each file. We get size, we get name, and we get type and the last modified. And now we just want to, for each file, we just want to upload it to S3. So so this is what we are going to do now. I have logged into my S3 account, and we need to create an S3 bucket. So let's go to my S3. And well, you may not like that I put everything on S3, because you need to validate with your, you need to create the account with credit or debit card. But this is what people usually use for enterprise applications. You upload files to S3. You can use Supabase instead, because they have a free account without any credit card. but well, I think that S3 is the best place to store your upload files. So, and the name of the bucket will be, let's call it feedback boards, like this, or maybe feedback boards uploads. Yes, and let's see, ACLs disabled. Let's do ACLs enabled. And I want to do, let's see, I don't want to block all the access. I want to acknowledge this because I want to make all files publicly available. If you know the link, you should be able to access this file. Let's see, is it everything? Yes, I think that's all for what we need to change. Let's create this bucket. And now we have this feedback boards uploads bucket that we can use. So now we need to create a user. So I will go to security details, and let's see, I will go to users, and I will add user, and the username, I'll put the same name, feedback boards uploads. Let's do provide user access to AWS management console. If you are providing console access to a person, now we don't need this. We just need one user for our API, right? So I don't want to have any groups. I just want to attach policies. And let's say I want to create a policy because it will be the most flexible way. Specify permissions. I want to specify permissions on S3. Let's click S3 and let's do all S3 actions. And here I will select any, but I will select any for this account, any on this account, access points and stuff like this, jobs and all objects except the bucket. I want to specify the bucket. So here I can do any bucket name. I will unselect this and I will put my bucket name. So this user can do anything on this bucket, but only on this bucket, right? Let's do next, and name of the policy. I will put feedback boards uploads policy. Yeah. And that's all. Create policy. And now we are back to our users, I think. So let's find this policy. Where is it? Feedback boards upload policy. This one. And let's create. I created this. Okay, we are inside policies. I want to close this one. Here we are back to this, our user, set permissions. Here we have our policies. I want to refresh it because I created a new one. I will search for my policy that I newly created. I selected this one. Let's do next. And that's it. Now let's do just create user. And it has been created. So let's find it. Let's search for our user. We have our user here. And now let's go to security credentials. And now let's create an access key. Create access key. And well, what do we need to select here? Third-party service or application running outside AWS. Let's do application running outside AWS because we have our application that will run localhost for now. Next, and description. Now let's just create access key. So I have now access key and secret access key. We need to put both of them inside that .env. So let's put it here. Let's call it S3 underscore access key equals this. Let's copy this and let's put it here. And let's do the same thing for this S3 secret access key. Yeah, let's call it this way. And this one, Let's see if it's the same. Yes. So we have those two. Now I'm done. So now let's go back to my upload route. And now for this file, I want to upload it to my S3 bucket that I have just created, right? So how can we do this? First, we need to install AWS SDK client for JavaScript. So let's open terminal, and in this new tab where we are yarn installing everything, let's do yarn add, and let's add at AWS dash SDK, and now we just need to add slash client dash S3. That's all we need to install. And well, now it's installing. Yeah, now it's installed, and now we can start using this. So what do we need from this package to put files to S3? Well, we need to define our client first using this package. So how can we define the client? Let's do const client, or maybe we can call it as my S3 client, something like this. And now let's use new, and let's do S3 client, and let's import it from AWS SDK. Yes, and now let's open these curly brackets to put object information here. So first, region. Let's do region, and we need to check where we created our S3 bucket. Let's open this bucket. I think it was North Virginia. Let's search for feedback boards. Yes, it's in North Virginia. Let's go back to buckets. Yes, US North Virginia. And here is the US East one that we need to copy and paste here. Right, so we have region. What else do we need? The last thing we need is just credentials, and credentials is just an object where you need to have an access key, and that is a string, and secret access key. That should be also a string. And now, as you probably know, we just need to use this process env to grab it. So let's do process.env, and let's see inside our .env file, it's just S3 access key and S3 secret access key. So let's do S3 access key, and here let's do process .env S3 secret access key. Yeah. So now we have defined our S3 client, and now we want to use our client to upload files, right? So how can we upload files? Well, let's go here, and to upload files, we just do await, and we will do client, my S3 client, the client we have defined, and we want to send. And now what do we want to send? We just don't send the file because we want to provide some more information about this file, right? So we are sending actually a command, and to use this command, we will do new, and it will be put object command, import from AWS. Here let's put an object, and what do we want to have here? Here we need to put information. Here we need to put information about the bucket. So the bucket name, let's see, the bucket name was feedback boards uploads, feedback boards uploads, yes. And the key is actually like a file name. So let's define the file name. I don't want to use the same file name as we have here inside file. Why? Because if you upload the same file twice, it will be file name collision. If you do like photo.jpg or something like this twice, then well, that will be a problem. So to fix it, I will add a timestamp on the beginning of each file name. So I will do something like this. Let's see what do we get if I do date.now. If I do date.now, I have this timestamp that we can use. So for the key, I will put date.now. I will put this to string to convert it to string, and I will add the file name that we have here. So let's see how it's what is the name. We have file, and then it's a name here. So I will add the timestamp and then this name. So let's remove this empty string, and let's do just file.name. All right, so we have what bucket where we want to put it, what should be the name of this file or object on the S3. Now we need to put ACL, and ACL is well, what should be the permissions on this file, and we just want to put it public read so everyone can access this file if they have this proper link with the timestamp here. So what else do we need? We need to have we need to put the binary data of the file itself. So how can we do this? We need to put the body of the file, body, and well, to send the body, we need to convert this file to a stream and to a buffer. So how can we do this? Let's first try to send it as a stream, or maybe let's first try to send it as it is file, and let's see what will happen. One more thing that we actually also need to send is content type. And for content type, we need to send, let's see, we need to send this type. So let's do file type. So they will know that this is image of type JPEG that we are sending. Right, and when we are done with this, we will create a link, const link, or maybe let's just do console log. Let's do console log, and we want to print this. But this thing will change for every second or for every millisecond. So let's define it here somewhere above. Const name equals this, and then let's use name here, and let's print the name here. And to not just print the user to file name, I want to print the full link. So I'll do HTTPS, and here bucket name. So feedback boards uploads .s3.amazon.aws.com/ and the file name. Right, and now let's see if this will work. I will refresh, make suggestion, attach files. Let's attach those two. Let's open terminal. Let's scroll to the bottom, and well, we get 500 error. And let's see what else. Module not found. Well, we get some errors. Let's scroll to the top. Looks like we need to install this. They are missing a module. Cannot found, cannot resolve this module. So I will copy this and let's install it as well. Let's do yarn add and let's install this. I will refresh here. Let's open this, scroll to the bottom, make a suggestion, attach files. Let's select those two. Let's do open and let's see what will happen. Well, we see files, host ID. Let's see network. We get 500, so we still get an error. Let's see why here at the top. And I will make it a little bigger. A header you provided implies functionality that is not implemented. Well, let's see. We are sending a post request, and here is a post request. Let's see where we are sending this. API upload. So there is something wrong with what we are sending. And let's maybe try by changing the body of the file to just test. Let's try again. Let's refresh, make a suggestion, attach files, and I will select only one. Let's scroll, and as you can see, we get one link, but we get this undefined here on the end. So this is wrong. Let's see why do we get undefined. For this name, we are adding file.name, and it's undefined. Let's see why. I will scroll up a little bit to see how the file object looks like. We have this name on the each file, and it's weird that we are not getting this, and instead we are just getting undefined. But I will do console log on file, and let's do it like this. I will console log file and name to be file.name, so we can see if this will work. Let's refresh, make suggestion, attach files. Let's select this one. Let's open terminal, scroll to the bottom, and well, let's see. We have file, and this file is actually an array itself. And it contains file, and that is actually a key, and file as an object. So actually, we don't want to grab it file like this as a whole. Instead, we want only to grab file from inside. Maybe this will not work. File info, and let's define file equals file info dot file. Right, now let's see. I will refresh here, make suggestion, attach files. Let's put this open, and I can read of undefined reading name. We still get undefined here. Let's see, compiling. Let's do this again. Attach files. Let's send this one open. Cannot read properties undefined reading name. So something is wrong here. Let's print only the file, and let's keep the rest. So I will do continue here. All right, and now let's see, attach files. Let's pick this one. So what again, let's do open. File is undefined, so we are grabbing something wrong here. Let's also, oh sorry, I know why. File info is not an object, it's an array. And as you remember, it's an array, and it has two items. The first is just a key, and the second is an object. And we want to grab the second. So let's do square brackets first. So let's do the second item, and now it should work. So let's get rid of those. Let's refresh, make suggestion, attach files. Let's put those two. Let's open terminal to the bottom, and we have two links. Let's select the first one. Let's see, and we cannot see this. No search bucket. Feedback board. It should be boards. Feedback boards uploads. Let's see if this is just a typo here. If we can still access this. Yes, it kind of works. We could access the file, but as you remember, we changed this to test. Instead, let's try to send the whole file. Let's do refresh here, make suggestion. Let's maybe send only one file. Let's see, we should get, we get an error. As you can see, we cannot send a file as an object. Instead, we need to send a buffer or array buffer or array-like object, but we send a file object instead. So to change this to actually a buffer, let's do something like this. Let's add a dot, and let's do stream like this, stream, and let's see if the AWS library will accept this. Let's do refresh. I will open terminal, make suggestion, attach files. Let's send this one, and well, let's see. No, we still get an error. They want buffer or array buffer, but we send readable stream. Okay, so we want to change it to a buffer, right? Let's try to do buffer. I think buffer is a built-in class here. So let's do buffer, and let's do from, and well, sorry, not here. Here for the body, buffer from, and let's do this. And now let's see if this will work. Attach files, this one. Let's refresh, make suggestion, attach files. Let's send this one. And let's see. No, still nothing. Buffer, array buffer, but we send a readable stream. So to fix it, we need to create first an empty buffer. So let's do here const buffer equals, and now just let's put null for now. And we need to loop through this stream so we can get chunks of buffer or chunks of the binaries inside. So let's do here let's put file stream. We need to add a weight here for each chunk of the file stream. Let's do const chunk. Let's put those chunks together. Let's do const chunks equals array, and let's do something like this: chunks push chunk, chunk. Yes. And for our buffer, we want to create a buffer, and we want to concat those chunks. Yes. And now let's try to send this. Body will be our buffer that we have created. All right. Let's refresh. Let's see. Make a suggestion. Attach files. Open. And it's uploading, and looks like it works. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, I clicked the link and we can access the uploaded file. So that works. Now we can upload files, but now we need to display uploaded files. So when we upload the file, it uploads. We want to show spinner or something, and then we want to list those files here. And then we can remove files, we can change description, and then when we are done, we want to create post with the title, details, and the files that we have uploaded. So now we want to first display those uploaded files here. All right, so now let's display those photos and those files here as attachments underneath the details. So to do this, let's open here our files. Let's see. We have this components, and inside we have this feedback form pop-up, right? So now here inside, let's see, we have this attach files here, button or label, and here we are uploading files, and then we are just doing console log with the response. And with the response, we just get OK. So first, instead of OK, we would like to have something else. So as you can see inside this route, we are console logging the link, but instead I would like to put all the links here, right? So how we can do this? Here we are looping through the files. Let's define an array with all the links. Links equals empty array, and then for each file, I want to add a link. So let's do links, push, and let's put this inside here. And we don't need this console log anymore. And then instead of this, OK, let's just put links. All right. Now let's see what happens if we make suggestion, attach files. Let's take those two, open, and let's go to network. And it's still uploading. It says pending. Well, let's see if it works. Now it's uploaded. Yeah, so we should have data here, and we have data, and we have two links. Right, so this works. It just It's just that those files are pretty big, so it takes few seconds to upload them. All right, but we are getting those two links. So let's handle this. Let's go back to our component. And now instead of just console login in response, inside response data, we have an array of links. So we can display those links here, right? So let's go here at the top and let's add a state for those. Let's do const and let's do uploads and set uploads, use state. Let's say default will be empty array. And now after upload, let's do set uploads to response data. So we will have those links there. Another thing that I would like to fix is that when something is uploading, I would like to have a spinner or something. So let's see. I will add another state here. So let's do const, or maybe let's fix the preview first. So for our uploads, we want to fix the preview so we can see those images, right? So let's scroll down here under this details, under this text area. Let's add the div, and this div will be only visible if we have uploads. So let's do uploads. Let's check if we have any length that is bigger than 0. Then let's do parentheses, and we will have a div here inside. And with this div, we want to map through those uploads. And for each upload, let's do arrow function here, parentheses, and for each upload, we'll have another div. And in this div, what do we want to have? We want to first check if it's maybe an image. So let's check that if upload is actually a link. So maybe I can rename it to link. If link, if it ends with, if there's a function, is there a function ends with? Yes, there is ends with. Let's see if this will work. If it ends with JPEG, I want to display this as an image. If it's JPEG, then, so let's do a question mark here, and we will do this in parentheses, otherwise, so colon this. And here in this first, I will do an image. Otherwise, I will do, let's say, a div with not an image. Or maybe div with just the link. Right? So let's see. If it's JPEG, let's display this as an image with this link. And well, that should work for now. We will also need to make this div a little smaller. So let's do height of, I don't know, 8 for now. So we can see if this works. Let's refresh, make suggestion, attach files. I will attach those two, open, and let's see, it's uploading, pending, and now it's uploaded. As you can see, it looks really bad. Let's maybe not change the height here. Instead, let's change this height on the, or maybe let's have it on the div, but for this image, let's do also class names. Let's do height auto and with auto as well. Let's see if it helps. No, it doesn't. Let's change the height to 8. Let's see. Yeah, now it's much better. I can maybe make it bigger. I will do 16. Same for this, 16. Yes. And now I would like to add some flex here for this main div that holds everything. All the uploads, I will make it flex, and I will add some gap of 2. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so now they are next to each other. I would like to add rounded corners here for this div that we have for each uploaded file. So let's do rounded, maybe medium. Yeah, let's see. We still see the corners because we do need to do, or maybe I can do rounded medium on the image. instead. Let's see. Yeah, now it's better. So we have now 2 images, and it looks fine. Maybe we can add like a label above attachments. So let's maybe put them here. Not above, not inside this flex. I will put another div, and let's put this whole div with attachments here inside. But I will also add a label, the same that we have for details. I will put this, and I will do attachments. Yes, so we have something like this. And margin top, I will do just 2. I think this will be enough. Yeah, so we have attachments, or maybe we can call it files, doesn't really matter, looks fine. And well, now maybe let's see what happens if we upload a file that is not an image. So let's see, I have created like an almost empty text file, and let's try to open this one. Let's try to upload this one. Now, as you can see, it happens, a few things happened. The first is we get only this link visible here because of this div. And the second thing is actually we removed all the files we added before. So as you can see here, after uploading, we are resetting uploads with the new links that we get back. But we actually want to have those new files from response data, those new links, and the previous ones. So how can we do this? Let's change this to an arrow function. And here as a param, we will get existing uploads that we already have inside uploads, right? And now we can just return existing uploads. Let's do new array with existing uploads, spread it like this, and response data. And let's spread it as well, right? So now if I attach those 2 photos, it's uploading now, and we should see it. Let's scroll down. Yeah, and we see both this first file that is just a link here, and we see those 2 photos. So first, let's maybe start this weird link here, and I want to make it like a gray box, and I want to make this link much shorter. So I want to get maybe rid of all of this. So let's do something like string, substring of this, substring. Yes, and the start will be, let's test with 40. Let's see how much have been removed. Yes, almost. We need like 10 more. So let's do 50. Yeah, we want to also get rid of this timestamp. Let's do maybe 60. Yeah, let's see if I remove just 0. How much, what do we have here? Okay, I want to get everything past this. I removed this substring 5060 because this feedback board's uploads can change in length. If we change the bucket name to something else, the 60 will not work anymore. So instead of doing substring, I will do something like this. I will do split by slash, and I want to take, let's see, third element of this array. So let's see if this will work. Yeah, now we have only stuff after last array, after last slash, sorry. And we want also to get rid of this timestamp. So now let's do substring, and let's do just, I don't know how long it is. Let's see, 10. Now we need 3 more. So let's do 13. Yeah, I think this will work. And I will put this as a separate line here, and let's start this div a little bit with some class names. I want to do background gray. Let's do maybe 400. Let's see. I think it's too dark. Let's do just 200. Yeah, it works fine. Let's add some padding, or maybe let's add some height. first. Let's do height of 16. Same we get for images. Yeah, now let's add some padding. Let's do padding of at least 2. Yeah, and I want to do padding only on the sides, or maybe let's do on the all sides, but I want this text to be centered vertically, so I want it to have it on the middle. So I will do flex on this one, and let's do items center. Now let's see. Yeah, now it's better. And let's do rounded medium here as well. Rounded medium. Yeah, now it's better. And here I would also like to have like an attachments icon. So let's go to hero icons and let's search for file. Do we have something here? No. Attachment. Yes, paperclip. Let's take maybe this paperclip. Let's see, do we have an icons here? No, we don't. But we had like several icons here before. And I think it would be nice to have like a separate directory for icons. So let's do icons. And well, now inside icons, I will do new file. And let's call this one paperclip.js. And here, let's do just export default function and paperclip like this. And let's just return and let's just paste it here. As you can see, we have some class names with of 6 and height of 6. I will grab it from the as properties. So let's do here class name, and the default will be this. So we can put it here, and in case we want to change this width and height, we can change it by passing this property. And we can add more classes. Let's go back to our component here, and let's add our paper clip component. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, and now I will make it smaller. So let's do class name, and I will do width of let's say 4, height of 4, because those defaults doesn't work for me. I want them smaller. Yes, I think it looks fine. But now instead of a div, I would like this to be a link. So instead of this, or maybe instead of this div, I'll make it a link. So let's do a tag, and let's change this to yeah, it can be a tag, and I want to add href to the link, and I want to add the target to blank, so it will open in the new tab. All right, so now let's see if I open this one, it opens in the new tab. I can see this text file, and same with this. Yeah, so it works fine. So now we can see open files in new tab. We see what we have uploaded, and well, we get a small preview. If you want, you can add more extensions like here. We can also add, let's put this into parentheses, and we can check if it also ends maybe with JPEG. Let's do link. If it ends with .png, sorry, PNG, I meant PNG, then it will also show this as an image. It can be also much written much simpler. Let's see, we can do a regex that it ends with let's see, it ends with JPEG, and then we can do test, and let's test the link. Yeah, it should still work. If we do add another G here, then it doesn't work because none of the files ends with .jjpg. So let's do like this, but this way we can do parentheses here, and we can add PNG here, like this. So let me test with also PNG file. We have this test PNG I can use, open, and now it's uploading, and now it's uploaded, and I see also a preview for this image thing. Right, so now we see the uploads, and well, it looks fine for me. All right, now it would be nice to be able to actually remove those files. Let's say you added some text here and a lot of text here. You started uploading files and you're like, oh shit, I don't want to upload this text test.txt. I want to upload other file instead, and I want to remove it. I don't want to create post with this. So how can we remove files? We don't have this functionality yet, but we should have like a delete button on every file here, right? So let's see here. Here we are looping for each upload, and we are adding this a tag, a link for each box here, right? For each link, for each upload. But we need also a button to remove it. So let's add a button here inside this a tag, and this button will say delete. Yeah, looks really bad, but we will fix it. Let's add some class names, and I would change it to just delete, and we will add an icon later. For the class names, first I will add a relative class on this one, so we can position this one on the top right corner. So let's do something like this: right 0, top 0, and let's add absolute here. Yeah, so we can see now this delete is on the top right corner. We can make it some negative values, so it will be a little above. Let's do minus top 2 and minus right 2. So it's a little bit outside. Now I will put this text here, this here, and now let's add some background of let's say gray. Sorry, it should be gray with a 100. Yeah, something like this. Or maybe we can do 200. Let's add a small padding of 1, and I want to add shadow, small shadow. Yes, or maybe let's do medium shadow, and let's make it darker. So let's do shadow black. Let's see, and now they're really too dark. So let's do gray, shadow gray, and let's try with 600. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Let's add also rounded medium for rounded corners. Yeah, and well, now I think that maybe it would be better to have red delete buttons. So instead of this background gray, let's do a background red. Let's see, 300. Yeah, maybe 200. Yeah. And we don't need those shadows, so let's remove those shadows. And now I just want to change this delete to a trash icon. So let's see here, trash. Yeah, and this looks fine. I'll copy this one. Let's put it into our component icons, new file, trash.js. Export default function trash, and let's do return, and let's paste this. And on the top I want to, let's see, add class name as a property, and this will be default. So let's do class name here, and here default will be this. Now let's use it inside our feedback form pop-up. So let's see, instead of this delete, let's do trash. Yes. And let's see, let's go back here. Yeah, it looks nice. Let's see. Yeah, all of them have been removed. Let's add 3 files. And now it's uploading. Yeah, first I think it would be nice to make it make a gap bigger between the files. So instead of gap 2, let's do gap 3. Yeah, I think now it's better. And I want this red to be darker. So let's see. Here we have this trash red. Let's do 500. Maybe that's too dark. Let's do 400. I think this one works, but I want text to be white, so the icon will be white as well. Yeah, so now we can, now we have buttons. I was going to say now we can remove them, but now this doesn't do anything. This just does nothing. Right, but I need to now upload them again. Let's upload only one, and I will also upload another one, maybe this. But now let's fix so we can remove them, right? So let's say I want to remove this one, but this button doesn't do anything. It will just reload the page because it sits inside a form. To fix it, we need to add on click for this button. So let's prepare function for this. Function, let's call this function remove upload. And well, it will take a link as a param, so we know which file we want to remove. And let's take event as a param as well, because we want to prevent the default action here. Let's see, button, let's put class names on a separate line. Here I will add on click as well. And on click, let's do with event, let's do arrow function, and let's do delete link. I was going to use this remove upload function, but all other functions are much better written. The names are better, so let's do the same. Let's do handle remove file button click. Yeah, and then let's do event prevent default, and let's use this function here. Where is our trash here? Delete link with event and link. Right. Now we are doing this prevent default. So nothing happens when we click on this. It doesn't refresh. But now we want to remove this link from this uploads array. So how can we do this? I can show you. We can do set uploads. So we are going to set a new value on the uploads. We get previous uploads here, or we can call it current uploads. It doesn't really matter. This is just uploads that we have right now inside the state. We could as well use just uploads, but it's better if you use arrow functions here to use arrow function and to grab the previous value or current value as a param here. And we just want to return a new value. So the new value will be this array, except this link. So how can we do this? We just want to do current uploads, and we want to do except remove this link. Just return everything except this link. So we can do just filter, and inside filter, we just check that the value, arrow function value, is different than this link. And that's it. Now it should work. If I click this one, let's remove this, let's remove the forest. If I click, it has been removed, so it works fine. It would be probably nice if you add to delete it from the backend. But to have some logging, I will keep it inside the backend in case you wonder. Maybe it would be nice to clean the backend, that when you do a mistake and you want to remove the file, it should be removed from the bucket as well. But just to get some logs and history of all uploaded files, I want to keep them for now. So that's why I will not remove them from backend. But if you want to remove them from backend, you can just do a delete request with, or something like this, Axios delete with /API/upload with just extra information that you want to remove this link. And on this endpoint backend, you just handle this delete with a delete function, and you just do a command to s3 bucket to delete the file. But let's continue. We have a preview for the files, and we can now remove them, right? So I can remove it. Now we don't have any files, but I have this button, so I can upload more files. And they're uploading now. I don't see anything, no indication, but they work, and I have this trash, so I can remove them. So the next thing would be actually to be able to see some indications, so we can see that something is going on and not just waiting. We should know that it works. Right, so for now, when the files are uploading, I don't see anything and just nothing happens. So it would be nice to add information somewhere that it's uploading. For this, I'm going to use state because as you can see here, when we are uploading, we show nothing until everything is uploaded. So let's add a state for this. Const is uploading and set is uploading, use state, default will be false. And here underneath, let's take this state. Let's see, where do we have the files? Here we see some uploads. We will see the uploads underneath. And let's see, if I select two files and they're uploading, I see nothing, but I would like to see, maybe we can do a spinner here, or maybe we can do something with this button. Let's maybe do with the button. I've never done anything like this with the buttons. Let's do buttons. We have this attach files, and well, if it's uploading, what do we want to do? We have this attach files. Let's add something like this, curly brackets here. If it's uploading, then we will say uploading. Otherwise, colon, parentheses, I will have this. So now, if it's uploading, I will remove those files. Let's attach files, test img. Well, nothing happens because we are not using this. We are not setting this set is uploading. We are not using this function. So we need to fix it. When something changes with the file input, so we know it's something to upload. Let's see here. Then let's see. Here we have files, array of files. First, let's check if we don't have any files. Files length is 0, or there's no files length, or it's 0. Let's just return here nothing. Otherwise, we know that there are some files to upload. So let's do something like this. Set is uploading here to true, and after everything is uploaded, let's do set is uploading to false, right? So now if I add file, let's for example this one, still nothing happens. I know maybe why, or maybe I don't. Looks like something wrong is with this. Let's see. Yeah, let's remove this for now. Let's try to attach file. This one open, and now it says uploading, as you can see here, uploading, and now we get another file here. To this uploading, I would like to add the 3 dots. So it will be uploading ... Let's see, here we have uploads, here we have this button. Let's do uploading ... And I would like to add a spinner. And I would like to disable this button. So I want to make it more grayish. It's gray 600 by default, but I want to make it like 200 only. So first I will put it as a string this way. And then I will add a space here, and here I will add a parenthesis plus, and here I will check is uploading, and if it's uploading I will add this string, otherwise this string. Yeah, and here we have this text gray. This will be if it's not uploading, so it goes here, and if it's uploading I want to do 200. Yeah, so now let's see if I want to add another file. Let's do this one. It says uploading ... and now we get another. I want to make it a little darker. I don't want to upload more files yet. I will just for now change it to true, and so I can see this preview. Yeah, I think it works. It works nice. Maybe it would be nice to have a spinner. So to add spinners, I will actually install React Spinners. I think it's called React Spinners. Yes. Let's see if this is the one. Yeah, I think this is the one I want to use. So inside terminal, let's just do yarn add React Spinners. And then we have many different spinners we can use here. But let's use something simple. I think I will use this moon loader. I think it works fine. So let's see. Let's go back here. And let's see, here we have this uploading and we have different classes, but let's maybe change it to have those colors for the text on this span element instead. So I will remove it from here and I will put it here, and we don't need this plus anymore here. Right, nothing has changed, but now I'll add this moon loader. Let's import, and it has been automatically imported for me. And well, let's see, let's just use it as it is, and let's see. Well, it's too big and it should be on the left side. So to fix it, I will add flex here, and I want to change the height on this one. Do we have height? No, but we have some class names. No, maybe not on this one. Let's see, not height, but we have size. So let's do size of 5, and let's see, now it's too small. I think it's size in pixels, so let's do 36, and that's too big. Let's do 24. Yeah, that's better. 12, too small. Let's do 22. Yeah, maybe let's just do 18. Yeah, I think this works fine. We have flex. Let's add a gap of 2, so we'll have some spacing from this text here, and I think it works fine. So maybe we can make it bigger. No, 18 is good enough. Now let's see if it works. Let's change it back to false, because we are not uploading anything. And we shouldn't see this preloader now. So let's see here. Where is it? It's here. We see this moon loader. Let's do this only if it's uploading. It's uploading, and let's put this moon loader inside. Yeah, now let's test it. I will attach 2 files, so it will take a few seconds. And now it's uploading, and now we have 2 files. So yeah, that works really nice, and now we can attach more files if we want to. So that is nice. We can even remove them, and we can attach more, like this test PNG if I want to. Yeah, so this works really nice. Now I would like to be able to add those files to my post, or to my suggestions, or to my feedbacks that I have inside my database. So inside our feedback boards database, I'll click here, browse collections. We have feedbacks. We have 2 test feedbacks that we have created. And here somewhere we have this button handling function. Let's see, for creating, yes, here it is. We are just doing a post request to this API feedback, and we are sending title and description, but we are not sending uploads. And uploads, as you remember, is just an array of links. So I would like to send it as well, links. Sorry, no, it should be uploads. And now we need to go back to this API endpoint, here, feedback route, and we want to grab those uploads here. All right, I just want to be sure that it's uploads. Yes, it is uploads. And now we are creating feedback with title and description. Okay, but I want to add uploads here as well. But then we need to update this feedback model, and we need to add uploads to schema. So let's do uploads, and type of it will be an array of strings. To do this, I will put an array, and I will just put a string model inside string object, string class, sorry. It's not required, so I will not add required true. I will just add a comma here. And I think this should be fine. So let's test uploads and test description. Let's try to create post, and looks like it worked. So let's go to the database. I will hit refresh here, and let's see. I don't see any uploads here. So something went wrong. Let's see. Maybe we need to restart our server. So I will do Ctrl+C. Let's do yarn dev. And let's try again. Make suggestion. Test uploads to. And let's do test here. Let's attach some files. I will do those two. Open. We are uploading them. So this is nice. And let's create post. And let's refresh here. Refresh, and let's see. We have test uploads too, and we have our uploads here. So we have those links. I can make it maybe a little bigger so you guys can see this. We have uploads, test uploads too, and we have uploads. That is an array of 2 links. So that is really nice. So it works. Now I can save links to with the suggestions or feedbacks we are posting. So now the next thing will be a really important step to just show all the suggestions here, right? So yeah, let's do this. So to display those links, to display those feedback items we have inside our database, as you remember, if we go back to just app and then here page, for now we have just those 2 feedback items, and it's hard-coded, and we are just showing them here. And instead now we want to use database to grab the feedbacks that we have inside database, and we want to show them here. So how can we do this? And we need to have an endpoint for this, or we can use server components. But because we have this use client here on this page, we cannot use server components. So we need to have an API endpoint for this. So to do this, I will create an endpoint, or maybe let's use this feedback endpoint that we already have. And here I will use just get endpoint. Let's do export async function get. And here we just want to return JSON with all the feedbacks. So let's do return response JSON, and here we want to put an array of all the feedbacks. So let's do for now just await feedback, and let's do just find, and that should work. So now let's see if this will work. As you remember, this is inside the API feedback route. So let's see, /API/feedback, and it's a GET request. So we see now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 items, 4 feedbacks. So that is cool. Now we can use this endpoint inside our page. Let's see here. Yes. So first let's see. We have title, description, votes count. We don't have any votes yet, but we'll fix it later. Right. First, the first thing is that we want to just display them. But when do we want to do this? When we load the page, we want to grab all the feedbacks, right? To do this, I will use effect for this, and I will use state for this. So for now, I will put state called feedbacks, and let's do set feedbacks. Default state will be empty array. As you can see, now we have some naming collision because we cannot define them here and here as state. So I will grab this array, I will remove it from here, I'll remove it from here, and I will paste it here as default for now. So it still works. Or actually we don't need this, so I will put it as an empty array for now as default, and we don't see anything now. Now let's just fetch it from the database. So let's do use effect, and it has been imported from React, arrow function here, and the second param will be empty array. Inside our arrow function, this arrow function will run when we load the page. So what do we want to do? We want to do Axios request. It will be a get request to /API/feedback, and we want to fetch all the feedbacks we are fetching from this endpoint. So we can do just that then, or we could do await, but I will do that then this time. And with the response, let's do arrow function. With the response, I want to set feedbacks to response data. Right. So now let's see. Now something happened. As you can see, it kind of worked. We have this test1 description, test2 description, and so on. It doesn't take the whole width as it should, but we can fix it. Let's see here. Here we have feedback item. Let's jump inside and let's see. Every feedback item is a link. So it's a link that is flex, and then we have a div, two divs, the left and the right side. So for the left side, I would like to add some class names to be flex grow, I think. So it will take as much of the space as possible. Yes, and yeah, that works. We don't have any votes count, as you can see here, but we can add a default of 0 as a string. So we will have something like this, and not just an arrow up with no digits here. And yes, now looks like it works to display them. Let me just check by clicking those. We see the title and the description. So yes, that works good, and we can switch between those. This command is also hard-coded, but we'll fix it later when we go to the comments section, so we can add comments and we can attach files to the comments. For now, let's focus on those suggestions that we are fetching from the database, and let's see if there's something wrong with them. As you can see, we are displaying the title and the description, and we can open them, and we see the title and the description here as well. And the thing that bothers me now, and that doesn't work and should work as the next part, is this vote button. So we don't have any voting data here, but this is something I think we should fix as a next thing. So let's do this now. So now for voting, let's see, we have 2 buttons for each feedback item. The first is on this feedback board, and then we have another one here. So we can vote either here or here inside. So let's first start with this one. Let's see, we have this feedback item here. We have this button with this triangle vote up, and we have votes count of 0 by default. And now we want to be able to vote a feedback item. The thing is that if we don't save the information about who voted anything, then you could upvote many times on one item. And we want to prevent this. If you upvoted, for example, on this test1, and you changed this, you clicked on this and you upvoted this to 1. And we want to make sure that you can click this button only once. And so you can upvote only by 1. So if you click many times, you will not upvote to, like, for example, 5. And to make sure that you can upvote only once, we can either use IP addresses. So from your specific IP address, you can upvote only once. So we know who you are, or we can use some kind of login system. And using IP addresses for now in Next.js 13 is kind of tricky. And I think having a login authentication system is more reliable. So I think we should start there first to make it that you can actually log in to vote. So if you want to vote and you're not logged in, you should see a pop-up, please log in so you can leave your vote, something like this. And then when you log in, you should be able to vote on any stuff you want, but only once on each item. So with that being said, we need to implement some login and authentication system. And let's start by fixing this button. What should happen? For now, I'm not logged in by any means. And what should happen if I click on this button then? For now, it just opens everything. But I think it would be nice that if I click on this button and I'm not logged in, as I am now, it should open a pop-up, but not this pop-up, but a pop-up asking me to log in, right? So let's see, we have this button here, and let's add maybe a constant here, is logged in. And for now it will be false because we don't have any authentication system in place. But we can add here on click for this button, and let's add a function. Let's do a function, and let's do handle vote button click, and let's grab the event, and and let's put it here, handle vote button click, and let's save it. Let's see. It still opens because when I click on this button, it also clicks on this whole item because the event is propagated down to this. So the first thing I want to do is to stop propagation. Let's add semicolon. Now if I click, nothing happens. Well, it reloads everything because this button is probably somewhere in a form. So let's do event prevent default as well. Now let's see if I click. Yeah, now nothing happens. But now I'm not logged in and I click this button and I should see a pop-up, right? So to know if I should display pop-up or not, I will use state. So I will do const show login pop-up and set show login pop-up equals use state. Default will be for now false. And when I click this button, I have this function. I will just do set show login pop-up to true. Right, and here we have this button. For now, let's do if we show login pop-up, let's do end parenthesis, and let's put a div here, login button pop-up here. Something like this. Let's see, if I click on this one, I get this login button pop-up here. But instead of having something like this, I would like to have a proper pop-up. And as you remember, we have this component called pop-up that we can reuse there. So let's try to put this pop-up. Let's do pop-up, yes, and inside let's put the same thing, login button, something like this. Right, so now, as you can see, we have this login button pop-up kind of here. Let's close it. Whoops, now something went wrong. Let's close it and let's refresh everything. Well, nothing, now something went banana. Let's see, we have pop-up. Yeah, I know what we forgot. We forgot about set show. So let's do set show, and our set show function will be set show login pop-up. Yes, now let's refresh. Let's click here, login button. If I click outside, well, I see this. Let's try to close it. Yeah, I think it works almost nice. And the only thing is that when I click here and I click outside, then it opens this test too. Let's see. If I click, for example, on the third one and I close it, it opens the one that I tried to upvote. That is not good. So let's see why we are getting this. Is it because of this on open that we have here on this A tag? Let's see. I will put this into separate lines just to test, and I will comment this out. Now opening doesn't work because I have commented this on open, but let's see if I click this and I close, yeah, then nothing happens. So I guess this is on open function that is run. So if I uncomment this back, I want to open this one, close, and I get this pop-up. I don't want to have it, but somehow our I see here, and when we have this pop-up and we are closing this, and the event goes down to this A tag, and we don't want it. So I will put it back here and here, so we will have it a little prettier as we had before. And now we need to go inside our pop-up to fix it. Let's see. We have this set show function that we are setting. Let's see. We have this close button somewhere. Let's see. We have this close button. Let's find it. I think it's this button. Yeah, hidden. No, this button is actually this back button, I think. Let's see. Where is this X? Let's see. I will just put X here to see if it's this. No, I cannot find it. Here it is. Button. On click, we do set show to false. And here's another button that we have set show to false. Let's see if I put X here. Then I got this new X here. So this is the X. And here is this back button. So for both of them, we want to have a stop propagation. All right. So let's do a separate function for this called close. And this will just do set show to false, false. And we want to do also grab the event, and we want to do event stop propagation. And now let's see if this will work. So for this button that is X on the top here, let's do just close. And the same thing for here is when we click on the backdrop. Let's do also here close. And here we have this back button. I don't know if you remember, we are doing set show to false as well. So let's do close. And now let's see if I close, then yeah, then it works. If I click here, yeah, it works. Let's see again. I click upvote, login button. I will just click here. As something reloads the everything, and maybe because we need to add prevent default here as well. So let's see. Now I will refresh, close, yes. I will open this, yes. I'll open here, here. Let's click this one, click outside, click this one, click X. Yeah, now everything works. So now our pop-up works as it should. So when we upvote this one, we should see this login button. Yes, that's okay. Let's go back to feedback item. We have our pop-up here. Let's put a div here with some extra class names because we need to have some padding on the top and the bottom. Let's do maybe 4. And let's put this text here inside so we can see how it looks like. Let's do padding on all sides. And it looks like this. So it's really wide. And I think we don't need this wide pop-up. We can make the pop-up more narrow. So let's say we will add a param here for our pop-up called narrow. So it will be more narrow. And let's see here. Here we will grab inside pop-up this narrow property. And if it's narrow, then we will make it more narrow. So let's see where is the size of the pop-up. Here we have width full, and here we have background white, as you can see. So I guess this is the pop-up, and we have some sizings here. So if it's medium, it's this, and then we have this centering and rounded corners for medium screens. But here I would like to change the width of this. As you can see, we have a max width of 2xl, and if it's narrow, I want to make it well, more narrow. So let's say just 1xl or something like this. Let's see. For now, I will put this as a string like this. And as we did on the beginning, or not on the beginning, before, I will add parentheses here, plus I will add a space here, and narrow. If it's narrow, I want to do this, this string. Otherwise, I want to do this string. And for otherwise, we will get this. But if it's narrow, let's say I want to do medium, max width, medium. So now, as you can see, this is much more narrow, and this is as wide as this feedback board. So that is really nice. Yeah, and this is this big. Maybe we can make it even smaller. Let's do SM. Yes, we have something like this. Let's go back to our feedback item. We have narrow. We can also put a title, login to vote, login to submit your vote, or maybe just confirm your vote. Confirm your vote, and question mark. And here I would like to see a login button. I prefer to use a login with Google or something else, so you don't need to create an account or stuff like this. So this is what we are going to use. So for this, we are going to use Next.js because it makes things simpler and faster to implement the authentication. But the basic idea is that now we want to have login with Google button here. And when you click on this and you log in with Google, your vote will be confirmed, and this 0 here should change to 1. And later, when you click on other buttons, you will not be asked to log in again. It will just automatically upvote it for you. So now let's do some authentication. We will need the Next.js. So let's do this, and let's get started here. And we can just do yarn add Next.js here. As you can see, I will open here my terminal, yarn add Next.js. And let's see what else do we need. And we need to add API route inside the Pages API, but we don't have any Pages API. If you're using Next.js 13, let's go here. And yeah, inside app, let's see. This is not correct. I think we should go here. No, let's try again here. Next.js 13. You should put it inside app by following our guide. Okay, let's open this guide. Let's scroll down a little bit. Yeah, here we have it. So we have these pages, but for Next.js 13, we need to do like this. We need to put it inside app, API, auth, and so on. So we have already our API directory. Inside the app API, we need to add auth directory. So let's do auth. And inside auth, we just need to create route TS. They are using TypeScript here. I will not use it for now. I will just grab this and I will add a new file called route.js. Right, and I pasted it here, and here, as always, we just add some options for our Next.js configuration. What do we want to add? I will close this, and let's see. We need to have providers, so let's do providers. It will be an array, and we want only one provider. We want provider for now only for Google. It's really similar with all other providers, so you can do more if you want. Let's go here, providers. I will scroll to Google, and you have documentation and step-by-step how to do this. So I will just copy this Google provider. Let's put it here, and I want to import it. I cannot import it. Let's see. I will just grab it like this. and I will put it here. Yes. And we need the Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So let's see, inside our .env, we don't have it yet, but here we can configure this. So let's open. I will create a new project, and let's do feedback boards create, and it has been created. Let's see, it's being created. Yeah, now I can open it. Now let's create credentials. OAuth client ID, if I remember correctly. Configure consent screen. Yeah, you need to go through all those steps. And external create app name, feedback boards. Just my email, and I think that's all. Just my email once again. And that should work for the consent screen. And I think that's okay. Save and continue. And save and continue. Back to dashboard. And let's see. We have this consent screen. Let's go back to credentials. And let's do OAuth client ID once again. Let's select web application. And here we have authorize redirect URLs or URIs. I think we need to pass this, as you can see, for development, authorize redirect URLs. And when you deploy your app, you need to also add for production later. But for now, we'll add only for localhost on 3000. Is it 3000? Yes, it's 3000 port. We don't need another one, so let's now create it. And we have client ID and we have client secret. Let's see how it should be named. Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So let's put Google Client ID, and let's put this one, and then let's put Google Client Secret like this, and let's copy this secret and let's put it here. Right, and well, now we are almost done. We have our provider, but one more thing I would like to add here is to have not provider but database, and it's called adapters here. So let's see, adapters, we have MongoDB, and we need to add this for our MongoDB. So you can have your authentication without adapter and it will just work. But the thing is, I want to have user information about the users that are logged in and registered. So if you log in with Google on my feedback boards project, I want to have like users inside my database. Let's say here we have feedbacks, I will have users, and I will be able to see your email address and what you voted for and stuff like this, or at least your user ID or something like this. So let's see, we have this MongoDB here. Let's see if I have added, yes, MongoDB adapter, it's installed, and we have some setup here, and we just need to put it as a lib or something else somewhere inside our project. Let's see, we have our API, components, models. Let's create a new directory called libs. I think they are even recommending this to put as a lib, maybe not. Inside libs, I will create new file called mongo client.js, something like this. Yeah, I will name it mongo client.js, and I will put this here. And then there's some red stuff because they're using TypeScript. I will remove this, and I will remove this, and I think that's all. So now we need to just use it inside our API, auth, route. We have our Google provider, but now we want to have also MongoDB adapter. So I will add it. Here, and now we can add not provider. We want to put adapter. So it goes like this: adapter, MongoDB adapter, client promise. But we need to import it. So let's do client promise from Mongo client, and that's it. So now we should be able to have sessions inside our database. We don't have any button to log in or something like this, but well, we will have it later. We have this config here, and it should work for now. Let's now go back to our front end, right? So let's go back to feedback item.js, and we have this login button that is just a text. I will import our button component, and I will put login button here instead. And let's see, it looks like this. Now I will add on click here, and I will define a function with a pretty name. So let's do function handle Google login button click. Yes. And just to make sure, I will do stop propagation and prevent default. So we will not have any problems. And then we want to log in with Google. But before we will do this, let's see if we are done with the rest. We have added this next auth. We don't need this pages app session thing. Let's see, what do we have for Next.js 13 instead? We have added this route inside the app, and this looks fine. So probably we need to add this session provider as well. So let's add it for our page. So we will have session information for the whole page. Page here inside app. And well, as you see, we just return this big div, a big main element here. But instead, let's do session provider like this. And let's see. All of this that we have inside page, all this main thing, I put inside session provider. But inside session provider, we also need to provide the session. So to get session, we just do session like this. But the problem is we don't have any app default function here. So let's see if this will work without it. So let's go back to feedback item. Here we have our button that we want to log in with Google with, that we want to use to log in with Google. And now we want to be able to log in here. So there is a function called just sign in with capital I. So as you can see, it has been imported for me from Next.js React. And now I just need to pass here provider name, I think. So it's just Google. And I think this is an async function. So I need to add await here and async function here. Yeah, so now let's see what happens if I click on this. We have an error here because we need to use this function on our button here. Login button. We can maybe rename it to login with Google. Yes, and let's see, login with Google. We can add the primary on this. Yeah, login with Google. So now something went wrong. Let's see. Let's maybe restart our dev environment. Something's wrong because our feedbacks are not loading. Let's see why. Feedback route, and let me close. Yeah, I think it's because I forgot to connect to the database here inside. So let's connect here, And let's see if this works. Yes, now it works. Now if I try to upvote, I'm not logged in. Let's log in with Google. I get this error. Let's see why. Do we forgot something inside our auth? We have Google Client ID, Google Client Secret. So this works nice. To debug this, I will use console log here to see if we console log if we have this data. So maybe I will just grab this like this, and I will put this object here. So let me open this. Let me just click here, login with Google, and I don't see anything. Let's see. I will restart once again. Let's go back and let's see, login with Google. Well, nothing is console logged. Let's see, do we have any more, some errors here? Yes, we do. Let's see, let me go back to our component feedback item. Maybe we need to add use client here as well. Let me restart. Let's go back to just localhost 3000 and let's see. Yeah, login with Google and we get 44. This page cannot be found. API auth error. Let's see what's wrong here. I think I know what is wrong. It should, the name of the directory should be auth. It should be next auth with those square brackets. So let's do here refactor rename square brackets and with ... next auth. That's why I was getting those errors. Let's now restart the server, and now we have different error. MongoDB URI is not defined, and this is, I guess, inside those this lib, and we have it, but it just named differently. It's Mongo. Let's see. It's Mongo URL. So let's rename it to Mongo URL. Yeah. So now let's refresh. Process.env Mongo URL. Let's see again. Mongo URL. Yes, that looks fine. Okay, we need to put it here as well. Let's refresh and let's go back here. Let's see, test uploads, login with Google. We still get an error. Let's see why. We see that we can console logging works and we get some values, so we can get rid of them. Here, let's see, we don't need this console log here. And let's see, we get some warnings that there's no secret. Let's open this. And it looks like we just need to provide some secret here. So we can put secret and we can put here as the process.env.secret auth. Let's put auth secret. Yeah, and now let's define it inside our .env. The auth secret, and let's put some random stuff here. Yeah, and this should work. I will just in case restart my environment. And well, let's see now. It's loading. And let's try again. Login with Google. We get still a warning because we need to probably add next auth URL. Let's see. Next auth URL is missing. We need to add it to our .env. So let's do this. Next auth URL, and let's just do HTTP localhost 3000. Yeah, and let's try again. Here, login with Google. We probably maybe need to restart, so it will read the new environment file. And now let's see. This action with HTTP GET is not supported by next auth. Okay, do we get any errors? No, we don't. It's localhost 3000, localhost 3000. This looks fine. Let me try again. Refresh, login with Google. Let's see, API of error. Maybe there's something still wrong here. Let's see, let's open this guide. Let's see, app, API, and then I have this. Okay, it shouldn't be like this. First, it should be auth, app, API auth, then this weird directory, and then, okay. So let's put this here inside, refactor, and let's put it here. Let's restart, and now it should work. Let's see, let's vote, log in with Google. And now we can log in with Google. All right, so I will log in and I'm back on the homepage. So now, after I logged in, I would like to move back to the post that has been opened before I logged in. Or I would like to pass information that, save information that I was about to vote on this. So we can actually leave the vote. So let's go back to feedback item. And then we are showing this set show login pop-up when I click to vote. And well, let's see, where is this? No, here is the pop-up. Here is the button, handle vote button click. Let's see this. When we click it, we are showing the pop-up. Let's put this more to the top here to know if we are logged in. If we are not logged in, if not is logged in, then we are showing the pop-up. And the thing is that inside this pop-up, we have this login, handle Google login button click. But when we go back, I want to have this information that we was about to vote, but because we reloaded the page, we don't have it anymore because we go back and forth. When we click this, we go to Google, we log in, and then we go back to localhost 3000, and this is what we see. So I want to save to database or to local storage what I was about to do. Let's see, handle vote. If I was not logged in, before I will show the pop-up, I will save to local storage. Local storage, set item, and I will call it about to vote. Or maybe not about to vote, about to vote, going to vote, something like this. And then the ID of this feedback item. And we don't have any ID here, but we can pass it. Let's see on our page. Here we are looping through and we are displaying those feedback items and we are passing everything from the feedback. And inside our feedback, we have IDs. So we can actually just go here inside and we can grab our underscore ID. And let's use it here, underscore ID here. And this way we should save this ID, for example, this ID to the database. So let's see if this will be saved. Let's see, I will vote on this test one. Log in to vote. I will pick my user here and it reloaded the page. I'm now logged in. But let's see if we have something inside our application, local storage, going to vote, and we have this ID. I will rename it to vote after login, vote after login. Yes, I will put it also here, vote after login, and we have this ID. And then if we go back and we are logged in, let's go back to page. And on my page here, I want to know if I'm logged in. So to know this, I will use just use session. So let's do use session from Next.js, and from here I can grab session, or how is it called? I think it's called data. but we are going to rename it to session. Right, and let's see here, maybe on the top, we will check if we have session.user, just display session user email. Use session must be wrapped with session provider. Okay, so the problem is that this use session is outside of this. So how can we solve it? We can move this session provider down to our layout. So let's see. We don't need this session user email here for now. Or maybe let's put it here. Session user email, or otherwise not logged in. I will add the question marks here in case something's empty. So now I should see use session. Okay, still get this error. Let's go back to our layout. And on the top, I will just put use client. And here I will do session provider, and I will put body here inside. Yes. Let's see. You are attempting to export metadata from a component market with use client which is disallowed. Okay, so they are saying that I cannot put session provider here because I have metadata here. Right? So let's remove it and we can fix it other way. We don't need this session provider. And let's go back to our page. And let's see. We have all of this main that we can put actually somewhere else. Let's see. All of this main, which will display the board, you know, this main board, I will put it as the board component. Components, new, just board.js. And here let's do just export default function, board, and return. And here inside, I'm going to grab everything from the home page, everything that we are returning, all of this main thing. And I will just put empty div for now. And inside board, I will just paste this. We are missing a lot of state. So I will go back to page and I will also grab all of those functions and state. And I will put it inside board. Let's see. Here inside board, I will put this. And I need also all of those imports. So I will grab them from here and I will put them to here. Now there are some repeats here. So I will get rid of those. Yeah. And now inside page, I can do just board like this, imported. And now we have this session provider thing. So here, let's just do session provider inside our page. And let's put board inside. And now we have our my email address here. Yes, because now we have session provider inside page. But inside board, we are using this use session. So that's why we can use session here, because it's inside user session provider. A lot of refactoring just to have this to work. All right, but now it works. And we don't need this session provider here. It's not used. All right, I'm logged in. As you can see, if I refresh, I'm still logged in. But what's now? Now, if I'm logged in, if I'm logged in and the page loads, I want to check the local storage and see if we were about to vote something. Because as you remember, we clicked first the button, then it redirected us to the login page, and then we were redirected back, and then we saved this that, hey, when you come back, you need to vote on this to save it in the database. And now we need to do this. So to fix it, I will use effect and arrow function, and here will be an array of dependencies, and my dependency will be just let's see, do we have an ID of the user? What else do we have on the user? We have email, right? Let's use email. Let's use user email as a dependency. All right, I will not, or let's display it. Here I will just do console log, and I will put it here as well, so we can console log what's inside this use effect. Let's refresh. We get some warning here. We can fix it later. We get my email here. So just in case, I will check if it's not empty. So if we have email, then we want to vote. So first we want to check if we have something inside local storage. Local storage and get item, and the key was vote after login, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Application, vote after login. Yes. Let's do const and vote ID, or maybe feedback ID equals this. And let's see if we have feedback ID, because this can be empty, right? If we just logged in without any button clicking, this can be empty. If we have it, then let's just do alert with this. So now I can see we have this alert with this ID. So when we have it and we want to vote on this, now we need a function to vote on a specific item. So the login, the authentication kind of worked because we are logged in. And I can also log out. Let's see. I can remove all of this, and I can go to session storage or cookies, and I can even remove all of those cookies. Let's refresh. And now I'm not logged in, as you can see, but I can log in with Google. So we accomplished that we can now log in with Google. But now the thing is that we were about to vote, and after we were redirected back from the login page, we need to save this information that we want to vote on this ID, right? So now we need to fix voting. So we need to save this vote to the database with our user ID and or user email and stuff like this. So this is what we are going to fix now, so we can actually vote. We will vote after going back from login page if we click the vote button, and after we are logged in, like now, I can vote on any other feedbacks without logging in again. Right, so here we have a feedback item ID. So for example, this one, ID of this one, and we know that the user is logged in, and we know that we need to vote. So what we need to do is we just need to send this to our API and save this as a vote to this feedback item, right? So for now, if I just refresh, it will just do alert with this ID. And instead of doing alert, what I need to do is to first send a request Axios with this to API to save the vote. And then I also need to remove it from the local storage, because then if I refresh, it will just pop up again. And I want to leave only one vote, right? So remove from local storage, right? So those two things needs to be done. So first, maybe let's do an API part. So when we send this, it will work on the API side. So let me open this sidebar here, and let's see. We have this API directory, we put all API endpoints here. So let's see, we have feedback. Inside feedback, we can post new feedback items. I think I would just create a new directory here called, let's say, vote. And inside, we just need to put a route file. So let's do route.js. And now let's see. Let's say that we are going to send a post request. So we will do export post, export function post, right? And well, first we want to connect to the database. So let me just see what was the name of the function. We just do mongoose dot connect. All right. So let's do mongoose dot connect. And let's import our Mongo URL, not from here, it's from process.env.mongo URL. Yeah, so we are connected. We probably need, let's see, do we need to do await? No, we probably don't. So that's cool. Now we are connected to the database, and we need to know from the request what type of feedback ID it is. So what type of item, right? So first we need to parse JSON because we will send everything as JSON. Let's see how we were doing this here. We just request.json and await. So I will just copy this part to here. And now it's ready here. So we need to do export async function. Right, and we don't have a request, so let's do request here. All right, and we have JSON body, and we need to have a feedback ID, right? So let's just grab it from JSON body, feedback ID from JSON body. All right, and we have feedback ID, and now what? Now we just need to save it to a database, right? But we don't have any place to store it. Before we will save it, let's see what else do we need. If we save a vote, we need a feedback ID, the ID of the item, feedback item, and we also need to have user email or something to know who actually voted. So this is something else we need to grab here. And to do this, we will do a function get server session, and it's an async, so we need to do await, and let's do const session equals this, and this needs a param with all the auth options. All the auth options are here inside: API auth, next auth, route. Here are the options. So I will just put them as a separate const here, const auth options equals this, and I will put them here, auth options, and I will also export them so from here, so I can use them somewhere else in my, for example, vote route, because we need this in get server session. So let's do auth options. Yes, it has been imported for me. So we have now a session and we have feedback ID. So for now, let's just do console log and let's console log feedback ID and the session, right? Or maybe we can even do response with it. So let's do return response.json. And let's do the same feedback ID and session. Right, now let's try to do a post request from our front. So let's go to, let's see, board. Let's try here, axios.post. And what will be the URL to here? It will be /API/vote. Right, so let's go back and let's see. /API/vote, and we need to send some data, and the only thing we need, as you can see, let me open, is from JSON body we are grabbing this feedback ID. So let's send it. Let's send it, and this needs to be an ID of the item. The name is the same, so I can do just like this. And now let's see what will happen. We get this alert. Let's see, network tab, and I'll open just Ajax request. We have this vote. We have our vote request here. And let's see, in the payload, we are sending this feedback ID. Let's see what we have inside the result. We get feedback ID that we are sending back here. And let's see what we got inside session. We get our user, and we get email. So I think that's enough for us. And using feedback ID and session, from session we can grab user email, and then we can save the vote to the database. So let's prepare everything we need. We don't need those two. We need to grab from session. I want to grab the email. So as the const email, and let's grab it from session.user. Yes, and all right. So I will get email from session user. And now what do we need? Now we will need to take this email, this feedback item ID, and we need to save it to the database, to our votes. We don't have any collection for votes. So I will create a new model for this. Let's see. We have models. We have model only for feedback. Let's create another model for vote.js. And yes, let's create this file. And here we start with schema. So let's do const, and let's call this, I need to check if I do with uppercase or lowercase for the schema. Right. So let's do vote schema equals new schema imported, and let's put object here. And now what schema do we need inside? We need a user email. So maybe let's put just user, and this will be user email. So let's put that it will be type of string, and it will be required. So let's put required true. We need to have a feedback ID, and this will be type of ID. So let's put mongoose.types.object ID, and what else? And it will be required as well. I will add here another object with options, because I want to have timestamps to know when the vote has been added. Okay, I have user, I have feedback ID, and maybe I can put user email instead. So we'll have better description for this property. I think that should work for now. So let's try to create a model now. So const vote equals, first we want to check if there is an existing. So let's do models vote. If not, then let's do model function, and here first the name, so it will be vote, and now the schema. So let's do vote schema, and let's export this model for us. We could do just this, but I'm adding this to check if this model has been initiated before. Because if your app is running on localhost, as it is for me now, it can be defined some time before, and then if you define too many models with the same name, you can get some problems because of this. That's why we are checking if the model with the same name is already defined. If it is, then we are using this model. If it's not, we are just creating a new model. All right. Now we can use our model inside our vote route, and so we can save our vote. We have all the data we need to send. We have email, and we have feedback ID. We can maybe rename this email to user user email, and now we can use our model. So let's do vote imported, yes, and let's do that create, and we just need to put here feedback ID like this, and just user email. And this is an async because we are saving to the database, so we need to do a wait here. We will get a document as a result of this. So let's do const equals let's call this vote document equals this, and maybe let's send it as a response. So let's do response.json vote document, and I will add return here. All right, so now it should save this to the database. Let's see. I will go here to back to board, and we are sending this request. So we should get a new collection here. If we just hit refresh here, we get this alert, and as you see here, and then we should get the request. We get the request, and in the response, as you can see, we get ID of this vote, and the timestamps, and the user email, feedback ID. We get everything we need. So now I will refresh here, and let's see, we get votes. All right, so as you can see, the vote has been created, so that's cool. But now we have one small problem I can show you. If I hit refresh and I will vote again, and let me now refresh the database, refresh. As you can see, now the problem is that my user email voted 2 times on the same item. Feedback ID, it ends with F9C5, and it's twice. So I voted twice on the same item, and it shouldn't be possible, right? So I will remove one vote for now, so I have only one, and now we will fix that you can vote only once on a specific item. Let's go back to our vote route, and before we will create the route, we will check if you already voted. All right, so how can we check if you already voted? We can check if this user already voted on this feedback ID, right? So find existing vote. So let's do const existing vote equals await, because it will be a database request. Let's do vote find one, yes, and let's find one by this feedback ID and this user email. All right, now if we have existing vote, so if we already voted, then let's do something. If we can't find a vote, then let's create it. Then let's create it, and let's do a response JSON with this vote. All right, but if we have voted, what do we want to do then? We can do nothing. So let's do just, maybe we can do a response with an existing vote, or maybe we can remove the vote. So we can toggle the vote. If you send 2 requests to the same endpoint, on the first request we will create the vote, and on the second request we will remove the vote. So I think that's a good approach. So let's do this. So if we have a vote, we want to remove it. So to remove it, we can do, let's see, existing vote, and let's see, can we do just delete? Maybe remove. We can do like this. We can do vote find by ID and delete. Let's do await here, and we have the ID, and it's inside existing vote, so it's the existing vote dot underscore ID. Right, so now I have one vote. So if I refresh and I will send another request to the database, and the vote will be removed. I will clear this and let's do refresh. Okay, I get another request. Whoops, I get 500 error. Let's see why. I will open here my console. Cannot read properties of undefined reading headers. Get server session is used, blah, blah, blah. This is a warning. Okay, cannot read properties of undefined reading headers. Right, let's see our code. We know that this worked. Maybe there's something wrong with this delete. Let's refresh and let's see. Now it works, so it was something with this delete. Let's try something else. Let's do delete one. Let's do delete one and let's find by ID, and the ID needs to be existing vote dot underscore ID. Let's see if this will work now. Let's see, I will refresh. Let me clear. No, okay. And we still get an error. Let's see. Yes, let's see what is the problem here. Maybe the problem is I'm not returning any response. So let's do return. So we can move this back to, I can put this back to delete, find by ID and delete. And here I will add just return response JSON, and let's do existing vote. Right, and now let's do refresh. Okay, and now it worked. So now it responded with the one that should be deleted. So let's see, the ID ends with 99C6, and it's the same ID that we have. No, it's not the same ID of what we have here. But let's refresh and let's see what we got here. Yes, we have this one, 99C6, and let's see if I refresh and I send another request, and then I will refresh now database. I have no votes anymore. So if I refresh once again, I should get the vote. Let's do refresh. Right, so voting works. And now to remove this from local storage, let's go back to board. We are sending this vote. Let's remove this alert. And after we logged in and we see that we should leave a vote, let's remove it from local storage. So we will do this only once when we load back the page. So let's do local storage dot and remove item, and it will be this vote after login. Yes. So now if I refresh, it will remove it. Let's see. Yeah, we have nothing inside, but then if I refresh back, nothing should happen. So let me refresh here. Yeah, because nothing is left inside the local storage. Let's see, local storage. Yes, everything is fine. We don't have this vote after login. But let me test it again. I will remove all the cookies and stuff like this, and I will log in again. Let me make this smaller. I will refresh. I shouldn't be logged in, not logged in. That's correct. And let's say I want to vote on the last one, test upload to vote, confirm your vote, login with Google. And right now we have this inside the local storage, because before we have been redirected, we saved this that we want to vote on this. And when I log in and go back to our app, we will find it inside local storage. We will leave a vote and we will remove it from local storage. So now I will log in, and I'm logged in. And if I go to network, you can see that we get this vote request. And if I go to the database and hit refresh, as you can see, we get vote on this item that ID ends with 1040. Let's see what item it is. Let's go to feedbacks. It should be the last one. Yes, 1040 test uploads too. So everything works. I can now vote. And if I refresh, nothing should change inside votes. Yes, that's correct. So now voting after login works, and we can toggle vote. And now the next part will be the next thing to fix will be so we can vote after we are logged in, right? So let's see what happens if I click, for example, this. I need to confirm my vote, but wait, I'm already logged in, so I don't need to confirm my vote. I'm already logged in. It should just change this number, right? And another thing, that after we voted and we were moved back and we created this vote, this, sorry, not this one, this should change as well, right? So we need to fix it. After we created the vote and removed this from local storage, we need to refetch everything from here. We need to update the votes, at least on this one. So as you can see here, when we load our app, we are fetching all the feedback items, but those feedback items don't have a number of votes. And to get number of votes, we need to go to the votes collection and we need to count it. Let me see how it looks like inside feedback. And we have only title, description, and uploads. And to count votes, we need to check, for example, for each of those, how many documents we have inside votes collection. So for example, if we want to count votes for this one, we need to go to our votes collection and we need to count how many documents is with this ID, feedback ID this. So now I voted, as you remember, on the last one, but I don't see any response. So what I need to do is to actually fetch all the votes for the feedbacks that we have on our homepage. Let's see, I will go back to board, and if I hit refresh, the only thing that we are fetching is, let's see, is those feedback items. Wait a minute, we get a vote request. Why we get this? Let's see, refresh. Now we get 2. Okay, that's probably because I clicked on this one. That's weird. Okay, I know why. Because when I open this one and I get this button, confirm your vote, and the button to log in, I'm saving to local storage that I'm going to vote on this item, for example. And then when I refresh the page, I'm already logged in. I vote on this anyway because I'm already logged in. I hope you understand this bug, but before we will fix it, I want to fetch the numbers here. Here we are fetching when we load the app. That's why we have empty brackets here. We are fetching the feedback items, but after I fetch the feedback items, I want to also fetch numbers for those 4 or all those that I fetched. So I could add another request here inside for feedback items that are here inside response data. We get an array of 4 items. I want to fetch for those votes. But we can use effect for this. So let's do use effect, and let's do arrow function here, and here as dependencies, I can use my feedbacks. So my feedbacks will be dependency, and that means that this arrow function will run when feedbacks changes. So when we load our app and we fetch feedbacks, we set them, and then this will change and will trigger the this arrow function here. And here I want to grab my votes. So let's do axios.get. We don't have this API endpoint yet, but I want to do a get request on API/vote. And then I will get a response, and in this response, I will get votes, right? So let's do, I want to save them. So I will create a state for those votes and set votes, use state, empty array as default, and I will set them here, set votes, and let's do response data. All right, now we need to do this endpoint, because for now I will get just an error because we don't have a get function inside our vote route. So let's fix it. Let's do export async function get. And I guess no, we will not need a yes, we will need request. Let's do request, and let's see. Well, one thing I forgot about, I want to grab the votes, but only for my feedback items from here. So I will add them as a query param. Let's do IDs equals, and then I will put all the feedback IDs here. So let's do feedbacks.map, and for each feedback item I want to grab feedback underscore ID. Right, now let's see how the request looks like. Let's see, IDs, and we have IDs with commas. I guess that's okay, but just to be sure, I will change this to implode with comma, or not implode, sorry, it should be join with comma. So let's do const IDs, and this will be just this array, and then on this sorry, not here, IDs, I will do join with comma. Let's refresh and let's see. Yes, we have vote. IDs equals those with, and those are comma separated. Right, now let's go back to our vote route, and we have our get request, and let's do console log on our request to see if, and let's do also a return with response JSON to see what we get inside. Let's do refresh. We get a lot of stuff here, but we also get next request, and as you can see here, URL. Inside the URL we have search params IDs. So let's do that URL that search params that IDs. Now let's do refresh again. We get 500 error. Let's see. Maybe I have written something wrong here. URL, and then we have search params, and it should be IDs. Let's try with just search params. Refresh. 500 error. Let's see with just ID. Refresh. Now it's better. We get a URL, and let's see. Let's put this also here. That URL. Refresh, and we get our URL. Let's see if we can change here our console log to search params, because maybe it was only the error with this JSON. I will hit refresh, and it's undefined. Let's see, just URL, and we get this here. Let me try something like this. I will do if request URL search params if we have search params, I will try to print them here. Let me refresh. And looks like we are not doing this console log because search params is empty. Let's try with URL search here and here. If we will just get the query, let's refresh. It's a function, URL search. Okay, let me do something like this. Let's do refresh. Nothing happened. Let's do like this. We get 0. Okay, that's weird. But here we get a full URL, right? If I refresh, we get this full URL. So we can actually just parse it here and put it into an object. Let's do const URL equals new URL. And we can do just request.url. And this way we can do just console log URL, and I hope it will be parsed now. Let's do refresh. And now, as you can see, we get search params and IDs. So let's try to print them here, search params and IDs. And if I hit refresh, we get undefined. That's weird. Let's do just search params. We get IDs. Maybe I need to do .get, yes, and IDs. Yes, because this is like a class. Right, let's do refresh and we get our IDs. Right, so here, first I will check if we have the IDs. I don't need to check if we have URL because we will always get URL. And I can reformat this. Let's check if we have IDs. So I will put it here. If we have IDs, then I want to grab those IDs. So let's do const IDs. Let's reformat this and like this. But this will give me a comma separated string. So I want to split it by comma. So I will have an array here of IDs. Then if I have IDs, I want to grab votes for those IDs. Maybe I should rename it from IDs to something else. Yes, let's rename it to feedback IDs. Because if I do just IDs, someone would think that this is IDs to the votes and not to the feedback IDs. So I will rename it also here, feedback IDs. Right, and now I have feedback IDs, and now I can use the model to find all the votes where feedback ID is inside feedback IDs. So let's do like this. Please notice that here is feedback ID because this is property name that we have inside our database, feedback ID. We want to find all the documents where feedback ID, this property, is inside those IDs. So inside the array we are sending with comma separated stuff. All right, and let's do await here, and let's call those votes and documents, votes docs, and let's do return response.json and votes docs. Right, and here otherwise maybe we can just return an empty array and nothing found. Let's do refresh and let's see if we get something here. Yes, we found 2 votes for all those 4 items. As you can see inside here, and we get 1, 2, 3, 4 IDs because we have 4 elements here, and we find let me do this again. We find for those 4 IDs, we find 2 votes. All right, so let's go back to our board and we save them to our state. And that means that we can use our votes and we can send the votes to the feedback item because each feedback item is this component feedback item. So I want to pass votes here, but I will not just pass all the votes. I want to pass the votes only for this specific feedback item. So I want to find the votes where, let's do v, where vote feedback ID, feedback ID is the same as, so feedback ID is this property of the feedback item. I want to check that feedback ID is the same as this feedback item and that underscore ID. All right. And this way we can go to feedback item and we can grab our votes here. We will not have this votes count, so I can remove it. We have votes instead. And as you can see now we have an error, votes count is undefined. So we are using this. Instead here, let's do votes and that length. And let's add question mark here just in case if it's empty. So it's 0. But let's see, we get votes and it looks like it's 0 everywhere. Let's see. Yes, it's 0. I think it should be 0 on at least one. So I think that the problem is here, because when we compare it like this, I guess this and this can be an object. So this is an object of ID. It's not just a string. So to compare IDs like this, you need to add to string on this and to string on this. Now let me close this, refresh, still nothing. That's weird. Let's see. Do we have votes? Let's see. I want to print the votes. Maybe I will print all the votes count here. Votes.length. Let's see, we get 2 votes. I want to print the IDs, so let's do map. And for each vote, I want to print vote ID, and I want to join them with, I want to join them with comma. So let's see, we get this, and we get another one here. Now let me print ID for feedback items on the top of each. I will do underscore ID. So let's do underscore ID. And let's see, do we have a feedback item with that ends with DA? No, we don't. That's weird. Let's see where we have the votes. Let's go back to work. No, it shouldn't be votes ID. It should be feedback ID. Feedback ID. Now let's see. Do we have a feedback item that ends with 1040? Yes, we have it here. So let's see why we didn't get it. Votes, we are finding votes. Well, we don't want to find one vote. We want to filter those votes. To find a vote where feedback ID to string is the same as feedback object, its ID, and to string. Now let's see, still nothing. But let me, no, we have it. If I refresh again, as you can see, here we have one and here we have another one. So now it works. Let me just now remove those IDs from here. And yes, we see our votes. So this works now. Now the next thing I want to fix is when I click on the button and I'm logged in, I don't want to see this confirmation thing and I don't want to mess with local storage. So let me see. We have this feedback item and we have this button, handle vote button click function. So what happens when we click on this vote button? And let me see, handle vote button click. As you can see, if we are not logged in, which is always false, then we are doing saving to local storage and we are showing the pop-up. We need to fix that we are actually logged in. So to fix it, we need to first grab session const Let me see how to grab session from board. Here inside board, as you can see, we are using session and we are fetching this way. So data to session from use session. So let's do use session and we just grab const, we grab data and we rename this data to session. All right. And this way we can check if we have inside session, we have user and we have email. And let's add question marks just in case. And we don't need to put email inside is logged in because I want to have it as a boolean. So I will do a bang to convert this string or null to a boolean. So this is logged in will be false if this is empty, and if it's a string with an email address, it will be converted to a true. So now if it's if we are not logged in, then we will do popup and save to local storage. Otherwise, if we are logged in, I will do alert logged in, just alert logged in. Let's see, I will click this one. I'm logged in, nothing happened. I can do refresh and nothing happened. All right. If we are logged in, I don't want to show pop-up. I don't want to mess with local storage. I just want to send a request to vote, right? So let's do axios post, and it's just /API/vote. And we need to send feedback ID, and feedback ID is actually our underscore ID. And I need to send, do we need to send something else? Let me check inside the board item, board component. Let's see. For our, no, we are sending only feedback ID. Let's go back to feedback item. So sending feedback ID. And that should do this. We can add that then. What should happen? Let's do arrow function, voting complete alert just for now. So I will vote on this one, test 2. Let me click voting complete. Nothing happened, but if I refresh, I get my 1 vote here. Let me see what happens if I click again. Voting complete. Okay, if I refresh, it has been removed. So this works, but now instead of doing alert voting complete, I want to increase this number or decrease it, and we get these votes from a property here. So I need to tell to my parent that hey, my votes have changed because I clicked the button, and you should do something about it. You should refresh me or something. You should fetch the votes again. So I think that I can add a property here on votes change. And this will be a function that I will call here on votes change, and it will be a function. For now, nothing will happen because we need to pass it as a function from our board. Let's see, we have our feedback item here, and we need to pass this on votes change. And as you remember, it needs to be a function. For now, I'll put just an empty arrow function, but when votes change, I want to refresh this thing. So we have those votes inside state, and I want to refresh them. Let's see, we are fetching those votes here, but I want to do this again. So I could take this and I could run it again, or I can do a function of it and run it twice here inside use effect and then down there. So I think I will put it as functions. So I will do a function called fetch votes. Yes, and I will put this here, and I will do just fetch votes, and I will do fetch votes also here. So let's do just fetch votes. Yes, I can do like this, or I can do just fetch votes without parentheses. Right, so now if I click this, it should fetch the votes. As you can see, it worked. I didn't have to refresh the page. It just updates this votes number. So what happens here is actually that, let me show you, inside feedback item, I will go inside. And when I click this button, we run this function called handle vote button click. And if I'm not logged in, we are doing this pop-up with local storage and stuff. But if I'm logged in, I'm sending a request to vote to our API with this feedback item ID. And then I run this onVotesChange function. And onVotesChange function is actually passed from the parent as a property here. And if we go to our parent, which is board component, as you can see here, we are using this feedback item component, and we are passing this function onVotesChange. We are fetching votes. So if you click this, you will send a vote or remove a vote, and all of the votes that you see here will refresh. So if you click, for example, a vote here, and in the same time someone else will click on this one, you will all see the updated votes for all of those. I hope you understand what I mean. Let me now check if I can remove the votes. If I click here, yes, I can remove the votes. So that is nice. It takes like 1 second to see it refresh and number. So one thing I would like to see is to have a preloader here when I'm waiting for the response. So let me see. I will go back to feedback item, and let's see, here we are sending this. Let's do something like this. If we are voting, I would change here the state to voting, or is loading, something like this. Let's do const is votes loading, and set is votes loading. Use state default will be false. And here we will do set is votes loading to true. And now we will check is votes loading down here. Here we are printing votes, and here we are showing the triangle. Let's show them only if is votes loading is false. So let's do exclamation mark. Let's do and parentheses. Let's put React fragment, so we can put 2 elements here inside, and we are showing this. But if it's loading, so let's do is votes loading. Let's do end parentheses. Let's maybe put React fragment. Let's put loading ... here. So now if I click, it will say loading ... and then it will refresh. I hoped it will refresh, but it's not refreshing because let me see, we have still the same state. Here we have is votes loading, and then we are updating the numbers, but I also want to do set is votes loading to false. Let me see, change it to 1. Yes, it's okay, but I want to wait for this one. So let me do a wait here. But now the problem is this is not an async function. So let me go to board, and let's see where we have this function, fetch votes. We have this function here. Let's make it to async function. And we have this axios get, and we are setting the votes. But we need to tell that this function has been resolved or something like this. So to do this, I will change this axios.then part to just await. So let's do something like this. Whoops, not like this. Let's put it back. I will just remove this .then part, and instead I will do votes equals this, or maybe not votes. Let's do just response equals this, and then we do set votes to response data. Oh, sorry, I forgot await here. Response data, and that's it. And that should work now because we have await here and we have async function. Let's see now. We still get an error. Let me refresh. On votes change isn't allowed on non-async function. Okay, this is maybe because this function is to be async as well. Let's me refresh. We get 1101. Let me click on this one. Loading 0. Loading 1. I think now it works much better. So we have loading 0, loading 1. But let's use something else instead of this loading text. Okay, we get components here, and we have pop-up and stuff like this. We have loading, but I think we get a preloader somewhere else as well. Let me see, loader. Yeah, we are using this moon loader in feedback pop-up form. We are doing moon loader. So let's do the same down here. Instead of loading, let's do moon loader, and let's see how it looks like. Let me click. Okay, this is too big. Let me change the size to 12. Let me see now. Now it's too small. Let's do 24. Now it's too big. Let's do maybe 18. Yeah, now I think it's much better. So now if we click, we see the spinner, and it adds or removes the votes. 0. If I click, it's 1. If I click, it's 0. If I click, it's 1. If I click here, it should be 1. If I click here, it should be 1. If I click here, it should be 0. Here should be 0, 0, and 0. Yeah, so now everything works fine. 1, 1, 1, 1. I can vote on everything. And if I refresh, everything is loaded. So maybe, let's see if I refresh. On the beginning, when I refresh, I see zeros because this is a default value here. I will change this default value to empty, and this way we see only triangles. But I shouldn't even see triangles if I don't have information about the votes. So to change it, I will only display those triangles and this button only if we have votes. Or let me see, if I click now I see only triangle. No, we need to have a 0 as a default. In case length is 0, then we are showing 0, or if it's undefined. Right, so now it looks fine, but if I refresh, I get zeros on everything on the beginning. Let me show this button only if we have votes. So let's do votes. Let's convert it to a boolean. So if it's an array, then we are showing this button. Let's see now. We are still showing zeros, and I think that's because the votes is an empty array as default. So I can maybe print here just votes. So to print them, I will do JSON stringify votes, so we can see them. Yeah, it's arrays of objects. If I refresh on the beginning, it's an empty array as it is here. And this is also true. So that's why we see the button, even if the array is empty on the beginning. What I want to change is, let's go to board On the beginning, if the votes are not loaded, I want to change this to be null, right? And this way we can see if this will not help either, because we are doing this filter, and by doing filter we create a new array. So this will not help. Let's put this back to an empty array. Instead, we need to send the information to our feedback item if the votes are loading. Let me refresh. Yeah, I will remove this JSON stringify. And yeah, so let me define a property here called votes loading, or maybe let's rename this to something more specific, parent loading votes. Yes, and default will be false, so I'll put equal false, and or maybe let's do default will be true. Yes, and I will put that if it's true, I will not show the button. So let me change this here. So if it's loading, then we show the button. No, it shouldn't be this way. We should do if it's false, so we are not loading votes, then we show the button. So as you can see now, as the default, it's true, but we will fix it. Let's go back to our board, and let's see. Here we are grabbing the votes. Let's see, here we are fetching the votes, but we don't have an indication if those are loading or not. To have it, I will put a new state here. Votes loading, and set votes loading default will be false, and we can use this votes loading later here for fetching. We will do set votes loading to true when we start fetching, and then we will do set votes loading to false after we are done with the fetching. And this votes loading we can then use here to our parent loading votes property and votes loading. Okay, so now we see them because this is false, but on the beginning, as you can see, on like few milliseconds, I can slow down here. Network, and let's do throttling, maybe fast 3G. If I refresh, on the beginning we will see only the items but not the buttons. So that's actually really slow, but now, yeah, it went too fast. Yeah, but I hope you get the idea. Let me go inside here, and yeah, the buttons show only if we have information about the votes. And let me now just remove this ID because we don't need this. And yeah, I think now it looks fine. Now we can vote, and we can remove our votes. And yeah, and if we don't have information about votes, we don't see the buttons. One more thing is that if we don't have information about the buttons, I don't want this to be empty space, and instead I would like to show the moon loader. So if parent loading votes, let's do end, let's do parentheses, and let's display this moon loader. Moon loader 18, yes. So on the beginning, as you can see, we get those preloaders for like 1/10 of a second, and if I click, it will also refresh everything. If I click, it will refresh all of them. I don't know if it's good to see this this feedback on all of the buttons. You know that everything has been refreshed, so I don't know if you want to keep it or not, but I think I will actually remove it. You can keep it, it's a cool functionality, but I don't want to change something here for the user. So I will remove this if, and I will remove this if as well for this button. So I show the votes count even if we don't have information. If we don't have information, I show 0. Yeah, and now if I click, it just changes to the number, and I don't see any feedback or any loader on other buttons when I click only on this one. The other numbers will change if someone else clicked in the same time, but I will not see the preloaders on others. All right, so now I think we are done and it looks fine for me. I can vote, I can unvote, and it looks fine. I can only vote and unvote here, and if I open, I don't see the votes count here, or I cannot vote here, so I guess this will be the next thing we are going to fix. So let me go here inside this pop-up. Let me see components, and it's feedback form pop-up. No, feedback item pop-up comments. No, feedback item pop-up. I guess it's this one. We have a vote and we have votes count. We will not get votes count. Instead, we will just grab votes. And here, let's just do votes, and let's print the length of the votes. And if we don't have the length, let's just print 0. Right, so we get 0 here, but I would like to have it to work. If I open this one, as you can see, this has my one vote. It shouldn't be 0. I guess this is because we are not passing the votes. So let me go to feedback item. Let me see here. When we click on the feedback item, we are doing on open. And on open is inside our board. As you can see here on open, we are doing open feedback pop-up item. Let me see what it does. It just updates the state to show feedback pop-up item. So let's see here, show feedback pop-up item. We are showing the feedback item pop-up component, and we are passing the item, the feedback item, but we are not putting any votes. And we want only to pass the votes for this feedback item. So let's do from all of the votes, let's filter them to only leave the votes where the vote feedback ID to string is equals show feedback pop-up item dot underscore ID. And now if I saved, as you can see, it changed to 1, so it works. If I open this one, should be 1. If I open this one, should be 0. So that's okay, and it works. So now we can go back to our feedback item pop-up, and this works. It shows the number, and we have this button, but we don't have any on-click action on the button, on this button, right? So let's fix it. It should do the same thing. It should send a vote. So let's fix it. Let's do function, and what should we call this function? The function should be called handle vote button click. Yes, and it will be Axios post request to /API /vote, and we need to send feedback ID, and it will be just underscore ID that we are sending, I hope, underscore ID, and let's do that then, arrow function. After we saved the vote, what do we want to do? We want to update this number. So to update the number, we can ask our parent to do this the same way we did it. We did it with feedback item. So let's create the same function called on votes change that we will do here, on votes change, and let's pass this function from board. Let's do on votes change, fetch votes like this. Let's go back to feedback item pop-up. On votes change, we have it. And as you remember, we made it to an async function. So we can do await here and async here. And that's it. So let me see, I refresh. We have one here, one vote. If I click, nothing happens. Okay, that's because this function is not used and nothing happens if I click on this button. Let's do on click and let's do this. Now, if I click, it changes to 0. If I click again, it changes to 1. But let me show you. I do click and it takes like half of a second. So I want to show a preloader here as well. So let's create a state, const votes loading and set votes loading equals use state from React. Default will be false. And on the beginning here, I will do set votes loading to true. And after everything is done, I will do set votes loading to false. And I will show on the button this moon loader if it's loading. I can remove the whole button and just show the preloader, or I can only change the content of the button. I think here I will do the same thing that I did on the feedback item. I will only change the content. So is votes, how is it called? Votes loading. Maybe we should rename it to is votes loading and set is votes loading. I'll change it here. Set is votes loading, set is votes loading. Now it's called is votes loading. Let's use it here. Is votes loading. Let's do end parenthesis. Let's do moon loader size. I think it was 18. And if not votes loading, let's do end. I will do parenthesis and I will put React fragment because we have 2 items we are putting here. Now if I click, I see this loader. If I click again, 0. I click again, 1. I click again, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Yeah, looks like it works. One more thing I want to check is, let me change this to 0 and this to 0. We have only zeros. Let me check if I click on one of those, if it will update only underneath. So as you remember, all of those are zeros. Let me open, vote up, and now it's 1. If I close this one, yes, this is 1 and the rest is zeros. So now I guess all the voting functionality works. 1001, I can click open, unvote, yes, close, that's okay. One more thing is that now I don't see the indication if I already voted on this one or not. We have 1 vote here, but I don't know if it's my vote or not. Let me click on this one. Now we have 2 votes on this one and this one, but I don't know if it was me or someone else, and I don't know what will happen if I click on this button. Because it can both increase the vote and decrease the votes. So if it's my vote, it should have some kind of indication. It should be different button. And same here. We are showing the votes, but it always say upvote. But if this 1 vote is mine, it should say downvote or something like this. So this is the next thing we are going to fix, I guess. And we need to fix that it says properly if it's upvote or downvote. So to fix it, let's fix it first here. Okay. Let's go to feedback item. And we are printing those on those buttons. Here we have those buttons. And let's say that on those that I have voted, on those that have my vote, I will make them primary. So they will be blue, the same way we have it here. And so I need to define information. Information if I have voted or not. Let's do const here before return I voted. And how can I know if I voted? I need to check all of those votes that we have here as a property, if any of those have user email, that is my email. So let me do votes dot find, and I want to find a vote where vote user email will be the same as my email, and my email is here. So let me do like this, and that should work, but this will return, this will find a vote, and I want to have a boolean, and it should be called I voted, and I want to convert it to a boolean. And now on the button here, I will add a primary only if I voted. Let's see, nothing have changed, and but this is probably because this is a default button, and this is not the button that we have created here. So let me try to change this button to button with uppercase B. Now let's see. Yes, now it's a little bit better. Let me try to remove those classes, and well, now they don't have any shadow, and I would like those to have some shadow. So let me see inside button. We don't have any extra classes here, and I want to add extra classes. Here we are doing classes for default, if it's primary, if it's disabled or not. But here I will also add the classes. Whoops. I will also add the classes from properties if we have any. So let me do const extra classes equals props class name, or otherwise if it's empty, just empty string. And here I will add, or maybe not here, let's do it here, class extra classes. Now we don't have any because we need to pass a class name here. So let's do class name, and let's pass some classes here. I want this to have some shadow medium. I don't need to put it like this. I can put it as just a string, shadow large. No, nothing have changed. Let's see. Props class name, and we use it as extra classes here. I need to add a space here probably. Yeah, now I see some shadow. I think it's too big. Let's make it smaller, medium, yes, and maybe a small border. So it's the border, just border. Yeah, I think this looks fine. I don't know if it looks exactly the same as we had it before. I will change it to shadow small. Yeah, and now I see that we have one vote here and one vote here, and I see that those are my votes. So I can log in as someone else, and I can vote on this one, for example. So we don't have any logout button, but I will just remove my cookies, and I will log in with different Google account. Let me log in. Now I'm logged out. I have removed the cookies, and as you can see, we have one vote here and one vote here, but those are not blue because this is not primary and this is not my vote. So let me vote, for example, on this one, on almost the last one. I need to log in, and I will log in with different account. I'm logged in with coding with david@gmail.com, and I had to refresh, but now I see my vote. There's something wrong with this vote after login. Let's see inside our board. We are doing this vote after login. We are sending the vote. We are removing from local storage, but we should also fetch the votes. Okay. That should fix it. Let me remove the cookies once again so we can see that it works. Remove cookie, remove everything. Now I shouldn't be logged in, not logged in. I see 3 votes because this with my private Gmail and this with my Coding with David Gmail. Now I will vote on, or maybe I will vote on this one. I will log in with Google with Coding with David Gmail.com, and let's see. I voted on this one, but I don't see the vote, my vote. But if I refresh, I see the vote. Okay, so there is something that is wrong here. We are fetching votes, but I don't see my vote, my new vote. Let's see. I think this is because we are not waiting for the response from this voting. So let's do then, and then I don't need the response. I just need to wait this to end, and then I can remove it from the local storage and I can fetch the votes. I will remove my votes from here and from here, and I will remove my cookies so I can see that it actually works. And now I have voted on this one and this one with other account. Now I'm logged in, not logged in. I will click on this one that has 0. I will log in with Coding with David, gmail.com. And yeah, I voted on this one. As you can see, when I went back, it voted on this one and it refreshed the votes. So now I can vote on someone, for example, this one or this one, and it should be 2 and blue. Yes, that's all right. And I have 2 here and upvote, but it should say downvote. So we have this indication here. It just blue if it's my vote, and if it's not me that made the vote, it's just white button. Now I want to fix that. This should say downvote or something like this. So I need to go to this feedback item pop-up, and let's see, we have this upvote thing. Well, what should we say instead? Instead, maybe we can say upvoted. Let's see, we have this upvote, but we don't have, and this is voted by me, right? I voted. So it's the const is I voted. And I know that I voted if we have my vote inside votes. Votes, find. Let's find a vote where vote user email is the same as my email. So to get my email, I need to use session, and I want to grab data and rename it to session. Whoops, from use session. And now I can check if a vote user email is the same as session user email, but I will add those question marks in case session will be empty. So now this I voted should work, and we have this upvote with triangle, but I will change it. If I voted, let's do end. And we said that it will be just a text upvoted. Otherwise, if not I voted, if I haven't voted yet, I will have this span with this triangle up and this text. So I need to put a React fragment here, and let me put this here. Now it says just upvoted. Maybe instead of just upvoted, I can put this. I can do upvoted, and we can do maybe a tick icon or something like this. Let's see, tick. Yeah, something like this. Copy JSX. Let's put it here, and yeah, upvoted. But we have our icons in one place, so I will put it there. Let's do new file inside components icons, and let's call it just tick.js. and export default function tick, and here just return, and we want to return this, and those class names that we have here, we want to put it as property. So let's grab class names from here, and default will be with 6 and have 6. Instead, now inside our feedback item popup, instead of printing this SVG this way, we will do tick, and it has been imported for me, and it looks fine. Let's see why it says something wrong. Typo? No, I don't think there's a typo here. I will just add this, or maybe no, let it be with green underline. I'll add this tick, but I will make it smaller. So I'll add the class names. Let's put the class names of width of 5 and height of 5 as well. So let's make it even smaller. Let's see. Yeah, now it's smaller, maybe a little bigger. Let's do 6 and 6. Let's see what's the default. Default is 6 and 6. Let's do maybe 4 and 4 to make it, yeah, I think now it looks fine. If I click, now it's only 1, and I don't remember which one it was, but let's see. This test 1 has 1 vote, and this is not my vote, so when I open, it should say a vote and 1. If I click it, it will say I voted, and I should see the number as well, right? So let me put the number here. Yeah, I voted 2, and yeah, that works fine. Here I should get I voted 1, and here I should just see I vote 0, and here I vote 1. And if I click, it will say I voted 1, and here I voted 2. Yeah, so that's fine, and I can unvote everything. And now I vote 1, I vote 0. Yeah, I guess now voting works fine. So finally, we are done with the main part of this app. All the voting seems to work. Now I don't know if you remember, but we have this upload functionality that we can attach files when we leave a feedback. It's uploading, and then we have this attached file here, and I think we should have some attached files, for example, on this test uploads too. I will check inside my database, inside feedbacks. Let's see, test uploads. Yes, we have an array of uploads, and we have 2 links here. So now the problem is we are not showing them here anywhere. So this is the next thing I'm going to fix. So to fix it, we need to go to this pop-up, and it's this feedback item pop-up component, and we have this div here with description paragraph, and I think that underneath we can see we should be able to see attachments if we have any. So to check it, I will do something like this. We need to grab uploads from here, uploads, and because we are passing every property from the document as a every property from the document from the database, we are passing it as a property to our component. So let's do uploads, and let's check if we have a length that is bigger than 0, and let's do end, and let's do parentheses. And now if we have it, I will put a div here, and now I will say attachments colon, and as you can see, now we have attachments colon here, and now I want to just print all of those images or attachments, but I don't want to do the same thing that we have here when we create attach new files. I want to put it as a one component, and I want to reuse it. So if I attach a file here, As you remember, we had this leaves. If it's an image, we are showing this. If it's not an image, we are showing just a link to this. And file name, I will put that into a separate component. So let me find this first. We can close the icons. I think is this feedback form pop-up. Let's see here inside. Yes, here we have we are looping through the uploads and we are making links of those. And we have a button to remove it. And here we are checking if it's we are testing if it's an image, then we are showing this as an image. Otherwise we show it with an icon and the file name. And I want to change it to, I want to put this as a separate component, or maybe the whole link. Yeah, I think it should be the whole link should be a separate component. I'll create a new component here inside components. We can maybe call it attachment.js, and here I will just do export default function attachment, and let's do just return. And let's grab everything from here and let's put it here. And now we have some warnings because we need to have a link from attachment. And here we have this button that should delete it. That should delete the attachment or remove the attachment. And it should be, it's here, this trash icon. It should be visible here. But if we show attachments here, we should be able to remove someone's else attachments, right? So this button should be conditional. So let's create a property here called show delete, or maybe show remove button, and default will be false, right? And then we will do here show remove button. Let's do end parenthesis. And inside, let's put this button. Yes. And now we still have an error because of this is undefined. Handle remove blah, blah, blah. Instead, we will fetch it as a property called, let's call it the same. Yes. And now we can go back to feedback form pop-up and we can reuse it here. So let's do attachment. And that is, and we can do show, well, let's see, attachment. Let's import this and show remove button to true, and handle remove file button click will be just the same name here, handle remove file button click, and with event and the link. But we will do something like this. We will put arrow function here where we get event and the link, and we'll pass the same things here, event link. Let me put those into separate lines. Yes. Oops. Yeah, almost into separate lines. This takes 2 lines because the naming is pretty long. Right. But now it should work. Let's see. If I want to make a suggestion and attach a file, for example, this one, open, I should see this as an attachment. No, because I'm not passing the link. Let me pass the link as well. Let me refresh just in case. Make a suggestion, attach file. Let's attach this one. And now we have it. Yeah, so now we can reuse this attachment in our feedback item pop-up here. We have just attachments, colon. This is like an existing attachments, colon, but we don't see any attachments. So let's do just let's do just attachment import, and let's pass the link, and the link will be just well, we need to loop through the uploads first. Let's do uploads map, and for each link we want to do parentheses, and we want to do attachment with link being this link, and that's all. We can maybe pass this show remove button to false, but the false is default, so we don't need to pass it. Now we see those attachments, and they look odd because we don't have any styling here on the parent. So I will do class names here. I will do flex and gap of 2. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I'm thinking if we need this attachments text. No, maybe we don't. I'll put it like this. So we only see those attached files. I will also add some margin top of at least 2 between the attachments and the description. Maybe let's do 4. Yeah. Now I will create another feedback to see how it will look like. Test uploads 3. I'll put some more text here. This should be longer also, but let's attach some files. I will attach 3 files, and one of the files is not an image, so that's why I'm uploading those again. Let's create post. It haven't been refreshed for me, so I don't see the latest one, but we'll fix it later. I need to refresh manually to see this, and I see this, and I see those new attached files, images. Yes, it works fine. Let's see how it looks like. I think it looks fine. Maybe we can add like attachments, colon, and those images. Let's see. I will add another div here with class names, and let's put this margin top of 4 here. We don't need this here. Let's put this div here inside, and I'll put attachments colon with capital A. Yes, something like this, but these attachments can be much smaller. Let's do span with some class names, text smaller. Let's put attachments here. Yes, so this text is small, and I want this text to be gray. So let's do text and gray 600. Yes, something like this. And if there are no attachments, for example, here, I don't see any attachments and stuff, but here I see. So this looks fine. Now we see attachments. One thing that I wanted to fix is that when we leave a suggestion, it should refresh the list, right? So let's see how it's done. We have this feedback form pop-up where we create suggestions. We run this handle create post button click because it says create post. Let's see, handle create post, blah, blah, blah. And we are sending our feedback to API, and then we are setting set show to false. So we are saying to our parent component to show to hide us, so to hide feedback form pop-up. But then we should also refresh the list, right? So we can ask our parent to refresh the list using past function here as a property. Let's call this maybe on create. On create will be run here as a function, and we need to pass it here. So let's go back to our board, and let's see where's our pop-up here. Here we will pass on create, but let's put those into separate lines. On create, we want to refresh the feedbacks. We want to fetch them again, all the feedbacks on our homepage. We are fetching those feedbacks here. So I could just copy paste it down there, but again, I will put it as a separate function. It will be async function fetch feedbacks, and it will do just this. And here we'll do fetch feedbacks, And we want also to do fetch feedbacks down here on feedback form popup on crate. We will do fetch feedbacks, fetch feedbacks without parentheses. We are just passing the function. Right, so let's create a new feedback called it should refresh. It should be, or just maybe new 1, 2, 3, create post. We get an error. That's interesting. Let's see, what's the error? 500 error. Let's see here. The error says description is required, but it came empty. All right, let's see. If the description is empty, then we should save it as an empty string. So let's go back here to our API feedback route, and let's see. Here we are grabbing description, title and uploads. Well, let's go inside feedback model, and let's see. We have description that is required. I think that description shouldn't be required. Now let's do new 1, 2, 3, create post, error. Let's see what's the error. Description required. Okay, maybe I need to stop this and run it again, yarn dev. Let's see. I will refresh it here also in my browser. I'm not logged in. Now I'm logged in, and let's do a new suggestion. New 1, 2, 3, 4, create. Yeah, and I see it here with new 1, 2, 3, 4. We fixed that. We see attachments, and we fix this error that it refreshes for us the board when we create a new feedback. So that is really nice. Let's see those uploads here. Yes, and seems like everything works now for creating suggestions, feedbacks, and attachments, and we can vote on everything. So for example, I can vote on this one, and it is blue here because I have upvoted, and I'm not seeing the blue color on those because it's upvoted from other account. The next thing that are important to fix for this app will be some kind of logout button, because well, I have removed the cookies several times, and logout button is seems to be important. And then we also need to fix those comments. I guess that for now this comment is let me open feedback item pop-up. The comment, let's see, attachment, here we have button, pop-up comments, and let's see, yeah, the comments are hard-coded, and it doesn't work. It doesn't save the comments, it doesn't load the comments, it shows the same comment on everything. So we need to fix now the logout button, and we need to fix the comments. So when we open, we can leave a comment, we can attach files to the comments, and yeah, we can have discussions, right? So this is the next thing we are going to fix, the logout and the comments. So now the logout. For now we are printing the username here, but I think it would be much prettier to have this username maybe here somewhere at the top, but outside of this board, right? So let me see. Let me go to the main component. Inside the app, we have this page, and as you can see, inside page we have just this board, and this board is just this big box here. Now the thing is that let's see, on the top of the board we are showing either the logged in user email, or we are showing not logged in. And I think it would be nice to move it outside of the board here somewhere at the top. So I will remove it from here. let's start with this, so it will look a little bit better. Now let's go back to our page.js, and here we are printing the board, but I would like to have now also some kind of small header here at the top. I will go to components and I will create a new component called header.js. All right, and here, as always, I will do just export default function header. The same way we always do new React components. And here, let's print a div with just a div. And I will use session here, use session. And because this will be a client component and not server component, I need to add use client here. Now to use session, I need to do const, and let's do data, rename it to session from use session. And now I will check if inside session user, I will try to print it. Otherwise, I'll print not logged in. So the same thing. Now we can use this header inside our page. Maybe here. So let's do header. Let's import it. Yeah. So now we have it here on the top. Now let's style it a little bit. So first thing, I want to make it the same width as this board. So let's add a class name, and let's do, I think it was max width. Let's do 4XL, and let's do also MX auto. So margin on the sides should be auto, should be smaller. Let's do just XL. No, it should be 2XL. Yes, now it's better. Let's see. I will do for now text right here to align this to the right, and I will do maybe name here instead, so I see my name instead of email. And I will define here a constant called is logged in that will check just if there is something, if we have an, let's say, email. So if we are logged in, I will do this to Boolean. And now is logged in. Let's do end parenthesis. And here I will put, if we are logged in, I will show the name. So let's do session. Now without question marks, because we are sure we have this session user name. And I will also say here logged in as, or maybe hello, like this. And if we are not logged in, I will just say, let's do React fragment, not logged in. Yeah. Now we are logged in. On the beginning, we are not logged in because it's loading, but that's not that important for now. If we are logged in, we are showing this, hello and my name. And another thing I would like to show is a button. So I will print just a regular HTML button that will say logout. And well, I want this to log out me. So I will do on click, and I want to define a logout function. So let's define our logout function here, function logout. And let's use this logout function here, logout. And to log out the user, we just need to do sign out from Next.js, and I think that should be it. So let's put this constant here underneath, or maybe it doesn't matter. Yes, and we are doing the sign out. So let's see if this logout button will work, and we can style it later. Logout, and now not logged in. Yeah, so that works fine. If we are not logged in, I want to have a login button. So I will define a function called login, and it will do just sign in, sign sign in with a param Google. And here, if we are not logged in, we will have a button that will say login, and it will be run function login if we click on it. Now we are not logged in, we have this login button. Let's click it. I can log in with my private Gmail here. And now I have hello, my name, and logout button. Now we should style those buttons. So maybe let's start with using our button component. So to make them a little better. Let's see now. I have this logout button down here. That's weird, but we will fix it. Let's see why we have it this way. Let me inspect. Maybe because it's flex, and I don't know why it's flex, but wait. Let's put first all the texts inside other elements. So we will have a span for those texts. And now maybe we can do on this div, that is our parent, we can do flex on this. Let's see. Yeah, so it now says hello David Pashko logout. But the thing is that I want this to be aligned to the right, but this text right doesn't work anymore because it's flex. And instead we need to use justify end. Yeah, now everything is to the right. Now we can style our buttons, and I want this, well, first I want to have some padding, a little bit of padding here on the parent. Let's do padding on the top and the bottom of 2. Maybe padding on the all sides of 2. Yes, and now let's style this button a little bit, or both of the buttons. I will grab them like this, and I will add class names on both the logout and the login button. And I want to have some shadow of small, so let's do shadow SM, or maybe let's do medium. No, SM will be fine. I want a small border as well. Yes, and I want padding to be smaller, so let's do padding on the sides, so padding X to be 1 or maybe 2, and padding on the top and the bottom, so padding Y will be just 1. Yeah, or maybe 0. Yes, 0. I'll put those into separate lines like this. Class names into separate line. On click here. Yes. This here and this closing tag underneath. This here, or maybe not here. This here and closing tag underneath. So now we have this logout button. Maybe we can make the border a little bit darker. Let's see, I will grab this again so I can write on both at the same time. Border, and let's do gray. Let's do maybe 800. No, that's too dark. 600. Yes, maybe lighter. 400. Yes, I mean this 200. Too bright. 400. Yeah, I think this will work. 400. Now we have this logout, we have this text, and the parent is flex, so we can add some gap here of, let's say, 4. So we have gap between the text and the button. And I don't know if you see, but the text is not vertically centered with the button, and we need to add items center to make it. Yes, now it's centered. So the texts have been pulled down a little bit to be centered with the text of the button. All right, so we see the button, we see hello, we can log out. Maybe we can have a logout icon. Logout. Do we have a login icon? Do we have a run, like a person running, or exit? No. Out, log out. It's arrow that goes inside to the box. I don't know if we need this, or maybe let's do this. Log out. We will have this. Let's put it inside our icons. New Let's call this logout.js. Export default function logout, and here as always class name default will be something. Let's fix it in a second. Let's paste it here, and let's grab those defaults, class name, and let's put those defaults here. And now the same with login. Let's do new file login.js, and here let's search for login. No, copy JSX. Export default function login, and let's do return here, and let's do this. Let's grab those and let's put class name, and let's here define class name as a property, and defaults will be those. Now let's go back to header, and now for the logout I will add a component icon here, logout icon. Let's see, logout. It's weird that shows the arrow to the inside. I think it should be other way around. I think it should be here. We should have login. Let's see. It hasn't been imported. Let's see, login. No, I don't know. Let's see, logout. Yeah, no, I think it's correct. And here let's do login like this. All right, and for the login, let's see if I log out. Now I have this login. I want this to be primary, so let's do primary to true. So it's this color. And if I log in, let's see, I have this logout. Yeah, I think it works fine. I will remove the border. Actually, remove this border gray, blah blah blah, and same thing here. I'll remove the borders, and instead I will change those shadows to be darker. So let's do shadow gray 400. Yeah, I think this will work. Or maybe we can remove the shadows. We can add just a small border, and we can make the button brighter. So let's do a background of gray of 100, or maybe background white. Yeah, let's add some shadow SM. Yeah, I think this works fine. If I log out, not logged in. Oh, but why there's no text here? Okay, because it's primary. I don't want this shadow background white on the primary button. Yeah, now it's better. And I don't need the border on the primary button. Yes, I think it works fine. Maybe I need this primary. I will put the border background white here back. Yes, and we have login and the logout button, and I think it works fine. So now we can log in and log out with different accounts, and we don't need to clear the cookies, right? So that is really nice. The next thing that is really important that we need to fix will be actually comments and attachments to the comments. So this is a really important part of this project to make it a functional app, right? So now let's do the comments. All right, so now let's do those comments. First, let's see. We will start by adding some comments to our database. So we need to first fix this form, right? So let's go to this form. Let's see. Inside the components, we have feedback item pop-up comments. And here, I guess we should display all the comments. As you can see, we have this one hard-coded comment that is on all feedbacks. We will later get rid of it. And then we have a form here. So I think that having this form in a separate component will be much better. So I will actually create a new component for this. We have this feedback item pop-up comments. I'll create a component called the feedback item pop-up comment form. It can be long names here, but well, longer names can be sometimes better. So it's easier to understand what's inside, right? Feedback item pop-up comment form.js. Let's see, feedback item pop-up comment form.js. Or maybe we can do just comment form. Yeah, I think comment form will be good enough. Let's do comment form.js. And here, as always, let's just do export default function and the comment form. Yes, and let's return some stuff here. For now, I will just put a div. Now let's go back to feedback item pop-up comments. And let's see, I will just grab this form. I will cut it from here and let's put it here. Yeah, so we have this form. And we don't have the state for this, so I will go back here and let's grab this state and let's put it here. All right, we need to import use state from React, yes, and that should work. Now let's put this comment form here. So let's see, comment form, yes. Let's see if it works. Let's open this one. Yeah, I think it works. All right, so the next thing, let's see, we have state for text and we have button, but this attach files will not work, right? For now, it just does nothing. It refreshes the page. It tries to submit this form. So I think we can do upload functionality, the same upload functionality that we have here for attach files. So let's go there and see how it works. Let's go to feedback item, let's see, feedback form pop-up, yes. And let's scroll down. We have this label with files here. If we have uploads, and here we have uploading, create post, and here we have a label that is actually a button to attach files. As you can see, we have this text here, and this whole label is this button, right? So I think it would be nice to have it somewhere else. So I will copy this. Let me open a new, create new component here, and I will call this one attach files button.js, and let's do export default function attach files button, and here let's just do return, and we will return this label, this big label. And as you can see, now we are missing some is uploading and handle attach files input change. So to fix it, I will add those as properties. Is uploading, and instead of having this handle attach files input change, I will do on input change, and I will use this shorter here. Right. So now we can use this one in feedback form pop-up. Let's see, instead of this label, we can do what was the name of this? Attach files button. Yes, and we need to pass is uploading to is uploading, and on input change, let's do handle attach files input change. As a function like this, I will put this into separate line and this as well. and now everything works. And now let's see, now I can use the same component here in my comment form. Let's see, I have this button that says attach files. Let me open back. We have this button, attach files, and I will just do attach files button. Yeah, so basically nothing have changed. And now I need to pass is uploading. I'll put false for now, and on input change. So what should happen when we choose a file? What should happen is exactly the same thing that we have in this form. Make a suggestion. Same thing should happen. We just want to have links, right? And we want to display them. So I think that maybe we can attach the uploading function here inside. So let me see inside this component. It's feedback form pop-up. We have this, let's see, handle attach files input change. As you can see, this function, what it does, it takes files, it updates state of this button to change that it's uploading, and then it's uploading, and then it returns files. Here we have new files. Let's see, here we have new files, and that's all. I think that we can put this function inside our button, attach files button, and I will put this function here. And as you can see, we are using set is uploading. So basically we don't need to have a property if it's uploading or not, because we know when we are uploading. So I will remove it. Oops, I will remove this property, and I will add the state here. So let's do const is uploading and set is uploading, use state, default will be false. Right, and then we have this function that we need to use here, and because we changed this, we don't need this property. So now we have this set uploads, and because we want to add uploads to this parent component to display our uploads, so we need some kind of way to tell to our parent component that, well, we uploaded. Now we are done. So maybe we can add a property here that will be a function called on new files, something like this, and we will just put it maybe here on new files, and we will just pass this response data, right? And we'll get rid of this set uploads, right? And now let's go back here where it's used to our feedback from Popup, and let's see. Here is our attach files button. We don't need those two properties. We have removed this, and we don't need this function because it's not used anymore. We moved this function to the button, and now we just need one property here on new files. What should we do with new files? We will just take those files, and we want to add them to our existing uploads. Let's see, here is our uploads and set uploads. We want to add them. So maybe I'll create a new function here called add new uploads, add new uploads. Let me put this function here, add new uploads, and we will have links here, and we'll just do here set uploads. We will get previous links, and with those previous links I will return an array with all the previous links and all the new links. Maybe I can rename this to new links and lean links, and here as well 2 new links. Right, now let me check if it works. I will just first refresh here, make a suggestion, attach files. Let me pick those 2, and it says it's uploading, and we get those 2 files. We can also get rid of those unused stuff from here, and its uploading has been also moved to the button. So now it looks like everything works. Right, but let's go back here, and now let's go to comment form here, and we can get rid of those 2 because we've changed this, and we will just need to pass on new files. And well, when we get new files that have been uploaded with this button, we want to have it here inside our state as well. So let's do uploads and set uploads. Use state will be default will be empty array. And now on new files, we want to do the same thing here. So I will just do function add uploads and new links. Yeah, and it will just do set uploads, and with the previous links, it will return an array of previous links and the new links combined. And on new files, we will just run this function, add uploads, without those parentheses. All right. So now we are not printing those files here, but let's see how they are printed inside feedback pop-up form. We check if we have uploads, and then we add this label files, and then we do this. We show attachment. Well, maybe we can even take this and make a component of this. We are looping through the uploads, and we are showing those files here that you can remove if you want. So let me open and see attach files. I will pick those 2 files, and this is a component, one specific file, and it's called attachment here, as you see. But I would like to do a component of the whole thing, so title and the loop of all of those files. So you can see we are looping through here, and we have this label here. So or maybe we will not. It's just a label and this div here. I will not do it separate because maybe we want to change some styling and stuff like this. I will just use this attachment. So let me go back here, and let's try to print our uploads. So let's see, here we have a div with our buttons, and here above I will do a div, but let's display this div only if we have some uploads. So let's do uploads, and length is bigger than 0, and let's do end parentheses, and then let's do div. Let's add some class names. I will do it like this, and here I will do just files, or maybe attachments. Let's do files, and maybe I will put it also in a separate div. Files. Let's do text small here, and text gray 600, and underneath we want to have list all those uploads. So let's do div flex and gap free, and here let's just do uploads, and let's map through those. And for each link inside our uploads, I will do parentheses. And do we need a separate div? Yeah, let's do a separate div. And here inside, let's just do attachment, and we want to pass a link, and link will be just our link. And let's do show remove button to true, because we want to be able to remove those images. And when we want to remove these images, well, we need to pass a function here. So to remove, and if we want to remove an image, Let's define a function for this function, remove upload, and we will pass a link here, and let's use it here. Remove, let's do arrow function. Whoops. I'll put it like this. Let's put this into separate line, more like here. Same thing with this. And let's put this into separate line. Okay, we have something like this. Now I'll do like this, arrow function here, and I will do remove upload with this link. Maybe I can put it back here and this back here. Yeah. And closing of the attachment. Right. And if we want to remove upload of this link, we will just check the uploads and we will loop through them and find this specific link and we will remove it. So let's do set uploads. We want to set uploads to a new array. Let's grab previous links. And what we want to return is previous links, but we want to filter out. So let's do filter where we cannot call it a link because we have link here. Let's remove it to link to remove. And here, let's filter previous links. Let's find the link, and link cannot be link to remove. And that's it. That should work. Right. So now let's see. Will we see an attachment? Yes, we should be able to see an attachment. So let me try to upload those two and let's see what will happen. As it's uploading and well, it looks like it just works. Can I remove it? Well, almost. One thing I forgot about is here we will get an event object, if I remember correctly. Let's see inside attachment. Handle blah blah blah. Yeah, we get event and link. So let's do event and link, and then we will do remove upload. Let's also send event and link, and inside remove upload, let's grab event, and let's do event prevent default and event stop propagation, just in case. Right, and now let's see. I will open here, attach files. Let's do those two, open, and now it's uploading. And now we have two files. Let's see if we can remove one of those. Yes, everything works. So now we can actually add the files, and it looks really nice. Let me add those two this time. And it's uploading. Maybe I can add some spacing under these files. Let's see where we have it. Let's add margin bottom of 2. Yeah, and maybe some margin top of 4. Yeah, we have something like this. Maybe let's do just 3 from the top. Okay, that looks fine. And we can remove those. Everything works great. Now, if we add some text here, we can even hit comment, but it will not do anything because on this comment button, we don't have any on click. So let's do on click, and on click, we want to call a function called handle comment button click. Yeah, and I will copy this name and I'll put those properties into separate lines. Yes, something like this. And this is copied here. I will create a function for this function, this handle comment button click. And what should happen when we click on it? When we click on it, we need to take this text from this text area. Whoops, let's see what happened here. We need to take this text and the files, if there are any, and then we should just send it to our database, right? Right. So we have this text here inside the comment text, and we have our files in uploads. So now we can just send it to our database, right? So we don't have any model correct collection for comments, but basically collections for comments will be very similar to what we already have for feedback. So let me open. Here we have feedbacks. And as you can see, for example, for each feedback, we have a title, description, and uploads. And well, almost the same thing will be for our comments, right? We will have a description, uploads. Maybe we will not have a title because we will only have one comment. So let's go here maybe, and let's create first a model for comment. So let's do comment.js here inside models. And now let's first create a schema. So let's do const and comment schema equals new schema. And well, we want to have text that will be just a type of string, should be capital S here. And then we also want to have uploads, and uploads will be type of array of string, right? And what else do we want to have? We want to know who actually posted it. So we want to have a user email. It will be required. So I will do type string. So only logged in users can comment for now, and it will be required true. And I think that's all. I will also add a second param here because I want to have timestamps. So I will do timestamps true. And now let's create a model. So let's do const and comment equals, let's first try with inside models if we have a model with a comment name. Otherwise we will just, we need to import it, sorry, models from mongoose. Yes, as you can see, it has been imported here for me. Otherwise we will create a new model with model function, model import, yes, and first the name will be just comment and the schema will be just comment schema. And we need to export it like this, and now we can use it inside our API endpoint. So now I'll create an API endpoint, something simple so we can save a comment. I will create a new directory, comment, yes, and let's do a new file here, and route.js, and well, it will be a post request, I guess. So let's do export async function post, and we will need this request, right? And now first, when we get a post request to comment, we want to post a new comment. First, we want to connect to our database. So let's do mongoose.connect. And here we'll just do process environment mongo URL. So we connect to our database. Now, when we are connected, we want to grab from the request all the JSON. So as the const JSON body equals wait request JSON. I think it goes like this. I will recheck it inside, let's see, feedback. And yes, request JSON with await. All right, and now we are inside the API comment route. Now we get JSON body, and we want to just create a comment. So let's do comment. Let's import our model from models, and let's do create. And here I will put an object. I will add a wait here because it's a database query. And let's jump here and see what do we need. We need text, uploads, and the user email. So let's put it here. and we will put text to be JSON body text. We will put uploads to be JSON body uploads, and user email, we need to grab it from the session, right? So let's do const session equals await, and the function was get server session, yes. And here we needed our auth options to import them as well. So now let's do session user email, and that should do this. This crate will return a new comment document. So let's do const comment document equals this, so we can return it with response JSON comment doc. Right, now let's go back to our component comment form, and now let's see, we have this handle comment button click. So when we click this comment button, we just want to save it, our comment. So let's do Axios post to our new endpoint, so /API/comment, and we want to send some data. So let's put an object here. Let's go back to our route and let's see. From JSON body, we want text and uploads. That's it. So let's do text to be our state comment text. So let's do comment text, and uploads will be our uploads. So we can just put it like this, uploads. I think that should be it just for now. Let's see what will happen if I try to save it. So I will open inspect here, network, and I don't need any throttling. And now let's see. I will put test comment 1. I will attach some files here as well. Now it's uploading. Well, I don't see the comment button. Comment. Well, it refreshed everything. And this is because, let's see, we have this on click, we get an event that we need to do prevent default on. Right, now let's try again. I will attach some files, open, I will put some text here, and now it's uploading, now it's uploaded. Let's do comment, and let's see, it has been cancelled. Something went wrong. Let's try again. I will hit comment once again. Okay, now it sent post 2 times, as you can see here at the bottom. So it worked. It sent this request. So it sent this test as a text. Let's see. Yes, it should be test. And inside uploads, we have 2 images. And inside preview, in the response, we get our document with the ID, user email, when it was created, and stuff like this. So this worked. Let's check inside our database. I will refresh here to see if we get a new collection. Yes, we have comments here, and let's scroll down, and we have uploads, user email, text. We forgot about one thing. We added a comment, but inside our database, we don't know to what feedback this comment was, should be attached to. So I will remove it from my database, and let's see, I will remove this one as well, delete. All right, and now we need to send feedback ID as well here, feedback ID. And let's see, do we have a feedback ID inside our comment form? No, we don't. But let's grab it from our as a property. So let's put feedback ID here, and inside our comment form we will need to pass feedback ID. So our comment form is inside feedback item pop-up comments. I guess it's here. Yes, but even here we don't have feedback ID. So we need to go where this is used, feedback item pop-up comments. So let's go back to feedback item pop-up. And here we have this ID that we need to first pass to feedback item pop-up comments. So let's put feedback ID and let's pass just this ID. Yeah, let's save it. Now let's go inside feedback item pop-up comments. And here we can grab this feedback ID property. We can pass it here to feedback to comment form, feedback ID. And this way, now when we send it, as you can see before when we were sending this, let's see in the payload, we had only text and uploads. Now we need to have, let's see inside comment form, we should have text, uploads, and feedback ID. So let's go also to our comment route, and don't forget that we need to add this feedback ID from JSON body feedback ID, and we also need to go to our comment model and add this feedback ID here. So it will be type of, let's do mongoose types object ID, and it will be required as well. Right, now let's try to send another comment. I will do test2. I will clear everything here and I will hit comment. And as you can see, we get a comment here, request, we get feedback ID send, we get text, and we get uploads. So everything worked. And let's see inside our database. I will hit here refresh and we should get a new comment here, and we get test2 with uploads, and we even get user email, but I don't see my feedback ID. Maybe it's because I need to restart my environment. I will now remove everything from comments so we can test without any comments. Let's go back to my board here. Test2, okay, send comment. And let's see the latest comment. We get feedback ID. Let's see inside our database. Let's do refresh on our comments. We have one new comment and we get text, uploads, user email, and we get even feedback ID, which is really good. Right, I will hide this terminal for now, and let's see. So now we are saving the comments, so this works. I can probably don't see this button here, but it works now. And when I click it, it sends this comment to the database. What I want to do now is let's go back to our comment form. And this function works because it saves a comment, but underneath I want to do a wait here, and let's add a thing here. And after a comment is added, I want to do I want to clear everything. So I want to clear this text area, and I want to clear uploads. So I will do set comment text to empty string, and I will do set uploads to empty array. Yes. So now I will do test3 and I will hit comment, and it takes like several seconds. I don't know if it added anything. I will check this inside database. It should be test3 here inside comments. Yes, we have it, but it didn't clear everything. I will hit refresh here in my browser. Let's try again, test uploads 3. Here I will do test 4. I will attach maybe one file here, and now it's uploading. Let's see if I hit comment. Now it left the comment, added the comment to the database, and cleared everything. Yeah, so now it works. I just had to refresh the browser. Right, but now we have some comments inside our database. We are clearing when we hit this comment button. And now the only thing that we miss here is to just display the comments. So let's go back to our feedback item pop-up comments. And as you can see, we have just one hard-coded comment. Instead, we should fetch comments for this specific feedback ID. from our database, right? And we should print our comments here instead with avatar and stuff. Well, we don't have avatars yet, but we will have it later. So to grab comments for a specific feedback ID, we will need to first create an API endpoint for this. So I will go to comment route, and we have a post for posting comments. I need a new function for getting comments. So let's do export async function get and function get, and I'll grab some requests from here. And as always, first we will need to connect to our database. So it's the mongoose connect, and then, well, what do we need to do then? Then we need to grab a feedback ID, but I will send it as a query param. We were doing some query params, I think, here inside feedback. Let's see, here we get, no, here we are grabbing all the feedbacks. Let's see, I think it was inside vote. Yeah, inside vote we have this get, and we are checking if we have search params feedback IDs. I would just copy this, and we need to do a new URL. Right, now I will not copy this, I will write it by hand as a true programmer. Let's go back to feedback, comment route. First, let's define URL object equals new URL, and it will be request URL. And now if we have URL search params and get, and if we have feedback ID, then we will do return with response JSON. And inside this JSON, I want to do a wait, because I will do a database query to comment collection, and I want to find all the comments where feedback ID is the same as this one from the query param. And that's it. And here, otherwise, I will just do return response JSON empty array, or maybe false. Yeah, doesn't really matter. We will always try to send this feedback ID. So now we have this get request defined here. Let's go back to our feedback item pop-up comments. And here I will add use effect, so it will run every time when we mount this component. Arrow function here, empty array, because no dependencies, so it will run when this component mounts. And here we will just do Axios get request to /API/comment. All right, and we want to provide a query param feedback ID that will be equal our feedback ID. Now let's do then, and we will get response here. Let's do arrow function, because we need this response data here, and inside the response data we'll have comments. So let's save them inside the state. Let's do comments and set comments equals use state. Default will be empty array, and here we will just do set comments and response data. All right, and now we can loop through comments. So here we have one comment here. So here let's do comments map, and or let's first do if comments length is bigger than 0, and let's do then comments map, and for each comment we will do arrow here and parentheses, and inside I will put all of this. Yes, but inside of the instead of this text I will do just comment. I think it was called text. And let's see. Yes, we have test 2, test 3, test 4. Anonymous here. And we don't know what user, and we don't know when, and we don't have avatar yet. But inside the comment object, we know the user email, and we know when it happened, because we have those timestamps. So maybe I can fix first when, and then we have also those attachments that are not visible here. So first I will add attachments here. So here I will check if we have comments, comment uploads length. Let's add the question mark here, and if it's bigger than 0, then let's do and let's do parentheses. I will do a div with some class names here. I will do flex gap 2. And here I want to loop through those uploads. So let's do comment uploads map. And for each link, I will do arrow parentheses, and I will just print this attachment with link being this link. And that should work. Well, so now it shows here on the side. I don't really like this this way of displaying those, but this is because on the div above we have this flex and gap 4, and this is mainly because we wanted this avatar and the rest to be on this on the left and this on the right. But one thing that we can do is to here put a div with some class names. We will put this flex and gap 4 here. And let's put this avatar and text here. So we don't need this flex and gap 4 on this parent div. Right, and now it's a little bit better. I will only add, or do we want to have it directly underneath or under the text? I think it would be better to have it under the text. So I will grab it from here and I'll put it here. Let's put it here under a few seconds ago. Yes. And I will add some margin top here on those attachments. Yeah. So we have some attachments here. That looks nice. And yeah, that will work. And yeah, let me close this one. Let me open, for example, this one. I will attach files. And before I will do this, there's one thing I would like to fix. And when we add a comment, it will clear the uploads and this text area, but it will not reload the comments. And this is what I'm going to fix now. Let's go to comment form. And as you can see, we have this handle for this comment button. We are sending this request and we are clearing those states. But we want also to tell to our parent that we posted a comment. So maybe let's do on post that we will call, and it will be a property here. So I will add it here on post. And this comment form is used inside the feedback item pop-up comments. Here, comment form. So we need to add on post here, and on post, what should we do? We want to fetch comments again. So let's put this into a separate function called fetch comments. And let's run this. And here we will just do fetch comments. And we will do the same thing on the post. We want to refetch the comments for this feedback. So now if I do test comment for test1 feedback, and I will attach one file. Let's do, for example, this small image, open, and let's do comment. We get this one comment that is already added now to our database. So that is cool. This works. And And now what we need to fix is for our comments, this anonymous and this few seconds ago, because if I open, for example, here, and now here are all anonymous, but I'm actually logged in and it says few seconds ago, but it was few minutes ago. So I will fix it now. Let me see. We have this anonymous few seconds ago. For this a few seconds ago, there is a nice component. Let me open yarn, and it's called react time ago. I think it's this one, react time ago. So it basically prints when something happened like few minutes ago or something like this. We have this react time ago and time ago react. Let's see which one it was. I think this one is better. Time ago react. So you just put a time, and you can put language, and it prints something like 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago. So let's do this. I will add this time ago react. Let's copy this. I will open terminal, yarn add time ago react, and now to use it we will just do time ago like this. And let's see, we have this a few seconds ago. I'll put this whole string underneath. We have anonymous, we have a mid dot, and a few seconds ago. Instead of this a few seconds ago, I'll pass this time ago. Let's import it, time ago. And for language, I'll put English US like this. And for daytime, well, I will try to put comment created at. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, 16 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago. So it looks like it worked. And here we get 3 minutes ago. So that works really nicely. I would like to increase the spacing here. So I will do margin top 3. Yes, now it's better. So now what else we need is to fix this anonymous and probably those avatars here, right? So to fix those anonymous and to fix those avatars, we need to access user data. As you know, for our comments, we are saving only, let me see, we are saving only the user email. So I don't want to display user email here, and instead I want to display a name. So for example, my name here instead of my user email. So how can I grab it? We have this user collection where we save information about users, and we can grab by email, and we can find the image inside. And we can also, and the image will be avatar, and we can also grab the name. So now let's jump to our API endpoint to our comment. And here we are grabbing all the comments. I can print a result for one of those. Maybe I will take one feedback. Let me grab one feedback ID, maybe the last one. Let's see. Oops. I'll make it bigger. I will grab the last feedback ID, and let's do here /API/comment and feedback ID equals this. And we get nothing. Let's see why. Maybe we need this ID instead. Let's try with this ID. And now we get comments data. The thing here, as you can see, we get emails, but we don't want to have emails. Instead of emails, we want to have user, the whole user object. So let's try to attach those users, right? Let's go to our comment model, comment inside models, and let's see, here we have a user email. Let's maybe add that this is a reference to a user. We don't have this model yet, but let's see what will happen. Now if I refresh, nothing will happen. Let's go to our let's see, route, comment route, and here we have this get request, and we have this find. I will add here populate, but first I will put this into separate line. Now I will add populate, and let's add populate user. And now let's see, we get 500 error. Let's see what happened. I will open terminal, and user is not in your schema. Let's do user email. All right, now let's see. Now it worked, but nothing happened. I think it's because inside the users we don't have any IDs, or even we have IDs, but those IDs are not inside user email property, right? But let's see if we can actually define it inside our comment route. We have this populate, and I think we can pass it as a second param what type of properties we want to connect together. So we want to connect how we want to match. We want to match by comments user email with users.email. Right, let's save and let's see what happened. Well, nothing. This will not work as I thought. It will not try to connect. It will select the properties to return. So to grab those users, I think we need to define a virtual schema for our comment schema. So so we can connect or join those documents by different properties than IDs. So bear with me. Let's try with doing comment schema dot virtual, and here we will put user, and let's see here. Here we need to pass reference. It will be user, and then let's do local field. Local field for our schema will be user email, and then we need to have foreign field inside the users, which will be just email. I will recheck here. Inside the users we have email, yes, and that's it. Now I will get rid of this reference here, and now let's try to populate with this user. So let's go to comment route, and let's try to populate user, and let's see what we get here in inside. We get 500 error. We get 500 error. Let's see why. Cannot populate path user because it is not in your schema. Maybe I need to restart my environment. Let's refresh, and we still get an error. We get an error because schema hasn't been registered for model user. All right, so I think we can just create a model for user. So let's do new file here, and let's do just user.js, and let's just put it export default function, and no, sorry, it shouldn't be component. Let's do user schema equals new schema, and it's an object. Let's see what type of properties we have it. Name, email, image. So let's do name, it's string, email is string, and image is string as well. And we have also this email verified. I don't know what it is. So I will do just string. I guess it's date. So let's change it to date. And now let's define our model. So let's do const user with capital U, user equals, and export const user equals models, import user. Otherwise, let's do new model of the name user and with user schema. That's it. And now let's see here inside our comment model. I think this should work now. Let's see here. I will do refresh. No, we still get 500 error. Maybe I need to restart my environment. I will do yarn dev once again here. Let's do refresh. We still get an error. Schema hasn't registered for model user. Let me see here. I will do reference. Let's see, user. I will import user here. Let's do refresh, and now we get something. But nothing have changed. Let's change it back. Let's change it back to user as a string. All right, we get still only user email. Let's see. There can be one thing that we miss here, and inside our comment schema we have these options that we want to have timestamps. But there is also two objects, and we can pass information that we want to have virtuals. Yeah, virtuals. And have I misspelled? No, it's all right. And now let me refresh. Nothing have changed. Do we need something more here? I will add just one because it will be only one user here. And I will restart my environment, yarn dev. Let's do it again. I will hit refresh, and we still get nothing. Let's see if I'm populating by user, or maybe I can rename it to author. Yeah, I will do. No, let's skip it with user, and now comment route, and I'm populating it by user. So that looks fine. Okay, so I know what's one thing we were missing, and this is this param to JSON, and we want to define virtuals to true here as well, because we are converting the result to JSON, and that's why the virtuals were not included. So now I will just restart my environment even once more, and now if I refresh, let's see, we get a user here with ID, name, email, and so on. So now when we get all of this, I will go to this query, to our comment route, and let's see, we are doing this find. I will also specify what I want to grab. And the thing is that from this comment, I will do select, and I want to exclude the user email. I don't want to show the user email, so I will do minus, not my email, just user email. And this way it should be excluded. Let's see, now we don't have user email, but now even the user is null. So I will remove it, and I will add populate here. And from here, I will remove user email because we don't need it. We still are getting this. So to populate, we actually need to select. If I remove the email from users, we have email. Now if I refresh, we don't see the email, but then we cannot select the user. So I need to keep the emails inside what we are selecting, but I can put this whole query here above, maybe here above. I'll put it back. I will grab on this query and I will do result equals this. Here I will put response.json result, but we can, from the result, we can remove the emails manually. So for our result, we are now just returning a result. If I refresh it here, it looks fine, but I can do a map, and for each result item, I can do arrow function here, and I will just return result item. Maybe I can rename it. Let's do result item, or maybe we can do document, and here document, and I will just do console log document to see what we are getting here. And it's just objects. So I want to return this, and ID text uploads, feedback ID, created, updated. We don't need version, and from user I want to do everything except the email. So from both this main object and the user that sits inside, I want to exclude email. So let's do now the first document, which will be, I will remove this like this, and I will put here, let's do const define, and I want to grab user email from document, and I want to grab the rest of the stuff like this. And now if I do the rest, let's see what will happen. Now I shouldn't see, whoops, now I see a lot of stuff that I don't need. Let's do to JSON, so it will be, oops, to JSON like this. And now let's see, yeah, now it's better. And now as you can see, we don't have user email inside this document. Now I also want to remove email from here. So from the rest, I want to exclude, inside the rest, we have one document, and inside the rest, we have user, and inside user, we have email that I don't want to have, right? So I will do something like this. I will do const, maybe instead of calling this rest, I will call it doc without email. Maybe not doc, it will be we are doing comment without email. Here let's do with lowercase c, comment without email, and here comment without email. And now I want to do const, and I want to grab user, just email, and user without email, and I will grab it from comment without email dot user, right? Something like this. And now I can change comment without email. I can change that the user will be actually user without email. Now let's see if I refresh. I hope this email will disappear from users here. And it did. I have removed all those emails because I don't want to I don't want to respond in the JSON the information about user emails, right? It feels like it should be a protected info. So now let's go back here to our app, And well, we have some comments here and comments here. And now we can change this anonymous to user name. So let's go to feedback item popup comments, and let's see here. We have this anonymous, and I will change it to comment.user.name. And now let's see, and now we have my name. So that's much better now. We also have this avatar, and let's see, we have this avatar component. We take URL as a param, but this param is not used. So let's put it here that if we have URL, let's do end, and let's change this URL to a boolean here, and let's do emg. The source will be this URL, and here I will put just avatar as a text. And now let's go back here. We have avatar. Let's add URL to this avatar, and it says sits inside the comment.user.image. Yes, and now let's see. Yeah, now I have my avatar here. It should be circular. So let's see, it's rounded, but it should be also overflow hidden. Let's see now. Yeah, now we have a circle. Let's see here. Yeah, fine. Okay, so now we have avatars, and we have names here, and well, it seems to work. One more thing I would like to fix is that maybe we can put this a little bit closer to the text. Let me try to put a longer comment to see if we will have any problems here. I will put this, attach files. I will attach maybe this and this, open, uploading, and the comment. Okay, and it looks like this. Well, I would say that it looks fine. Maybe we can make it a little bit smaller. Let's go to comments, and let's see, we have this text gray for comment, and here we have time ago with the username, and the text should be actually smaller here, smaller than the comment text itself. So yeah, I think this will actually be fine. And yeah, now I think all of the comments work, and we have all we need for the working part for the comments. Now I noticed we have one small bug that we need to fix, and if we open a feedback item with a lot of comments as it is here, we cannot scroll it here. We see only part of the feedback and part of the comments. We don't even see the comment button anymore, so we need to fix it. Let's go to this pop-up for feedback item pop-up, and let's see how it's built. So we have this pop-up, and then we have all of the content here inside. So I guess this is a problem with pop-up itself. I'll open this pop-up component, and let's see, we have a fixed component here, and then we have a button here for closing, and then we have a div here that has with full, and then we have this div with the white box. So maybe on this div that has this with full, we can add some extra styling that will probably fix it. So let's do min height of let's see, full. Now we have changed. Let's add overflow on y-axis to scroll. Now we get a scroll bar, but it doesn't scroll anything. Let's see what will happen if we will get it, and when we put it here. Now we can scroll only to only to some part. We can scroll down to the comment button, but we cannot scroll up to the top of this pop-up. I will remove it. This doesn't help. And instead, what I will do, let's see on this child element. Let's see what will happen if I will just do overflow y overflow y scroll. We get nothing here. And let's see if I will just add it here to the main fixed element. Then we can scroll only this much. Let's see, we have this inset 0. Let me change this to top 0. Okay, now we see only the top of it. Let me add the bottom 0 as well. Now we can see only the bottom of it. Let me see. Let me change this to inset 0 as it was. And let me remove this overflow y scroll from here because we don't need this. We will need overflow. We will need this scroll probably here. Let me open inspector and let me see how it looks like here. We have this div with full. Let me try here. Let's see what will happen if we will add overflow scroll. Then we have a scroll here that doesn't change much, but let's see, have we will do 100%. Okay, now we can scroll up and down if we do have 100% on this with full. So let's do have full and overflow on the y-axis should be scroll. Okay, and now let's see, I will refresh just in case. Let's see. Yeah, I can scroll up and down and I think it works fine. I don't get any padding. And let's see on mobile. On mobile it works good as well. I don't get any margin here from the top. Let's see, we have this inset 0. Maybe it's because it's centered. Let's see, we have this background white. Let's add some on medium screens. I want to add margin top and the bottom of 4. So now we have some margin here. Let's do more. Let's do maybe 8. Yeah, so even if it's too big to be on one page, we still get some space here. And now we don't. That's all right. And we can scroll up and down. Let's see for mobile. Yeah, we can scroll. So yeah, now it's fixed. And so we can scroll here. And let's see, for example, here. Yeah, and if I open inspection here, it works as well. Right, so now it's solved. Everything seems to work, and we can add more comments. Test comment 2, and I will attach 2 more files, and let's see if we can go down to the comment button. And when we add those attachments, yeah, we can scroll down, we can add the comment, and we can scroll up and down. We can downvote, and yeah, everything seems to work. All right, the next thing I would like to fix is you probably remember that you need to be logged in to vote. So for example, now I can vote, but if I log out, if I click on this one, I need to confirm my vote. I think we should have the same functionality for example, making a suggestion or leaving a comment. For now, I think that when I try to leave a comment, it will break because it tries to find a user ID of a logged in user, and for now I am not logged in, so I think leaving a comment as a guest will break. And then for making a suggestion, for now you can make a suggestion as a guest, but I think it would be much nicer to have a functionality where you can write everything here, upload files, and when you hit this create post, you will have the same pop-up as here, confirm your suggestion, or log in to post your suggestion. So this is what I'm going to implement now. First, let's maybe start with this make a suggestion. So let's open this route, API route. Let's go to feedback route, and let's see. When we post a suggestion, we just grab the body, JSON body, and we create a feedback with title, description, and uploads. There's no user ID. There's no user ID, so you can create as a guest. I think it would be much better to have a user ID or user email. So I will go here and I will put a user email here as a type of string, and I will make it required from now on. Now let's go back to our feedback route, and we need to pass a user email, right? For now it's not defined, but we can grab it from our session. So let's do const session equals get server session, and here we just need to pass our auth options. Imported, yes, and don't forget that you need to add a wait here because this is an async function. We have a session, but we don't have a user email. To grab a user email, we need to grab it from session user email. That's right. And now we will save a user email from logged in user from the session, but here we are not logged in, and when I will click this, it will just send this post request without any session. So here I want to check if we are actually logged in first, and if we are not, I want to have the same pop-up or similar pop-up login with Google to continue, or something like this. So let's go to this component, and I think it's this feedback form pop-up. Yes. And now let's see, we have this button here, create post. This is the one that we click to send a suggestion, send a feedback. Let's see what it does. It just sends this post request to API feedback with title, description, and uploads. That's okay, but now what we want to change is that as you can see, I'm not logged in. I can log in here. Here I want to when I add something and I'm not logged in, I want to rename this button to log in and create post and post your feedback or something like this. So first I will change this button to or maybe no, I will leave it as it is now. But first I will grab a session here. So let's do const data, rename it to session from use session. Yes. And now if we don't have a session, so let's maybe go down here where we have this create post. Let's check if we have a session. Then let's do, if we have the session, let's do this. Otherwise, let's do login and post your feedback. Maybe this will be too long. Yeah, it's too long. And post. Yeah, I think that's better. So we have renamed this button, but the function is the same. So the function will still send this request, and we want to do something else. We have this handle create post button click, and here inside this function, we will also check if we have a session. So let's do if we have a session, then let's do the same thing that we did before. We just send this request, and this prevent default, I will put it here above. If we have session, we send this post request, so we just save this session. Otherwise, let's do else. If we don't have a session, we have this button, login and post. We want to do the same thing we did before with the voting mechanism. We want to save this to local storage, and then we want to show a pop-up to login. So let's see how it has been done for this voting pop-up. I think we had it somewhere. Let's see. Let's open the board and feedback item pop-up. Let's see what happens when we click on the voting. Handle vote button click here, as you can see. If we are not logged in, then we save it to vote after login, and we save the ID, and then we show the pop-up. So now let's go back to our form, feedback form pop-up, and let's do the same. Let's do local storage, set item, and here we will set an item called post after login, and inside we will do JSON stringify, because if I remember correctly, the value of local storage stuff needs to be a string, so that's why we do JSON stringify. And for the data, we will just put all of this. So I'll grab it and I will put it as an object here. I will make it as a, I will format this a little better. Okay, so we save it to local storage, to our browser. Then we want to show this pop-up, login to continue or something like this. Or maybe we don't need to open another pop-up. And instead, when you click on it, it will directly show you just this Google sign-in page. We do this, we do something else here. As you can see, if I click on this one, it says confirm your vote and with login button. But I think when we make a suggestion and you're not logged in and you have this button login and post and you have stuff here, maybe I can put functionality that we save to the local storage, and then directly without any extra pop-up, you are redirected to a sign-in page. So to do this, I will just do sign in and the provider Google. And I guess that's it. And I will add a wait here, and I will add async here. Async, yeah, it's not necessary, but this function is async, so that's why I added it. All right, and this should work. This should save it to local storage and take us to Google login. But then when we go back to our homepage, we go to this page and we see this. We should check if we have it inside local storage. If we do, we should post it. And if we are logged in, we should post it. And then maybe we can open it even. So let's go to board, and we have a similar thing for voting. Let me see. Here we have this use effect that runs every time a session user email changes. I think having only session will be enough, but it doesn't make that much of a difference. And here we check if we are actually logged in, so we have something inside session, and then we check if we have a feedback ID to vote for. Maybe I can rename it to feedback ID to vote or something like this, but well, it's not that important. here underneath I will do, or maybe let's rename it so it will be easier. Feedback ID, let's rename this and this to feedback to vote, and here I would just put feedback ID to be feedback to vote. All right, and here we are checking if we have something to vote for. Underneath, let's check for another thing, our feedback to send or feedback to post. So let's do const feedback to post equals local storage get item and feedback. I think it was called, let me check, post after login. Post after login. And if we have feedback to post, and then I will do feedback data, because as you remember, the value of this will be string, so we need to decode it. Let's do JSON parse feedback to post, and now we can send an Axios request, Axios post to /API/ I think it's feedback. Yes, it's feedback, and then we just put all of this data to our payload, and that's it. We can add that then, what should happen after the request is complete. And we can, when this is complete, we can either reload everything with fetch votes, fetch feedbacks and fetch votes. So maybe let's do this. I will do fetch feedbacks, and I will add a wait here and async here. So we will see inside the list the new feedback we have posted, but we can even open it. So let me see. We can set show feedback pop-up item. So let's take this and let's do set show feedback pop-up item to the new item. I think this new item we can get from the response, but let me check if we made it this way. Feedback route, when we post, yeah, we do response JSON with JSON body. We don't need the JSON body, the stuff we send. We want the thing that we have created. So let's do const and let's call it feedback document equals this, and let's just do feedback document. All right, let's go back to our board, and from the response we will grab response data, and I think this should work. Right, so now let's test it all the way. Let's see if I click make a suggestion. Let's do test, test after login, test 1, 2, 3, 4. I will attach some files, maybe just one. Uploading, yes, that's cool. Let's do login and post. And now I'm on login page. I will log in with my regular account. And as you can see, everything just magically worked. So it moved me to the home page after the login, and it sent the request, and it fetched this back, all the feedbacks, and it opened the feedback that I have just created. So that is a really wonderful functionality, and yeah, it looks really nice. It works really nice. The experience is really smooth. All right, so we have it now implemented to make a suggestion, and as you can see now we are logged in. So now when we create another suggestion, we just have this create post. There is one more thing I forgot about. If I hit refresh, it will create another posts with the same stuff, because I still have it inside my local storage. Post after login, I will remove it, and I need to add remove item here, and that after we created this, I will remove it from local storage. So let's do local storage, remove item, post after login. Now we are done, and this should work. I will test it again, log out, make a suggestion, test login to test. I will add one file, maybe this text file, open, login and post. I will log in with my account, and now I'm redirected back, and it sent this, let's see, it sent this feedback here, and then it fetched all the feedbacks, it fetched the comments, it fetched the votes, and it opened me test login to what I created with my attachment. Let's see, attachment works, and let's see the application local storage. Yes, it looks like it has been removed, so everything works nice. So yeah, and this works. Make a suggestion. We are forced to log in if we are not, but it will remember all the data, so that is really nice. There's another place where we need to implement similar functionality. So let me log out here, and this place is a comment section. So I will open here inspect and network, and here I will open comment route, and as you can see on the post, we are grabbing session, but well, here we are not actually logged in, so we have just this comment button. It's disabled because we don't have any text, but now we have text and we can comment, and if I hit comment, it just breaks with 500 error, and here inside we can see that cannot read properties of null, trying to read user. So here we are trying to read user, but the session is empty. So to fix it, I will actually maybe first I can do here that if we don't have a session, let's just return response JSON with false. Yeah, why not? Just to not make 500 error. Then what we want to do the same functionality here, login and comment, and the same way we have it here, login and post. So let me go to the feedback item pop-up comments. We have this comment form here, and it's where is it? It's something with comment, yeah, comment form here. And let's see, we have this button here that says comment. First, let's grab our session. So let's do const session renamed to, sorry, data renamed to session from use session. So the thing is that use session returns a property that called data. We just rename it to session in one line of the code here. Now we have this button comment that is here comment, and we will do the same thing. Let's do, if we have a session, then we will say comment as it is now. Otherwise, we will have login and comment. Yeah. So now we should see login and comment. Yes, that's all right. But we need to fix this handle comment button click function as well. So here it is. And what should we do? Well, here let's add an if. If we have a session, then let's do all of this. I don't remember what was inside this on post, but let's put it here. Otherwise, else, I think on post we are refreshing the comments list. Otherwise, What do we want to do otherwise? Otherwise, we want to save it to a local storage, all the data. So let's do local storage. And let's do set item, and let's call this one comment to post. And then we need to do JSON stringify with all the data inside as an object, and our data will be same as here, same as the data we are sending with Axios. So let's do it like this, and maybe we can make it simpler because we have the same thing here and the same thing here. We can make it simpler. Let's do const comment and data equals object, and inside object let's put this, and this way we can just replace this object with comment data, and the same thing here, we can replace this object with comment data. That's less code. All right, we save it to local storage, and then let's just redirect to the login page. Let's do sign in with Google. Let's add a await here because it's an async function, so we'll get rid of this warning. And all right, and that should work for the login and saving to local storage. And we have this local storage item comment to post. Now we need to go back to our board, and this is like our home page for now. And here we have all this stuff that we try to do when we go back to this home page with a session. So here we try to send the vote that we have inside local storage. Here we try to send the feedback, and now I will do comment to post equals local storage get item comment after. We have all the items are something after login. So let's do comment after login, and let's make sure it's the same name here. Comment to post. Let's do comment after login. Yes. And comment after login. Yes. And this will be a string because we did this JSON stringify. So now let's do if we have something. In case this is empty, this can be also undefined. Let's check if we have it. Comment to post. And if we have, let's do const, and let's call this one comment data, and we will just do JSON parse here, comment to post. Then we know we have data here. It will be an object, and then we can just do Axios post to /API/comment with all this data, comment data. And yeah, then we can do .then, and well, then let's do arrow function here, arrow function. And what do we want to do? We want to fetch all the feedbacks. Do we want to fetch feedbacks? No, we don't want to fetch feedbacks because we have all the feedbacks here. But we can fetch them anyway. So let's do await, fetch feedbacks. No, we don't need to fetch feedbacks. We have already fetched feedbacks in another use effect. So when we go back and we posted a comment to feedback, what do we want to do here after we posted? I think that we want to send, we want to open this feedback item, right? So we can see our comment. Let me just see the data we are sending. We are sending comment text, uploads, and feedback ID. Remember this feedback ID. So here inside we have feedback ID, and this means we have here ID of the feedback that we want to open. So to open a feedback, we need to put it into a session, this session, not session, sorry, state. Set show feedback pop-up item, and here we need to put the whole feedback item, and to find it we can go to all feedbacks that are fetched now. We can try to find it inside our feedbacks, but I'm thinking there can be a case where we don't see it inside our board. And maybe we can just fetch it from the database somehow here. Okay, so I will fetch it from the database, because maybe it's archived, maybe it's deleted, this feedback, but we want to open it anyway, let's say. So to do this, I will do Axios get request to /API/feedback, and let's say I will send a one ID of our feedback ID. So feedback ID is inside comment data, feedback ID, and let's do then, and let's say we will get a response with our one feedback, and I'll put this set show feedback pop-up item, and here let's put just response data. Yes, now we need to make sure that if we send this request with one ID, it will return response with response data, which will be a feedback item. So let's go to feedback route here, and let's see, we are grabbing, here is the post. Okay, it's not that important. Here is the get request. So here I want to grab the URL and the query params. So let's do const URL equals new URL, and let's grab request here, and let's do request URL. And now let's do if we have URL search params, and let's check if we have a param of ID. Then we'll grab this ID, and what do we want to do? We want to find only one feedback item. So let's do, and we want to send it with JSON, right? JSON response. So it's just return response JSON, and here just one feedback item with this ID, right? So here let's just do await, and here feedback, find by ID, and we just need to grab our ID like this, and I think that should be it. Otherwise, let's do else, and let's put all of this here inside. But this Mongo's connect, let's put it on the top, so we are always connecting to the database. And also this Mongo URL, let's have it also here. Right, and that should work. And so maybe now we can go back to our board, and let's see. When we get a comment to post after login, we are grabbing the data of this comment. We are sending a post request to post this comment. Then we try to grab a feedback that this comment has been created for here. And after we get this feedback back inside the response data, we are trying to open it by setting this feedback object to our state called show feedback pop-up item. All right. So then after we open it, let's don't forget that we need to remove it from local storage. So when we refresh, it will not do the same thing again. So let's do local storage, and let's do remove item, and here comment after login. And I hope this will work. Now let's see. If it doesn't, we'll just debug everything. We are not logged in. I will refresh. Let's go to test one, and I will do here test login 1, and let's hit login and comment. I will log in with this account, and now let's see what will happen. And it looks like everything just worked because it opened this test1 item and it posted this comment test login 1. And let's see inside application local storage. Let's refresh here. I don't have any local storage, so if I refresh, I shouldn't see anything. And that's correct. But if I open this test1, I should see my comment here. Let's do another test with attachments. Test login files, and I will attach 2 files. Let's do those 2 images. Uploading, yes, that looks really nice. But yeah, I forgot to log out. So let's do log out, and let's do maybe on test 2. And let's do test login with files, test comment. Yeah, test comment login with files, doesn't really matter. Let's upload those 2 images, uploading. And as you can see, we have this login and comment button. We have the files. Let's do login and comment. We had this for a second. We could see this local storage data. Now let's log in and let's see if this will work. Yeah, we are back at test 2, and here we have this test comment login with files, with 2 of our files. So everything works, and if we close this pop-up, we are logged in. So that is really nice. So now we have this that we need to log in case we are not logged in. When we create something, same for the voting, we have implemented this voting on the beginning, confirm your vote. So that is nice. So yeah, I think the authentication part is working properly now, and we can move to the next thing. Right, the next functionality that should be implemented here is editing posts and or feedbacks and comments, right? So for example, let me open this one. For now I'm not logged in, but let's say I am logged in and I'm the author of this one. I should see a button to edit this, right? And for example, for a comment, let's say I posted this comment. I should see a button to edit this one, to edit this comment. That should be nice, right? So now I will implement editing functionality for both feedbacks and comments. And yeah, so let's start with logging in. So I will log in with my account here, and I guess I created some of those with this account. So first, what I'm going to do is inside a pop-up with feedback item, if the logged in user is the author of this feedback item, I will show an edit button. So let me see. Let's go to feedback item pop-up. I think it's here. And let's see, we have attachments and we have a button with this upvoting functionality. This is the button. It's super long. We will refactor this later because it has a lot of stuff in it. But let's say we will have another button that is not primary, and it will say edit. And now we see this button here. And now what I want to do is first add an icon. Here we have the hero icons. Let's search for edit. We have either this or this. Let me see what I want. What icon do we want? Let me open this. I will take just a pen, maybe pen with this. Copy JSX, and let's go to our icons here. New file, and let's do edit.js. And let's do export default function, edit. And here as always, we'll add the properties with class name. And here, let's just return what we have inside a clipboard. And we have those class names here that we want to pass as param or property here. So let's put it like this. And this way, if we pass something to class name, it will override those defaults. Now let's go back to our feedback item pop-up, and we have this edit button here, and I will put this edit icon here as well. So now let's see how it looks like. I think it looks fine, but I would actually prefer just this pencil. So I will go to my icon, edit.js, and I will change this SVG to the new one, and I will put here this class name thing. Right, let's see. Yeah, I think just a button is better. I will make it also smaller. So let's go to feedback item pop-up, and we have this edit. Let's do class name, and let's do width of 4 and height of 4 as well. Yeah, you know what, now if it's smaller, maybe it would be better to put it back with this paper. So I will put this back. Let's do Control Z. Yes, yeah, I think this will be good. Let's go back to feedback item pop-up, and yeah, I think this will work. Now when we click on this, nothing will happen. We need to add on click functionality here. Let's do on click. And what do we want to do when we click on it? Or maybe first, before we'll add on click, let's make sure that this button doesn't show up on every pop-up item, right? On every feedback item. So first I will check if we have or maybe first I will add a small gap between the buttons. With flex here, let's add gap 2. Yeah, so we'll have more gap between the buttons. And now let's check first if we have a session. So let's do if we have a session. I guess we are grabbing session somewhere here above. Yes. And let's check if the session user email is the same as the author of this. And the author of this is passed as a user. It's populated with this user. Let me see here, and let's check user.email. And then let's do end, parenthesis, and here let's put our button. Yes, and now let's see. If I open this one, reading email cannot read because it's undefined. All right, sometimes this user can be empty because it has been created by a guest. So let me also check that we have some email here on the beginning. We have email, user email. So let's do, yeah, this should work. We have author, user, and we have email of it. And it's the same as the currently logged in user email. Now, if I open this, I don't see the edit button. If I open the second, no. Third, no. This one, 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 no. Shit. Something seems wrong. Let me see. I will print both user email here. Or maybe, yeah, let's print author email this. So if I open this one, we don't have an author email. Let's see on this one. We don't have an author email either. That's weird. Let me create a suggestion. I'm logged in. So let's do test, test, and let's do test, test, create post. Let's see, author email is empty. All right, so this seems to be wrong. Let me open, let's see what happens when we create a suggestion. Let's go to feedback route, and we have this post. And when we create a suggestion, here we create a suggestion, we respond with a newly created feedback document. And I guess we use it to open stuff. Let's see, inside the board, maybe not inside the board, we have this, let's see, feedback form pop-up. Handle create post button, and then we send this post request to feedback. We do set show to false, and we run this on create. And we can check what is this on create inside our board. Let me see, on open, not here, on create. On create, we just fetch feedbacks. And when we fetch feedbacks, we just do API / feedback get request. All right, so let's go there. Feedback get request. If we don't have an ID, which we don't, we just return all the feedbacks. And here the thing is that I want to populate with user. So if you remember, it wasn't here, it was on the vote. We had this, let me see, models on the vote. We had this vote schema. Let me see, we are creating the vote on the user. Sorry, it was on the comment. On the comment, we have user email as well, but we are passing those that we want to have virtuals, and we created a virtual schema that called user, and where the local field is user email, which is this one, and we want to fetch user collection where the key is email, and just one. So I will do now the same thing for feedback. So let me put this here, and not comment schema, we will do feedback schema. And here, as you remember, we had to add more options to JSON, virtuals to true, and to object, let's do also virtuals to true, and I think that should work. So now we have this virtual schema of user that we can populate with. Let's go back to feedback route. And here we are fetching, doing feedback find. Let's add the populate, and let's do populate user. And I think we don't even need, we don't need this populate user. Yeah, but let's populate it anyway. So we have the information about the user. So now, if we open network, when we fetch feedbacks, we get 500 error, which is weird. Let's see. Cannot populate path user because it is not in your schema. Okay, maybe we just need to restart our environment. Let's do yarn dev again, and let's see, I will refresh my browser, and well, I think it worked. I will refresh again. Yeah, I think it worked. So now let's see. Let's open feedback 200. It's not this one. Here, feedback 200. And the response, and as you can see, preview for each feedback. Maybe not each, but for the latest feedbacks, we have user that is null. That is weird. And here the same thing, user is null. Maybe we had those null users because we forgot to restart the schema. I'll create another one, test with author, or maybe test with user, and I am logged in now. Let's do test, and let's create post. Now we get an error. Oh, now it gets interesting. Schema hasn't been registered for model user. All right, so this means that when we go here to feedback, and they don't know what is this user thing. So to fix it, I will just import everything from user, and I will import it as user, or maybe I will just do like this. No, I think this way we will get an error. Let's see. Yarn dev. Yeah, I think we need to do as user model info. Well, it can be anything, but let's just import it. Or maybe we can do like this, import user. Yeah, we can do this like this, import user. I will restart here, yarn dev again. Yes, and now let's do make a suggestion. Let's do test with user, test and create post. And yeah, I think it worked. Test with user, the latest one. We have this author email and I see my email. So now it works. Now we have author of new feedbacks. Let's go back to my feedback item pop-up. Here we have our author email. Let's get rid of this. Now it works that we see actually our button. I will refresh here and let me open this one. Here we see the edit button. Here we don't. Here we don't. Here I see. Okay. So now let's fix what should happen when I click my edit button on click. And on click, what should happen here? It should be editable. It should be editable almost the same way as we have it here. So let's go to the latest one. When I click here, let's say that we will change this to input and this to text area, so we can update stuff, right? So we have this button here that says edit. Let's define a function handle edit button click. And now let's define this function somewhere here above. Function handle edit button click. And we need to tell our app or to our pop-up, our component, that we should enter edit mode. So let's create a state for this called is edit mode, and set is edit mode, and the default will be use state of false. All right, and now here I will just do set is edit mode to true. All right, and now we can use this is edit mode somewhere here. We have description and we have title. Before we will see title, let's check if it's edit mode. Let's do then, and we will see an input and where the value will be title. So let me test. Sorry, not value. So if I click edit, I see this input here. I will add some class names so it will look better, but I should not see this title here. So let's do if it is not edit mode, let's do then, and then we will show this h2. Let's do the same thing with this description. If is edit mode, then I want to do parentheses and I want to do text area. Text area and text area, and I will add some class names. Let's do border, and I will do rounded medium. Same thing maybe for my input. I will remove this value for now. Yes, so we have input and then text area, and I will make them block here, and I will make this block not here on the text area block. Yeah, so we have this and this, And here we have this description. I will do that. If we don't have edit mode, then I will see this paragraph with description. All right, and that should work. Now, what I want to change inside edit mode is that I will not see edit button, but instead of edit, I will see cancel or save, cancel and save. So let me see, here we have this edit button. We show it only if this is the author, but let's also add if it's not is edit mode and the rest. So now we don't see this button, but we want to, if it's edit mode, let's do then parentheses. I will put React fragment here because we'll put two buttons here. The first button will be cancel, and the second button will be save changes. Yes, and the cancel button will be super easy. On click, I will do arrow function because it will be super simple here. And the only thing it will do, it will just do set is edit mode to false, and that's it. So if I click cancel, I can click back at edit, cancel, edit, cancel, yeah, and so on. And save changes will do some more complicated stuff, so we will fix it in a moment. All right, so we have those buttons and we have those input and text areas here. Let's fix them. For example, I want to do with full here and with full on the text area. Yes, and I want also to add some margin bottom on both of those. So let's do margin bottom of 2. Yes, and now we need values and we need to have this on change stuff. So how we can do this? We need state for both of those inputs, on this input and this text area. So let's define state. First state will be new title. I think it's named title, right? Yeah, it's title and description. So let's do new title and set new title equals use state, and the default will be title from the property. Now let's do the same for description. New description, set new description, use state, default will be description. All right, and now we can use them, right? So I'll put class name here. Here I'll put the value will be new title, and well, why this is wrong? New title. Well, I don't know. Let's do now on change. On change, we'll grab event and we will do set a new title to event target value. And this went crazy here with those parentheses. I think it should be like this. Yes. Now let's see this text area. I will put the class names into separate line like this. And now let's do value equals and new description. And on change, we will do event set description, event target value. And I think it should be set new description. Yes. And yeah, that should work. So let's do edit, and we have the original values. Maybe we can add a little bit of padding. So let me select here, and I will add padding on of 2 on everything. Right, let's see how it looks like here. Yeah, let's see what is the padding on those. It's padding 2. Okay, so it's the same. Let's scroll to the last one, edit. So yeah, now let's check, can I edit here? Yes, oh, sorry. Edit here, edit here, yeah. Cancel, back to normal. I can edit here if I want. Cancel. Yeah, so this works nice. Now test, let's say test edited. And well, here we don't have any uploads. Should we see uploads? Should we be able to add uploads? I think we should. If we can edit title and description here, we should also be able to have to upload, to add the files and to edit files. Right, so let me add a new suggestion called test to edit and description to edit, and I will add the 2 files so we can maybe add and remove them. Uploading, yes, that this works really nice. And create post, test to edit. I can edit this one, and I even see attachments, so that is nice. But now the thing is that I should, if I'm inside edit mode, I should be able to remove those attachments, right? So let me scroll down to attachment. Inside attachment, we have this property show remove button, and we don't want to show it inside the pop-up until now. Now we want to show the remove button if it's edit mode. So let's add is edit mode. Right, now we should see the those. Okay, let me put those into separate lines. And now we need to also add the function handle remove file button click. So when we click on this trash icon, let me see what it passes here. It passes event that we need to run prevent default and stop propagation, or maybe just prevent default, and we have a link. So let's go back to feedback item pop-up, and what to do? Let's define a separate function for this. Let's call it the same way, handle remove file button click. Let's put it like this, and we have this underline because it's not defined yet. Let's do function called handle remove file button click, and we get event and the link here. With the event, we'll do prevent default, and with the link, well, we want to remove it, right? From here. So we want to remove it from, we want to remove this link from the state. But the files that are shown here are not from the state. They come from params here. Where are those uploads? Here. So if we are inside edit mode, we should, instead of showing them, we should use state instead. So let's put a state called new uploads and set new uploads. And the default will be our use state, and here will be uploads. New uploads, set new uploads. All right. And now let's scroll to attachments. We are looping through the uploads. We are looping through the uploads. Instead of looping through the uploads, I will put parentheses here. And then if it's edit mode, we will loop through the new uploads. And if it's not edit mode, we will just, as it was, loop through uploads. Right, and that should work. So now, let me see. We have those uploads or new uploads, depending if we are inside edit mode. We are looping through them. We have this function that we need to now fix. We have this link that is unhandled. So if we click edit here and we want to remove one of those attachments, this function will run with link as a param. We want to remove this link from new uploads. So how can we do this? We do set new uploads. We do previous new uploads, and we filter out this link. So we can do prev new uploads, filter where the link inside the new uploads is different from this link. I will rename this to link to remove, and I can check that the link where link is different than link to remove. Let me maybe put this, oops, I will put this into separate line, and this, or maybe I will put it this way, enter here, like this. So when I have this to run and link to remove, I will just set new uploads, and I will grab the previous new uploads, and I will just filter them to remove a link where link is different. I will filter to have only links where link is different than link to remove. This way we will not have this link. All right, and now this should work. Yes, it does, but I can cancel, and I can see those two. But if I edit, I see only the one that I have not deleted. This is wrong, right? So let me see again. I will refresh here. Let me go here. If I have it like this, test to edit, I will hit edit, and I will add here 2, and I will hit cancel. I canceled my editing, so it's just test to edit. But if I hit edit again, I see this number 2. I shouldn't see this. I should cancel my changes. So we need to fix this cancel. We don't want to just disable edit mode. We want to reset those new states. So I will add here handle cancel button click, and let's define this function here. Function handle cancel button click, and here we want to first disable edit mode. So let's do set edit mode to false. And now we need to reset this, set new title, new description, new uploads back to the defaults. So this is super easy. It will be just set new title back to title that we get from as a property, set new description back to description, and set new uploads back to uploads. Right, now let's see. I will refresh just in case, and let me see. I will do edit here. I will add the 2. I will hit cancel. I will hit edit again, and I don't have this 2. Let me do the same with the files. I will remove both of those, and I will hit cancel. And now if I hit edit again, I still see them. So that is nice. All right. So now we can edit both the title and the description, and we can remove attachments, but we cannot add more attachments, right? So I think I need to add another button for upload. And if it's edit mode, we have this React fragment. I will add do we have an upload upload button? I think we had the upload button, attach files button. Okay, attach files button. Yes, let me see. Yeah, we have attach files button. There are some properties that we need to add here, right? Yeah, on new files. On the new files, let me see what do we get here. Inside attach files button, we have this on new files. We get, I guess, if I remember correctly, we get an array of links, array of strings of new links that we need to add. So this should be fairly easy. New links, and with these new links, I will just run, or maybe I will just create a function for this. We can call it maybe handle new uploads. Handle new uploads. And let's do here function handle new uploads, and we will have links here. And now let me see, we want those links to be added to new uploads. So let's do set new uploads, and we'll grab previous uploads, and we will return a new array. And inside this new array, we will have previous uploads and new links. Maybe I can rename it to new links, and I will add new links here. All right, to one flat array. So let me check this. I will attach file. I will add this test image, open, uploading, and we have another image. Let me even upload this one. Yeah, it seems to work. Yes, it seems to work. If I click cancel, we get only those two. Edit, yeah, we only get those two. So that works nice. So now we can edit this. We can edit title, description, attachments. We can remove attachments. We can attach more files. What else do we want to do? That's it for the editing, right? So now we should be able to hit this Save Changes button. Let me scroll to this button, and let's see what should happen here. We have this Save Changes button. There are we have 3 buttons here without any colors or anything. And I think that maybe it would be nice to add some icons. I'll add this trash icon to cancel, and I think for the save, I'll make it primary, and this shouldn't be visible if it's edit mode. So here is the voting button. It's super long. I will add, if it's not, is edit mode. Let's do end, and let's do parentheses, and let's put this voting button inside. So now we have those 3, and for this save, I will make it primary, save changes, and for the cancel, I will add this trash icon. So is it trash? Yes, it's trash. Cancel. We have attach files. Maybe we can even, for attach files, we can add some upload icon. Let's search for upload, and I think I will take this one. Copy JSX. Let me go to icons, new file, and let's do upload icon.js and export default function upload and return parentheses. And yes, now let me close sidebar. We have those class names here. I will cut them from here, put this as a variable, and I will use it as a property here with the default of this. Now let's go back to attach files button, and let me see. We have some moon loader. Here we have some texts, and I think I will just put here my upload icon. But let's see, it shouldn't be visible if it's uploading, right? So let me do is uploading, and I will add exclamation mark. So if it's not uploading, let's do end, parentheses, and upload icon here. Maybe I should name all my icons with icon, so it shouldn't be upload, it should be upload icon, but now it's delayed. Yeah, we see this icon. I will make it a little bit smaller. Let's do class name, and I will do width of 4 and height of 4. And on this button, I will also add items centered to make it vertically centered. Yeah, now it's better. Let's go back test to edit. we have edit, we have attach files. Yeah, it looks fine. For the cancel button, I will make this trash can also smaller. Let's see, upload icon, feedback item pop-up, cancel trash. Let's add some class names, width of 4, height of 4. Yes, and yeah, that should work. We have even attached files here, right? Now, okay, so we can attach files, we can cancel. Now we wanted to fix this save changes button. Let's see, we have this save changes button, and let's add the on click function here, and let's call it handle and save button click. Yeah, I will put this into separate line and this into separate line, so it will look better. Handle save button click. Let's define this function here. Function handle save button click. And well, what do we want to do? When we click on it, we want to grab all this new state, new title, new description, new uploads, and we want to update our feedback, right? Feedback of this ID. So let's do this. Let's send an Axios request, but this time it will be a put request. And we usually use post for posting stuff, creating new stuff, and put for updating. So the URL will be /API/feedback. And now we need to pass the data. For the data, we want to pass ID, which will be _ID. And we want to pass, let me put this into separate lines. We want to send title, that will be our new title. Same with description, will be our new description. And well, uploads. Yeah, let's don't forget about new uploads that we have here. And that should work. Now we need to fix this API endpoint. So put request in API feedback, API feedback route, and we have a post, we have get. Let's add a put, export async function, and let's add put. Right, and now we will need to grab a JSON body the same way we do it here. So I will just copy paste it. Title, description, uploads, and I will also need ID. And now we need to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose connect, and we need mongo URL. So let's do const mongo. I will just copy paste it, this and this. Let's connect to the database, and now we want to update feedback with this ID, and I want to put this data. But I also want to check that currently logged in user from the session is the author of this one. So let's do like this. Let's grab session, and now let me do something like this. First, I want to grab the feedback of this ID. So let's do const feedback document equals, or maybe I don't need to fetch. I would just do feedback, and I can do update one. And inside this function, we first, I don't know if you can see, but first we need to pass filter, and then we push update. So two objects, first is filter, and the second is update. And the data we want to update, and the data we want to find, we want to use to find our document. So we want to find where the _ID is our ID, and we want to find where user email is same as user email from session. So let's do session user email. I will add question marks here just in case, and or maybe we don't need question marks. I would just check if we don't have a session. We will just do return response JSON false, right? And here we are updating. First, as you remember, is a filter, and the second param is an object of the data that we want to update. And it's just this object, those stuff here. So let's do title, and the properties, the property names and the values here, the variables have the same names. So we can just do title, description, description, and uploads, right? And that's it. We need to add a weight here, and maybe we can grab this as a new feedback document equals this, and we can do return response JSON with this new feedback document. All right, and that's it. Now we can go back to our feedback item pop-up. So when we hit this save, we are saving this, but what do you want to do later? After it's saved, so let's add maybe a weight here and async here, and we can add stuff underneath to do later, to do after it's saved, or we can do .then. I will show you with .then, so we can do both .then, and let's do arrow function, and when we are done saving, we will, what do we want to do? We want to tell our parent component that it should update all of those stuff, because everything here have changed, title, description, and uploads. So let's add a property that we'll called onUpdate. Yes, and let's add it here, onUpdate. And now let's go to board, because I think it's on the board where this is used, feedback item pop-up. Let's go to board, scroll down here, feedback item pop-up, and now on update. When we update this, what do we want to do here on our board? We want to refetch everything, and we want to open specific, we want to open back everything. We want to open back this this one. Maybe we don't actually need to refetch everything, because, well, everything is updated. But let me see. Maybe we will add a function here to make it prettier. Handle feedback update. Yes, handle feedback update. Let's put it here. Function handle feedback update. And what we can do is, let's see, we have this set show feedback pop-up item. Maybe we can send something up from the pop-up. Let me see. We have this on update. Where was it used? Here on update. Maybe we can pass all of this data as well, right? So so let me put an object here, and I will send title, description, uploads, all of the new data. And yeah, and this way I can go back to board, and I can do new data here, and I can do something like this. The pop-up that is open, we know which one it is, because we have it inside our state called show feedback pop-up item. So we can set this back with set show feedback item. We can change it to do something like this: previous data, and we will just do return here, a new object with all the previous data, but we want to override it with new data. right? And I hope this will work. Let me see. I will do edit. I will add two here, and I will add test image. Let's do open, and let's do save changes. And okay, nothing have changed inside this window. Let me refresh. Let's see if it changed it. Yes, we have test 2. We have 2 and 2 here, and we get this test image. So almost everything worked. Let's go back to item popup. We are sending this request to save it. Saving works. But then we run this on update. But we are not closing this edit mode. So let's do set is edit mode to false. All right. And now let's try again. I will hit refresh here just in case. I will open here. Let's do edit. I will do free here, and I will add this text file. Open and save changes. And now everything is updated. Test to edit free, description to edit free, and we get this new file that I can click on and see. And I can close it and I can open it back, and it is not updated. So here it was updated on the pop-up, but it wasn't updated on the list. So we need to go back to our board, and when we get an update, we want to do set new stuff, update the open one, the open feedback, but we want to also reload the list. So to reload the list, I will do fetch feedbacks. Yes, and that's async. I will add a wait here and async here. Right, and now let's try again. I will refresh. Test to edit free. Let's edit. I will do 4 and 4, and I will delete first 2 files. Let's do save changes. Everything is saved. And here underneath, as you can see, it has been refreshed as well using this fetch feedbacks. So I can close it, I can open this, and everything is in sync. So yeah, that works really nice. So now we can edit those feedbacks that we posted, but the thing is that we cannot edit comments. So I guess this is the next part. Let me see. I will open this back. I will do test comment to edit later, and I will attach one file, just this image. Open. It's uploading, or maybe, you know what, I will add the test image as well, so we will have 2 files to work with. I will hit comment and test comment edit later. I see this comment, but it would be nice to see edit button here as well, because this is my button. This is my comment. So let's fix it now. Let's go to not comment form. Let's go to feedback item. No, comment form feedback item pop-up comments here. And here we have a list of the comments, and we have this 40 seconds ago that is here, time ago, blah blah blah. I will put this into separate line so it will be easier to find. And I think that edit button can be like a simple link here after another dot if it's my comment. So here first I will check if it's my comment. Do we have an author of the comment? Yes, we do, because we show the name here. And we have this comment username. So let's do if comment user email is the same as my email. Do we have a session here? No, we don't. So let's grab session const data to session from use session, not use state, use session. And now we can check if it's the same as session user email. If it's the same, we can do and parentheses, and let's also check that this is not empty. So let me see, I would do like this. We have this, and those two are the same. And now it's maybe hard to read. I'll put React fragment here, and let me see. First, I will add this mid dot. So I don't see it yet. That's weird. We have this mid dot. I'll put this here. Maybe it's not me who added this comment. Well, it was surely me, so something is wrong here. This doesn't work, and I don't see this dot. I should see here outer text, but I don't see this. So let me first print the comment author, comment user email, and nothing is printed. Or do I need to refresh it? No, nothing is printed. So it looks like this is empty. Let's do JSON stringify to make sure it's printed. No, I don't see this. Let's do test colon. Yeah, we see test colon, but nothing after this. Comment user email. And that's weird because I see comment username. Okay, now I know why this is empty, because we were removing this inside our endpoint. So if we go back to our comments route, here we were removing this, where is it? User email and email. So that's a bummer. How can we fix to know if it's our comment or not? Let's actually see what data can we work with. Let's do network, and I will open comments again. And we get only one comment, and here we have image of the user, we have name, and we have ID. Well, let's maybe check if we know the ID of the user inside session. So I'll go back to here, and I will do test JSON stringify, and let's just print session. Yes, and let's see, what do we have here? We have user with the name, email, image, but we don't have any ID here. Okay, I think that we can just get rid of this filtering out the email address. So let's remove this result map thing, and we will just respond with all the emails that we have, because otherwise we would need to go by name, or we would need to fix that we see IDs inside the session. I think it's the simplest way would be to just return emails with those JSONs. Right, so let's do like this. Let's go back to here, and we don't need to do this test anymore. And we have this author now, and we have this extra dot here. So here we can just add a link that will say edit, or a text. First, I will fix those dots, so those will have some space here, and no breaking space here, no breaking space here, and same for this dot. So we will have some spacing. Yes, that's better. We have edit, but I want to change this to a span. Let's say it will be a span with edit, and I want to add some class name that on hover it will be underline. Yes, let's see. Yeah, underline. And I want to add also cursor pointer. Yes, that's nice. And when I click it, nothing happens, but that's okay. Now, when I click on this span, maybe I can change it to a button, but it doesn't really matter. Let's have it as a span. I'll put class names into separate line, edit here, closing span here. I will add now on click and handle edit button click. I know maybe it should be span, but well, handle edit button click. Let's define this function here, function called handle edit button click. Oh, I think it has been misspelled. Let's scroll down, click. Yes, now it's better. And now we want to tell to our app that we are editing a comment. So let's create the state for this. We can do now for the state the same way we did it for the feedback, but when it comes to comments, the thing is that there can be many comments here on this view, and we want to know what specific comment it is. So I will do a state that will hold the data about the comment that we are currently editing. So let's do editing comment and set editing comment. Use state default will be null because we are not editing any comment. All right, so let's scroll down here. And when we do handle edit button click, we want to tell to this function what comment do we want to edit. So let's do an arrow function here, and let's call this function with this comment, right? Because we are looping through the comments here. So we are telling to this function, and we have a comment here that is an object with all the data. So now we can do set editing comment to comment, and okay, then we can use this state to alter the view here. So let's scroll down. We have avatar, we have this name, we have this comment text. I think that the only thing here, it just needs to be comment text and then those attachments, right? So first with this comment text, what we need to do is to first check if we have editing comment. Let's do end, and let's transform this to a boolean. Let's do end parenthesis. If we have editing comment, then I will put an input here with some class names of border, padding 2, block with full, and now if we don't have editing comment, then we will just show this paragraph with the comment text. All right, so if I click it, we see this input. Maybe I can change it to, yeah, maybe I should change it to text area. Yes, that's better. We don't need this type text. Border block with full. Yeah, that works nice. And now let's do value or state for new comment text. So the similar way we did it with maybe before we will do the state, I will fix this edit button that shouldn't be visible here, and instead it should say cancel and save. All right, and we should even see upload more attachments button here. So here we have if the email is the same, blah blah blah, and we have email, we need to add here end, and we want to check that there is no, so exclamation mark, no editing comment. Okay, so now we don't see this edit, but now here underneath I will check if we have editing comment. Let's do end parenthesis react fragment, and I will put several buttons here, or several spans. First it will be a button to upload more attachments. and the similar way we have it here, attach files. But maybe it should be under the uploads. Yeah, I will do under uploads. So I will add here only cancel and save changes, save changes, save changes. Let's see how it looks like here. Yeah, with lowercase c. And between those, I will put this mid dot. Yes, and even on the beginning, before cancel. Here we have cancel, save changes. We want to have some class names on those. So here on cancel and here on save changes. I put those into separate lines so it will be easier to read. Something like this maybe. Yes, and yeah, so now we can click on those, nothing will happen. We don't have a state for new text, but we'll fix it now. First, let's fix the state for new comment text. Const new comment text and set new comment text, use state, and the default will be empty string for now. And on the beginning, when we click this edit button, we should activate this edit mode by setting this to this comment, but we should also update set new comment text, that the default should be actually comment text, and the text of the comment that we are editing. Now let's put this into my text area here. So I will put value equals this, and on change equal on change event, and I want to do set new comment text with event target value. Right. So when I click edit, I will show you what will happen. We have this edit here. We are taking comment object and passing to this function handle edit button click. And with this comment, we are putting this to state to know what comment are we editing. And for the new comment text that we are having as a state inside this text area, we are setting the comment text to this as the default. All right. So now we can edit. I can put 2 here or something like this, but now the buttons doesn't work. I will add a function called handle cancel button click, and we don't need any params here. The only thing I need to do is to set this editing comment to null. But before I will do this, I want to reset new comment text to the default that is from editing comment. So I'll do editing comment dot text. So when I click cancel, I don't want to have this too. Instead, when I click cancel, I want to take the original comment that sits inside. It doesn't sit inside editing comment. Or no, it actually sits inside editing comment. I want to take text and set it as set it back this. I don't need to actually update this because this will be updated anyway here. As you can see, when we click edit, we will update this back to original content. So I can put this back to empty string. All right, so if I click cancel, nothing happens. This function is not used. Let's scroll down to cancel. Let's add on click, and let's do handle cancel button click. If I click cancel, it goes back to this view because on our state handle cancel button, we have this editing comment. We set it to null, so we tell there is no comment we are currently editing. And then when we hit edit, this function will run. We pass the comment that we want to edit. So we put this comment to our state to set to editing comment, and we set this new comment text to this comment text. So it's in this text area as a default. All right, now we need to fix the uploads, right? So we need to have a state for those as well. Let's do const new comment uploads, or we could just do new uploads and set new comment uploads, and the default value here will be empty parentheses, empty array. When we start editing, we want to pass this as a default, the previous value or the current value, set new comment uploads to current comment uploads. Yes, and when we cancel, we want to put this back to empty array. Maybe we don't need this. We don't need probably those two, but I will reset it to just some basic values. Most likely we can get rid of those two lines. All right, but it's not that important. Let's see. If we click edit, I want those to be deletable, right? So let's scroll down to the attachments. We have cancel, save changes. Here we have attachments. And as you can see, we are looping through the, we are checking first if we have any attachments. So that is good. And then if we have attachments, we are just looping through them with map function. Now the thing is that instead of checking comment uploads, we will check the uploads depending if it's edit mode or not. If we are editing comment, then we are checking new comment uploads. Otherwise, we will check the comment uploads like this. And now the same thing here. Instead of having comment uploads like this, we will do, if we have editing comment, then we will do new comment uploads. Otherwise, we will do comment uploads. Let me paste it here. And as you can see, nothing has changed, because when we edit, we take those and set it to this state. So nothing happens. But the point of doing this, is that we can edit this and we can keep our original values here. So let's say we have two images here. So we have an array of two links here. When you click edit, those two are copied to this state. And if we are editing, so this is used. And then when we remove, let's say, one upload that we have here inside, we will remove it only from here and not from here. Why we are removing only from here? In case we click cancel, we can move back to those values here, to those two links. Let's say we have two here, we click edit, we move them here, we copy them here, and then we work on this array. We remove one of those, so we have one here and two here, and then we hit cancel. So we need to go back to this. All right, here we have this attachment, and we need to add this show remove button, and we want to show remove button if we are editing comments. So let's put just editing comment. I'll put this into separate line, this into separate line, and we now need to have also this function called handle remove file button click. And I will put this as a same name here, and I will define it somewhere here. Let's do function handle remove file button click. If I remember correctly, we get an event and a link. With the event, I will do prevent default, and we get a link, and this is a link that we want to remove. I will do link to remove, and we will do just the same thing that we were doing for the feedback. We will grab the new comment uploads, and we will set new value. So let's do set new comment uploads, and I will just do previews, so it will be a shorter new array, all of the previews. Or maybe I can do like this, I can do just previews, but I want to filter where the link is different, is different than the link to remove. And that's it. So now I can I can remove one, I can hit cancel, and I see those two. If I click edit, I see those two. If I remove one, I see only one. If I click cancel, I see two. And then if I click back to edit, I see two. So that's okay. And now I wanted to have this button to add even more attachments, right? And we need to add it. Another thing is I don't want to see the form to create more comments if I'm editing one. Let's scroll to the bottom. We have this editing form. Let's check if we have editing comment, or if we don't have editing comment, then we will do parentheses and we will show this thing, this form. So I need to click cancel to be able to add more comments. Edit, and I see only this one. All right, upload button, right? Here we have attachments, they end here. And well, here I want to check if we have this editing comment. I will do bang bang to convert it to a boolean. Let's do end parenthesis, and we have this attach files button with this on new files function. We need to pass it what happens when we get new links. I will call this function handle new links, and I will create it somewhere above here. Let's do function handle new links, and we just have new links here. And those links, we just need to add them to our new comment uploads. So let's do set new comment uploads, and we can do just current links, and we want to return a new array. So new array with all the current links and all the new links, and that should work. So let me try. We have this attach files button here. Maybe we could add some spacing here. Let me see. Yeah, I think I will add the div here. I'll put this button here. I will add some class name to add some margin top of at least 2. Attach files. Yeah. Let me see. Let me try to attach, for example, this test text file. Uploading, and we get more file. One more file. So this works. Let me see if I hit cancel and I edit it again. I have only 2. Yeah, so this works. Now we should fix this save changes, right? Let me see. We have the save changes here. On click that we need to add handle save changes button click. A really long name, but well, at least we know what it does. Function handle save button click. And now what? Now we want to do the same thing that we were doing for feedback. We first save this with Axios put. So let's do Axios put, and we will go to /API/comment, and we will send all the new data. So let's maybe put it as an object here, new data, and it will go like this. We will have text that is new comment text, and uploads that is just new comment uploads. Let's pass this new data here, and we can do either that then or await. I will do await this time. We need to add async here. Okay, so we send this put request. We need to handle create this inside our comment route. We have only post, let's do export async function put, and well, we need to connect to the database. We need to grab the JSON body, and we will need to grab the session, and in case we don't have a session, we will just do response false. Here we will need to have request because we are using this request JSON. All right, but later we want to grab data from JSON body, like title, text and uploads. So it's the const text and uploads from JSON body. And now we want to also grab the ID here. So let me go back to send the ID as well. We send the new data, but instead I will send a new object of ID being, where's the ID we want to send? The ID is inside editing comment dot underscore ID, because this is like Mongoose document, so that's why they have underscore IDs. And I want to send all the new data here. I use this spread operator because if I wouldn't, it will be just new data colon new data, and we would need to do, it will be another property that we need to go through. Right, but now we are sending this put request with ID and all of the new data, which is text and uploads, and we can go and check by ID to fetch the thing we want to update. So we can do something like this: comment find one and update. And here the first is filter object, and we want to filter by checking where the user email is the same as session user email, and we want also to check that ID is the same as the ID that we get from JSON. So underscore ID is our ID. Now what do we want to update? We want to update text and uploads easy as this, and we need to add a weight here because it's a database query. And I think this will result with a new document, updated document. So let's do updated comment document equals this. And then we can just do return response JSON updated comment document. All right, so now let's go back here to our feedback item pop-up comments, and let's see. We are sending this, we are waiting so it will be completed. Then we need to disable this edit mode. So let's do set editing comment to null, but we want also to update all the comments that we have. For example, let me open this one. No, this doesn't have anything. This one has a lot of comments, and as you can see, I can edit them. Whoops, now it edits all of those. Something is wrong here. I will fix it later. Let me try to add a test comment to here. Let's add comment. I can edit, and well, both of them are edited. We need to fix it first. When I click edit, both of them are edited. Let me see why we have it. Okay, here we are checking if we have any comment that we are editing, that then we are showing text errors and stuff. Instead, what we should do, we should compare this editing comment ID with comment ID. So we show text area only if editing comment is the editing comment ID is the same as comment underscore ID. Okay, now let's see if I click edit here. only this is text area. Let's hit cancel, but I don't see the text here. Let's see. I should show the text as a paragraph on if editing comment ID is different than this comment underscore ID. Right, so when I click edit here, I should see this as a text and this should be as a paragraph. This is a text area, this is a paragraph here. Paragraph, text area, cancel. We still have those attach files buttons and delete buttons to fix, so bear with me. Okay, then here we have this buttons. Let's see. Yeah, we have this cancel and save changes, both here and here. We should show them only. Here we have edit button. We should show edit button if the author of this comment is the currently logged in user, and if it's not, and if you are not editing this. We should also check, instead of we are not editing anything, we should check that we are not editing this particular comment. So let's do editing comment ID is different than a comment that, let's do that underscore ID. Okay, this way if I click edit here, I will still have edit here. Okay, but now let's see, fix those cancel and save changes, because if I click edit here, I see cancel and save changes on both of those. I should see though this cancel and save changes buttons only if this editing comment is the same comment that we are actually looping through. So let's do editing comment underscore ID is the same as comment underscore ID. Yes. So now if I edit here, I see edit here and no cancel and save changes here on this line. Now we need to do the same for attach files and those show trash button. So I will copy this expression and let me see. Here we have this, here we are changing what type of attachments we are looping through. And here we do, if we show the remove button, we should only show the remove button, not if we have any comment to edit. If we are editing any comment, we should show this remove button only if the editing comment ID is the same comment that we are actually looping through. And yes, so now we don't see those trash icons here because we are editing this one. And if I click edit here, well, we don't have any files, but you get the idea. Here we have. And the next thing is, the last thing is this attach files. So here's the button, and we should only see it if editing comment is the same comment that we are looping through. So let me paste this expression. And now we have attach files only here. If I hit cancel and I hit edit here, I have attach files here instead. So that is nice. And now let's go back to this handle save changes button, click. Right, so I'm setting this editing comment to null. So we are not editing any comment because we have saved everything and everything went okay with saving. We are not editing anything anymore. Maybe I can put this before we will, or maybe no, let's put it after we saved everything. And now let's see, we disable editing. But now let's say we have two comments. I have updated one. I send this new data, but the data of the comment that we are looping through, these comments, needs to be updated as well. And we have it here, comments and set comments, and we fetch those comments here. So we can either just run this fetch comments, or we can just loop through the comments. We can find the correct comment that we were editing, and we can update that comment. I think this is better than fetching all the comments unnecessary. We know what are the changes, so we don't need to fetch them again. We send how it should look like, so we know how it should look like. So here we want to do set comments, and let's do existing comments. Let's call them this way. And existing comments, it's basically the same value as comments, but yeah, I just call them here inside this arrow function. I call them existing comments. Here I want to do return existing comments, and I want to do what I want to do. I want to do a map function, and for each comment I want to do arrow function, and inside comment I will call this comment not just a C comment, and I want to check if the comment ID is the same as editing comment, the comment we were editing. We are nulling this later, so here we still have the value editing comment ID. If the comment here inside the existing comments is the same that we were editing, then we know we need to here return updated comment. So updated comment will be all data, so comment with overrides, and overrides are here inside. Yes, maybe we can just do like this. No, sorry, it can be just editing comment, and here we need to add overrides. Doesn't really matter if we do editing comment or comment, because those two values, those two objects are the same. So I can do comment because it's shorter, but here we need to add overrides, and our overrides will be not title, it will be text, and the new text is, or all of the overrides are inside new data. So I can do just ... new data like this. But if it's not the same, I can just do return comment, and that's it. And I hope this will work as I think it should. I will hit cancel here. Let's do edit. I will add 2. Let's do save changes, and now we see 2 here. Let's see what happens if I close here. If I open back, I see 2 here. Okay. Let's do edit here. I will attach files. I will attach test image, open, it's uploading, and it added both here and here. So something wrong with uploads. Something wrong is here with the uploads. I will hit cancel. Everything is fine. Let me refresh. I will open this back. And let's scroll down to our attachments. Where it is, here we have attachments. And first here we are checking if we have any attachments, if we have editing comments. If we are editing a comment here, then we are using new comment uploads. It shouldn't be this way. Here we should check if editing comment is the same as this comment. So to do this, I will here check underscore ID is the same as comment dot underscore ID. Yes. Similar thing here. Instead of checking if we have anything inside the comment, we should check if it's the same. So I will just I will copy this, yes, and I will replace it like this. And now let me see if I do edit here, those images stay as they are. I will add maybe test text file uploading. Yes, it has been uploaded here. This haven't changed. We have two images here. Here we have this new text file. I will change the comment here with text file, and I will hit save changes. We have this with text file, and we have this text file here. I will close it, and I will open it back. And now everything is updated. So that is cool. So now we can update both comments and feedbacks. Let me open, for example, here. Here we can edit, and yeah, now everything seems to work fine. I will test also to log in with different account in a minute, but before I will do this, there is one thing I would like to fix. We are checking if it's the same or not the same comment in several places here, which makes our lines of code break into several lines, and I wanted to make more readable. So here, as you can see, we are looping through all of the comments, and instead of having this way, I will open the curly brackets here. I will go to the end of this. Let me see, it ends here, parenthesis. I will add a closing bracket. Should be closing bracket here. Yes, it should. Now let's go up, and I'll put this parenthesis into new line, and I'll add return. So now it's okay. I will add indentation on this. Let me grab all of this indentation and this into new line. Yes, so nothing changes for now. But before we will return this, I want to calculate stuff. I want to do check if the comment is the same as the comment we are editing. So let's do const editing this. Let's do capital T. Editing this equals. This will be true if the comment ID is the same as. First, we will check if we have editing comment, and editing comment ID is the same as comment ID. Something like this. I'll make it a little wider here. Yeah. Maybe we could just check like this. If the editing comment ID, that's why we have this question mark here, in case if it's empty. If the ID of editing comment is the same as the current comment that we are looping through. So this is a new constant that we can reuse. So let's see, editing this comment. Let me see here, for example, if we editing this comment, then we show text area, and here we can do, if we don't edit this comment, let's do exclamation mark, then we show this as a paragraph, this comment text. Let me scroll down. If we are not editing this comment, and currently logged in user is us, then we show edit. Let's see, if we are editing this comment, then we show cancel and save changes. Let's see here, if we are editing this comment, then we use new comment uploads for showing uploads. And here let's do if we are editing this comment, then we use new comment uploads to loop through the uploads. Otherwise we use comment uploads. Let's see here. Here we show this attach files button. Let's show it only if we are editing this comment, and that works fine. All right, there is one more thing we can make shorter. Here, as you can see, we have this into multiple lines because we are checking if we have an author of a comment, and we are checking that the author of the comment is the same as the logged in user. So let me put it here. Const is author equals, and I will just take all of this, cut it from here. Oops, I will cut it from here, and I'll put is author, and I will just put it here. So author is true if we have a comment user email, and the comment user email is the same as email from a session user email. Makes sense. So let me just test everything once again. If everything works, we can edit here, cancel, edit here. Maybe let's add a file, this image here, and it's uploading. That's cool. I will save it now. Yeah, works fine. Let's see if it's uploaded. Yes, it is. I will add 2 here. Save. Yes, let's close. Let's open again. We have 2. So everything seems to work fine. So now we can edit everything. I can edit even here. I can change this to 5 and this 5 as well. I can remove all of the attachments, save changes. Now we don't have any attachments. I can open it again. No attachments. Yeah, everything seems to work now with editing. I will also try to log in with a different account. I will log in with my Coding with David Gmail. And let me see, if I open the last one, I don't see any edit buttons, but my new comment, I will comment this. I don't have any image here, but I can edit my own comment. I can add 2 here. I can attach test image, let's say, and I will hit save changes, and everything is saved. I can refresh. I can go here, and I can edit my comment as well. So yes, now editing works, and it works fine, I would say. Everything seems to work, so we can go to the next feature or next thing. So the next thing I would like to add here, or to fix, is to add pagination and sorting. So I have created much more feedbacks here that are just empty. Another feedback 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. And when it comes to pagination, I don't want to show everything at once. And instead I want to show, let's say, only 10 of the feedbacks. And if you scroll down, it will load more of the feedbacks, but it will not fetch everything at once. So for example, let's say we will have 5,000 feedbacks, and we don't want to show everything at once. Instead, we want to show only 10, and when we scroll down, it will load more of them. The same thing we have on Facebook or Instagram and stuff like this. So, and then with sorting, as it is now, we are just showing everything from the database without any sorting, and I think we can have sorting like the most voted, or we can have sorting by latest, oldest, and stuff like this. So maybe let's start with sorting. So I will go to let's say to our board, and on our board we have this make suggestion. Maybe here we can add a select for sorting. So make a suggestion. Here I will also add a select, and this select will have some options, and well, here we will sort by we will select by latest, and we will select by oldest, oldest, and we will select by most voted. Yeah, something like this. and we have our select here. So now maybe we can take this select and we can put it here. So we will have it on the left side. Now I will also add some class names here, so it will be a little bit prettier. Background transparent, and I will add some padding of 2. Now let's see how it looks like. Most voted, yes. And let's see, I will also change the text to gray 600, yes. And also I would like to add a small span before, and this span will be sort by colon. Let's see, sort by colon, yes. And I want this span to be also grayish, so let's do text gray, maybe 400. Let's see, sort by, yes. And I want this to be small, text XS, super small. Now let's do just SM, small, SM, yes. Sort by most voted. I will make this parent div flex, and I will do items center, so everything will be centered, yes. And now this padding, I will only do padding on the top and the bottom of 2, yes. And I think this looks fine. Now we have most voted, but we are not sorting for by most voted. Here we also need to add some values. Oldest, here let's do latest, and here votes. And let's say that default will be votes. So let's create state for this. Maybe here const, and let's do sort and set sort equals use state, and default will be votes, right? So now we can scroll back to the select, and well, I will need to put those into separate lines. Let's do value will be sort, and on change we will do event, and we'll do set sort with event target value. Yeah, so now we should be able to change those, yes. And now we can use this sort here as well inside use effect. So let's do use effect arrow function, and dependency inside this array will be sort. So when sort changes, it will refetch feedbacks. So let's do fetch feedbacks, and inside fetch feedbacks we need to pass sorting. So let's do question mark sort equals, and let's do sort, right? So let's do latest, nothing changes. Most voted, nothing changes. And so let me see inside the API here, network. If I change this, doesn't send, yes, it changes to latest. If I change to most voted, it does feedback to sort by votes. And that's correct, but nothing changes because we don't have this inside our API. So let's go to feedback, and we have this get request here. Now we need to grab a sort param here. So the same way we do it like this, we will do const sort equals URL search params get sort, and this way we can actually put it here inside where we don't have any specific ID, because we will do sorting only if we return several things here. Here we have find. Inside find, the first param is the fields we want to select. We want to select everything. That's why I will put just a null here. The second The second is projection. Sorry, the first is filter. Filter means how do we want to filter? Do we want to have everything? Then, so it will be empty object, or we can do null because we want to have everything. Second is projection. So what fields do we want to select? I will do null because I want to have everything. And the third is options. I'll put this into separate line so we have more space. And for the options, I will put sort. And inside here, I will put how do we want to sort. We need to specify sorting object by putting the name of the column, and if we want to sort by ascending or descending. So let's do something like this. Let's do let sort, and let sort, and it will be just a variable like this. And then let's do if we have URL search params get sort. Maybe we can define it as a value first here above, const sort value sort param equals this, and then we can check if sort param equals let's say latest, then sort equals object where we will sort by created at, and we will sort by ascending, so it will be 1. If sort param is not latest but oldest, I think it was oldest, then we will do the same, but we will do -1, so it will be descending. And for now the votes will not work, but let's do something with it. Let's do sort. If sort param is votes, then let's do sort will be an object, and we will do, let's do the same thing as we do here. We will fix the votes in a minute. Now let's just check this latest and oldest, if this will work. So here we have sort, and we can just put sort here. Let's see, maybe we can rename this, rename to sort definition. Okay, so let's do something like this. Sort will be sort definition. All right, now let's see. I will close this and let me refresh. Most voted, latest, nothing changed, oldest, and I get the latest one I have sent. So here's something wrong. For the latest, I need to do -1. For the oldest, +1. Let's do refresh. Latest, I get the one that I put at the last. So another feedback 10. And the oldest, it will be my oldest test 1. So yeah, that works nice. And now the only thing that doesn't work is most votes. For the most votes, it doesn't work because inside our feedback, we don't know how, as you can see here inside schema, how many votes we have for each feedback, right? So how can we sort by votes then? We can fetch all the votes for all the feedbacks and count them, but that would take a lot of computing energy. Instead, I will add a property here called votes count cached, and this will be type of number, and for now it will not be required. Yes, and let's do default will be 0. Okay, and then every time we vote or unvote on a feedback, we will update this. We will count it and we will update it. So let me go back to vote API vote route. Here we are voting or unvoting. Here we are creating a new vote. No, here we have a vote and we are deleting, and here we are creating a new vote. Before we will remove, delete, or create a new vote, I will also here fetch the feedback document, await, feedback, find by ID, and we have this feedback ID. So let's do feedback ID. So we have a feedback document here, and now if we have existing vote, we are deleting this. But let's also update our feedback document. So let's do await, and let's do feedback. We can do something like this. We can do find by ID and delete. Find by ID and update. Okay, and the ID we can take either from here or from here. So let's do feedback ID. And then what do you want to update? We want to update votes. Let me see, what was the name of this? Votes count cached. Votes count cached will be, and if we are deleting one, we need to decrease it. So the old value from this, I'll put this like this into separate lines. Votes count cached -1, like this. And if we are creating a vote here, I will do +1. Yeah. So we can do it this way, but like doing +1 -1. But there is another way, and maybe it's a little bit simpler. And we can, instead of doing +1 and -1, we can just update this feedback document, and we can just recount votes. So I will remove this and this, and we don't need this feedback document either. I'll create a separate function though here above. Not get, not post, not put, just function that will say recount votes, and it will take feedback ID. Function recount votes, feedback ID, and we will just run it. Doesn't matter if we have existing vote or not, we'll just do await recount votes with this feedback ID. So let's don't forget, this will be an async function, and we want to recount votes for this feedback ID. So first we want to count votes for this feedback ID. There's a const count equals, and we want to take vote, and we want to count documents, and here we do filter. How we want to filter? We want to filter where feedback ID is feedback ID. Let's do await because it's a database query. And then we want to update this count. We want to put it into feedback cached count. So let's do feedback, and let's do find by ID, and maybe we can do just update. We don't need to find it. Update 1. Yeah, update 1. And filter will be ID to be feedback ID. And what do we want to update? I'll put it as an object like this. Oops, I forgot about closing here. And I want to, let's see, what was the name of it? And the name was votes count cached. Okay, votes count cached to be count. Yeah, like this. Or we can even put this here, so we don't need to have this count variable. But let's make it prettier. So less code here. And we need to add a wait event here because it's an update query, and that should work. So now let's see. We have only one vote in our whole app, so I will click on this one. And now I will maybe click on this one, the last one, and let me go to the database to see if we have it. So inside our database, let's go to feedbacks, and I will just scroll to the latest one. We have uploads. We need to restart environment, so we will have those changes inside the schema. So I will unvote on the latest one, and maybe I will just vote on test another feedback 4. Let's do here. We have one vote here, and now let's go to our database. I will hit refresh, and let's see. Let's find the one that has number 4. Yes, and it says votes count cached 0. So it's not correct. Let's see. Test 2 have 1. Another feedback 4. I would do some console log to see if it works. Let's do console log, and let's do feedback ID and count. Yes. And now I will click here. We get feedback ID count 1. Okay, now I know what is wrong. We are recounting here before we will delete or create a vote. We should do this after. So I will remove it from here. After we delete, we recount votes, and after we create, we recount votes. All right, now it should work. I will remove this console log and refresh here, and let's see. I will maybe do on another feedback 5. I will do one vote here and refresh the database here. And this window is super small. Let me see. Feedback 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have, as you can see, votes count cached. We have it as 1. So we have also 1 here, and if I click it again, it should be 2. And in the database, let me refresh it again. We should have cached as 2. Yeah, we have votes count cached 2 on this test 2. So this works, and this means that we can now sort by this property. So let's go back to feedback route, and if it's votes, we will do, well, I forgot the name, votes count cached. We will sort by votes count cached as the 1, and let's see how this will work. I think it should be -1 because it needs to be descending. Let's do refresh. Yeah, we have 2, 0, 1. There's something wrong with this 4. It hasn't been refreshed, or something was wrong because I moved the function of the counting before and after when this had some value. But let's update this to 1. Let's update this to 0. And now, if I refresh, it should be underneath. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, now it works. Let's sort by latest. Yes, that looks fine. Let's sort by oldest. Yes, that looks fine. And now most voted. Yes, that works fine as well. So now let's do pagination. As you can see here, we get like at least like 20 feedbacks, and I don't want to load everything at once, and I want to show, let's say, only 10. So let me go back to board component, and well, to have a pagination, we need to know at what page we are currently, right? So first page, second page, and stuff like this. So I will add a stage for this. or maybe not state, because if we want to do pagination on scroll, we will need to have several pages visible on one screen. So the only need I actually need here for state will be last ID, something like this. So when we load, let's say 10, only 10, on the beginning, 10 feedbacks, I will take the last ID and I will put it into state. This way, when we want to load 10 feedbacks more, I will take 10 next feedbacks by checking that the next ID is after the ID we have inside the state. So I will do here, let's do here const and last ID and set last ID, use state, default will be null. But when we fetch feedbacks, let's see, we set feedbacks, but let's also set last ID, and we will just do response data, and we will just grab the last one. So let's do response data length -1, and we'll grab the ID. Okay, and now we will go to our API endpoint here, and we are fetching feedbacks. Let's say for this blah 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 sort, but let's also add what is the starting ID. So I will maybe change this to backticks here, and this way I can put sort here inside sort, and last ID will be dollar last ID. Okay, something like this. So for now, let me open inspect network. If I refresh, we get feedbacks, and well, it sends a request where last ID is null. You probably don't see this. I need to make it bigger here. Last ID is null. Maybe I can just make it an empty string instead. Now if I refresh, let's do feedbacks. Last ID is empty here, as you can see. So now let's go back to feedback route, and we can grab last ID here. URL, search params, last ID. Okay, and now here where we are fetching, we say we want to fetch everything and all fields, and here we have those params. I'll put those params into separate lines like this, and here we can actually do limit. Let's say we want to limit to only 5. So now if I refresh, we will get only 5, and we can sort by those 5. 5 latest, 5 most voted, 5 oldest, and stuff like this. But let me change this to, let's say 10. And now I will change it to oldest. Now if I'm here at the bottom, I want to fetch 10 more. So how can we do this? We can tell to fetch feedbacks limit by 10, but if we have any last ID, we will check that ID underscore ID is bigger than last ID. So let's do something like this. Here we have projection. Sorry, here should be null. Here we have filter. Maybe I can do something like this. I will put it as a filter, and I will define it here. Const filter equals null for now. But if we have last ID, then filter will be let's say empty object for now. Otherwise, it will be null. If we have last ID, then we want the ID to be greater. So let's do $GT. Then the last ID. Okay. So let me now open inspect and network, and I will refresh. And I want to grab this and open a new tab. So we get like 5. It's not everything. And we sort by votes. I will sort by oldest. Yes. So we see test 1, blah, blah, blah. The first one is test 1. But if I take the ID of the last one, this one, and I will add it here, then test 1 shouldn't be the first. Let's do. And test with user, and the last one is like another feedback 8. So let's now take the ID of this one. Let's put it here. And then we have another feedback 9, 10, and that's it. So we have like 3 pages. All right, so now we need to implement it here. We need to implement it this way, that if we are on the bottom here, we should fetch 10 more. So how can we do this? Let's go back to our board, and our API works for this, and we need to just fix it here on the front end side. So first we need to detect scrolling. Let me go here, and well, we don't have any body element, and I think it's the body element that we are actually scrolling. So I will add here a use effect, and empty arrow function, no dependencies, and here I will actually register a function for scrolling, and let me check it here. Let's do inspect, and let's scroll to the middle, and let's do something like this, document body, and let's do maybe scroll have. Okay, it's this 1058, and if I scroll to the top, it's still the same thing. Okay, let's do maybe document HTML, document, let's do query selector, let's do HTML, and let's do scroll have. Okay, it's this. Let's check scroll top, it's 0. If I scroll to, let's say here, it's 508. Let's see what's for the body, it's 0. Okay, so we need to go by HTML, because HTML changes. If I scroll even lower, it will be 884. All right. So I will define a function here inside. We want to check for, we want to grab HTML, and we want to attach a function when someone scrolls. So let's do some of this document, or maybe we can put it here above, function handle scroll, or register scroll listener. Okay, and this register scroll listener will be executed here, register scroll listener. And now the thing is that we will do here window document query selector. We want to select HTML element, and we want to add event listener, and the type will be scroll, and here will be a function that we want to run on scroll. And this will probably return, no, this will not return anything. So instead of having this as an arrow function, I'll put it as yet another function handle scroll, like this, and then I will use this function here. All right, and I will also do function unregister scroll listener function unregister scroll listener, and which will do the same thing, but it will do remove event listener. All right, and I'm doing both because use effect inside use effect will return a function that will just run unregister scroll listener. And this is because when we unmount a component, we want to unregister all the document events. All right, but here now inside the handle scroll, we will grab this HTML. We'll do const HTML equals this HTML element. And now we want to check from the top how much have we scrolled. Let's do const pixels scrolled, or how much. Let's do how much scrolled equals HTML scrolled top, HTML scroll top. Yes, and now we need to check how big the HTML is. So to do this, let's do const how much is to scroll, and this will be HTML HTML scroll height, like this. And now we can define left to scroll, and left to scroll will be scroll height, how much is to scroll, minus how much is scrolled, minus the height of the window, right? Client height. So let's do HTML client height. And now let's see console log, and let's print left to scroll. All right. And now let's do refresh, and let's see if this will work. No, nothing is console logged. Let's see why. Register. Let's do here console log R. Yes, this works. Maybe something wrong with this unregister. I will comment this out. Yes, still nothing. Handle scroll. Let's see console log handle here. If I scroll, no, nothing happens. I think this doesn't happen, and this doesn't work because we don't want to do event listener on the HTML, but instead we want to do this on the window. So let's check it like this, and now yes, it works. So I will remove this handle, and I will remove this R, and I will uncomment this thing. So let's see, we are on the top, and if I scroll down, if I'm on the bottom, it says left to scroll 0. So yeah, everything works. Now I don't need to be at exactly 0 left to scroll. It can be left to scroll can be smaller or the same of, let's say, 100. And if it is, I will do for now just alert fetch more. All right, so now I get fetch more. I will reload everything, and now let's see. If I scroll down, and if I almost at the bottom, it will say fetch more. So this works. Now instead of saying fetch more, we want to fetch more feedbacks, right? So let's see, we have this fetch feedback function here, but it fetches, let's see where it is. It fetches, and then it replaces what was inside. And instead, we want to do the same thing, but instead of replacing, we want to add it to the stuff that we had before. So I will add here a param called append. That default will be false. And here inside, I will do if append, then we will do this. Otherwise, we will do the default, SOR. We will replace and not append. All right, and if we want to append, I will do set feedbacks and the previous feedbacks or current feedbacks, and I will do a new array with all the current feedbacks and the new feedbacks that we have inside response data. All right, so now let's see if this works. I will sort by oldest, and let's scroll here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and nothing happens. Let's scroll here to the where is it? It's here. We have this left to scroll. If it's this small, I will run fetch feedbacks and I will do append to true. Okay, and now something's wrong. Can't do toString on feedback ID. Okay, something wrong with the feedback ID. Looks like we don't have any feedback. Let's refresh. Okay, let's do by oldest. I just refreshed the browser and now I think it works. Let's see. If I scroll to the bottom, now we get an error. Let's see what's the error. We get 500 error. So let's try this again. Scroll to the bottom and we get again the same error that says that feedback ID here toString is undefined. So let me see if I made any. Yeah, I forgot this spread operator here. Right, and now let's do by oldest. If I scroll to the bottom, yeah, we get more and more and more and more. So something is wrong because we are fetching too much of those. We are setting here the last ID and I need to check if everything is used. So let's see, inspect and network. And if I scroll to the bottom, we are fetching more feedbacks, but it looks like last ID is still empty. So I will scroll even more. Here we have more feedbacks to be fetched, but last ID is still empty. Okay. I think that last ID is empty because for events on document, when we run something asynchronously, so when we do fetch feedbacks after scroll on the document, we need to have our state as the reference instead. So I will do here, I will remove this last ID and instead I will do const last ID equals use ref. And I need to import it from React. Default will be empty string. And now I need to use it and I need to go to fetch, where is it? Fetch feedbacks. I need to jump to this function. Instead of doing set last ID, I will do last ID dot current equals this. No parentheses needed. And here I will do just last ID current. And now let's see if this helped. I will clear everything here and let's do refresh. We are fetching feedbacks with no last ID. If I scroll somewhere here, then we have last ID. Yeah, we have last ID here. So that is nice. And we can still scroll forever. So there is something wrong. Let's see. Looks like we can scroll after the last page indefinitely. Let's see. I will want to see by oldest. and we get 5, 10, 6. So something is wrong here. Let's see, I will refresh. First we get feedbacks, sort by votes. I want to sort by oldest. Okay, sort by oldest. The last ID is this. No, I want to do this again. And when I'm changing the sorting, I want to reset this last ID thing. So where is it? We have this on change set sort, but here I will need to also reset the last ID current to be empty string. Okay, let's refresh, clear everything, sort by oldest. So we are sorting by oldest, last ID is empty, oldest is test1. Let's see, now we fetched more. Let's go feedback ID, sort by votes. Suddenly, it shouldn't be by votes. The problem is that even the sort needs to be a reference as well. So I will add it as a separate reference. Let me see. Let's do const sort reference equals use reference. Default will be votes. Okay, and now instead of updating this select here, we have this last ID current empty. I would just add a use effect on the sort. So let me see here. Use effect empty arrow function for now. For dependencies, I will add sort when sort changes, and here I will reset the last ID reference, and I want to also change the sort reference current to this sort. Okay, and now let's see, I will clear everything. Let's see, feedbacks, sort by votes. I want to sort by oldest. Let's see, feedbacks, sort by oldest. We have a last ID that I didn't want to have. And let's see, last ID current. Here we have sort. I want to have sort reference dot current here instead. Let me refresh. Feedbacks by votes, last ID last ID by oldest now. Still something wrong here. Okay, because we have changed the sort, and the sort reference should be also have changed. Let's see, I will clear this again, refresh, and first we get feedbacks, sort by votes. Okay, let's clear this. Let's change this to oldest. The sorting in the query is still by votes, so something is wrong here. Let me see. Where are we fetching the feedbacks? Here we also have a use effect for sort, so maybe we can just get rid of this one because it's almost the same. I will just take those two, remove this, and let me scroll back here, and I'll put it like this. Right, let's check this, clear everything, refresh. Feedbacks by votes. Okay, if I change it to oldest, yeah, we sort by oldest. Okay, so that works. Let me see now here. Yes, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and we still get the same thing forever. So we get the last page, we get it forever, and we need to fix it. So let me check this again. I will refresh. I clear everything here, network, and by oldest, and yeah, now let me scroll down. Now the first problem is that if we are down here, we are sending too many feedback requests. We should check that if we are already fetching feedbacks, then we shouldn't try to fetch even more. So I will first try with state here, const fetching feedbacks, and set fetching feedbacks. Use state default will be false. And let's see. And we have this fetch feedbacks function here. On the beginning, I will do set fetching feedbacks to true. And on the end, after we are done with this axios, then I will do set fetching feedbacks to false. And on the beginning, if we are fetching feedbacks, then I will just do return. So it will not go further. It will not do anything. Right, now let's do refresh. And if I scroll and scroll and scroll, we get some error, but that's okay for now. Let's do refresh. Clear everything, network, clear, sort by oldest. Yes, and no last ID. Let's see. There were too many vote requests at the same time, I would say, and too many feedback requests at the same time as well. So this looks like this doesn't work. And I think that's because we need to change this to reference as well. So let's do const fetching feedbacks equals use reference. Default will be false. And now we want to use this as a reference instead inside our fetch feedbacks. So if fetch feedbacks current is true, then return. And if it's not, then we will just do fetching feedbacks current to true. And here underneath, when we are done with axios and stuff, we will do fetching feedbacks current to false. Okay, now let's see if this will work. I will clear everything. Let's sort by oldest. And let's see, sort by oldest, last ID empty. Let's scroll down. Yeah, we are fetching feedbacks. We have oldest, we have last ID. Last ID ends with 712. Let's scroll more. Feedback, and the last ID ends with CD1. Even more, we get an error, and we try to fetch even more the last to be CDB, and we get this weird error. All right, so let's see this error. And the error says cannot read properties of undefined reading ID. Here somewhere inside the board.js 121. Let's see, 121. Okay, that's weird. I cannot see this components board. I think it's this file. Yeah, but I cannot find line 121, or maybe it should be here. No, it's not. So something wrong is here. Board.js line 90. Let's see, 90. Okay, looks like this response data can be empty. Let's see the last response from feedbacks. Yes, it's empty, so that's why it fails. And so here we need to add check if we have data from response data. If response data length is bigger than 0, then we will update the current, and we will update, then we will update the current. Okay, and now let's see if we got rid of this error. I will refresh, scroll to the bottom. Yeah, seems to work. It repeats several times. Another feedback 10. I have this in here and here and here. but it kind of works. Let's see. By oldest and 10, and then it doesn't scroll anymore. Okay, so if I go by oldest, or it works, but if I change it to most voted, we have another feedback 10, another feedback 10, another feedback 10, and we can go forever. And this means that we cannot do this with IDs. And instead of having the last ID, we need to have something else. And this else thing will be the number of loaded rows. So we know how many rows we have. I will call it loaded rows, and the default will be 0. And now inside fetch feedbacks, we have this last ID, and we pass it here. I will just rename it to loaded rows, and here as well loaded rows.current. And here where we update the last ID, I will do loaded rows current, and I will just add the length of this response data. Yeah, so on the beginning it will be 0, but then we will add like 10, and yeah, that should work. And if it's like 10, we will add 10 more after we fetch it. And we have another one last ID. Let's see where it is. I think it's here. Yes, last ID current. Instead, we need to do loaded rows current, and the default will be 0. Okay, so now let's see. Oldest, we have test 1 and so on. Then we have more. Okay, we are not handling this loaded rows inside our backend. We are sending this in our fetch feedback here, but we are not using this. So let's go to feedback API feedback route, and let's see. We have this last ID, but instead we will do loaded rows. Let's do loaded rows. And here we have, if we have loaded rows, then we will filter another way. We will not do any filter first. And here, instead of filter, I will put null. And instead of doing filters, I will do skip. And we will just skip the amount of rows that we have inside loaded rows. Yes. And this way, let's see if we refresh now. I will go by oldest, test 1, test 2, blah, blah, blah. And we have another feedback 1, 2, 3, 10. And now if I want to fetch more, there is nothing to fetch. I just have those. Now let's see if it works with most voted. Or maybe first let's do with latest. 10, 9, blah, blah, blah. Let's fetch more. Yeah, everything seems to work. Let's do most voted. Test 2. I don't know why this came up here. Maybe something wrong with the cache. I will vote and unvote. Let's do again. Yeah, now the 10 is not here. 2, 1, 0. Let's scroll down. Let's get more. Yeah. Now it seems like the sorting works. Latest. Yes. Everything works. Oldest, yes, this works. And most voted, 2, 1, 0, blah, blah. Let's maybe vote for this one, the long one, test uploads free. And now let's do latest and most voted. Yeah, everything seems to work. So now we have sorting and we have pagination. Would be nice to add a preloader on the bottom, that when we load something, it will show this moon loader or something. Let's go down to the board, inside board component. Let's see, we have those feedbacks here that we are looping through. One more thing is that I would like to have like extra margin bottom here on this background white, blah, blah, blah. We have this medium margin top of 8. Let's see, maybe 8 is too much. I would do just 4. And I will do the same for the bottom. So let's do margin Y will be 4. So top and the bottom. Okay. Or maybe let's do top 4, but medium margin bottom, I will do actually 8. So more margin on the bottom. Yeah. And that works fine. And now on the bottom here, let's see, here we are looping through all those feedback items. Before we will close this div, I will check if we are loading more feedbacks. Loading, not sorry, it should be fetching feedbacks. Fetching feedbacks, it's this is a reference, so we need to check for current. And if it's true, then we will do parentheses here, and let's do div, and let's do our moon loader, and that's it. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything, so that's weird. Let's see, fetching feedbacks. Fetching feedbacks use ref, it's false, and let's see where it is updated. Let's go to fetch feedbacks function. Fetching feedbacks current false, fetching feedbacks current true. Yeah, it should be. Let's do refresh. Oh, here I got this moon loader on the beginning. So it worked, but only on the beginning. Let's see, feedback item, moon loader. Let's try again. It feels like we need to have both reference and state for fetching feedbacks, because as you see, we see it only on the beginning, on the first fetch, but then we don't see this moon loader anymore. So this fetching feedbacks, I will rename this to fetching feedbacks reference, but I will also add const fetching feedbacks and set fetching feedbacks. That is a state, and it will be default false. And inside fetch feedbacks, I will do same thing here. I will do set fetching feedbacks to true here, and here I will do this to false, the same thing but to false. Okay, and here underneath I will check for not reference but the state. Okay, if I refresh, I see it. If I scroll down, you could see this as well. So now it's fetching, but it's not finding anything. So that's a small bug that we need to fix. It always tries to find something. So we need to inform our app that this is the end of the list. And we know that this is the end of the list when there is no more result. So let's go to fetch feedbacks here. And here we are checking if it's 0. We can also here check if it's bigger than 0, then we are increasing this have here, and not have but loaded rows. We can also check if this is 0. If it's exactly 0, then we can tell to our state that this is the end, everything loaded. So we can do something like this, const, and then let's define state called everything loaded, and set everything loaded. Default will be false, but if we have nothing left, then we will do set everything loaded to true. Okay, and then here we are doing this fetch feedback. We can check if we are not fetching, if we are already fetching, then stop here. And if we fetched everything loaded. Then let's also do return nothing. Now let's see if this will work. No, we still get this preloader. It still tries to do this. I think this is because we need to change this to reference. So I will use reference instead, and we need to put it like this. Everything loaded. Let's rename it to reference. Everything loaded reference. Let's go to here, that current, and now set everything loaded current equals true. Okay, and now let's see. We get preloader on the beginning, here, and now we don't have preloader anymore because we loaded everything. Let's sort by, but we also need to reset this when we change the sorting. So let's go up here and here. Everything loaded current equals false when we change sorting. Let's change the sorting to oldest. Yes, everything loaded, so we don't see this preloader anymore. I will also add some more spacing and stuff here. Class name. Let's add some padding of maybe 4 for this preloader. Let's change the size of it to 24 or something like this. Now let's see. Yeah, so the preloader is smaller and everything seems to work. I will also try by sorting by oldest. Yeah, everything seems to work. Let's sort also by most voted. 2, 1, 1. Yes, let's scroll to the bottom. Everything seems to work. All right, so now we have sorting and pagination working. So that is really nice. And we can then continue with implementing search functionality, for example. All right, now let's try to do a search field somewhere, maybe here. So first I will go to this place on inside the board. Let's see, board, and let's see where we have. Here we have this select. Maybe we can actually get rid of this text so we will have more place. I'll remove this sort by. Let's see. Yeah, and I will make this a little like darker. Let's try with 300, not here. On the select, let's see. Let's do 300 here. That's too bright. Let's do 500. Yeah, something like this will work. Maybe let's try with 400. Yeah, I think this this will work nice. Now I would like to have a search field here. So let's see. Here we have the select. Maybe here we can add a div where we will have an input with placeholder of search. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, something like this. Now I would like to have some space here. So I think I will just make here, let's see, maybe on this one, on this flex parent, I will add a gap of 2. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe bigger gap. Let's do gap of 4. Yeah, this will work. Now I will need some class names here. So on this input, I will add the class name, and let's do background transparent, and I will add some padding of 2. Yeah, and this will work. And now I would also like to add a search icon. So let's search for search, and this magnifying glass will work. Copy JSX. Let's go to icons, new file, and let's do search.js. Yes, and here export default function, search. Yes, and return parentheses, this, and let's now take those class names and let's put it here as I will close sidebar class name. to be this as default, and we will put our class name here as variable class name. Right, now let's go back to board, and here we have our input. Let's add our search icon. Right, now let's see, almost there. For our div, we need to add the class name. We want to do flex. Here, let's see, almost. Let's do also items center, how it looks now. Better. I want to have some different text. Let's see, we have this text gray 400. I'll move it from the select and we'll move it here. Let's see, yeah, now it's better. Now I will make this search icon smaller. So here I will add the class name of width 4 and height 4 as well. That should help. Yes, that's better. And now I would like to decrease the space between this magnifying icon and the input. And it might be nice to have a sorting icon here. So let me search for sort, and I don't see any icon that will fit. Let's search for filter with something like this or something like this. Let's search for order. No. And desk. No. Order. No. Filter. So we can do adjustments or this. Well, I don't think we need any of those. Let's fix first this search. So I think I will remove the spacing maybe here between this magnifying glass and this input. Or I can increase the padding left and I can put this icon inside. So let me do this instead. So we have this here, input padding of 2, but I will do padding left of 4. Let's do something like this. I'll put this and this into separate line. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah. Now let's push this search icon more to the left for this div. I think this will not be flex, and instead I will do this relative. Yes, and now for the icon I'll make it absolute positioning here, and let's see, almost there. Now I will do just like top 3, top 2, almost there. I need to do top 3 maybe. Yes, and now let's see. I would like to have more spacing here, so I will do padding left of 5. Let's see. Yeah, this is better. And now even if I click on this icon, I would like to focus the input, and I think we can fix it by doing pointer events none. Yeah, so let's refresh. Yeah, I can click on the input and I can click on the this icon. So that is nice, and I can search here. Yeah, works really nice. And maybe I can put even more padding to the left. So let's do maybe padding left of 8. Let's see. Yeah, and I can pull the icon more to the right. So let's do maybe left 2. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's better. Maybe we can start somewhere here. So let's do padding left of 7. Yeah, I think this is perfect. And even if I click here, I can search. Yeah, so that works really nice. And now basically, I think that we have a small issue that this is not centered with the rest. So let's see. I think this button should be pulled down a few pixels. We have item center here. We have here flex. I will add items center here as well. Yeah, now it jumped down a little bit. So I think now everything is in line. So that is better. I would also like to maybe make those two smaller in text, or maybe not. Let me see how it looks like here. Yeah, I think it's okay for now. Now we need to fix so this search actually works. So if I type something here, it should search for, if I put test, it should find the feedbacks where we have test in the title or in the description, right? So to do this, I will need to add a state for both for this input. So let's scroll up to the state, and we have a lot of state and references here, but we need to add even more. So maybe here I will do const, and let's do search phrase, and set search phrase, use state, default will be empty string. Right, now let's scroll down to the input. Let's see. Search icon. Let's do value equals, and now here we need to do search phrase, and we need to add on change event. Let's do set phrase, set search phrase, event target value. Yes, and now we should be able to edit this. Yes, and we have text inside the state. Now we want to do that when this changes, search phrase changes, it will filter this those feedbacks here. We have similar functionality for when sorting changes. We can add here dependency for this use effect, search phrase, and when search phrase changes, it will also would reset this loaded rows, it will reset this sort reference, and it will reset the everything loaded reference, and it will fetch feedbacks. But inside this fetch feedbacks, we will add this search phrase in case this is empty, or if it's not, we will send it with this fetch feedbacks query. So here inside this fetch feedbacks function, let's see, we have this Axios request here, and as you can see, it starts to be long, but we need to make it even longer. So let's do end, and search query equals $, and let's do search phrase, or maybe we can do just search equals search phrase. Right, now we need to go to our API feedback. Let's see, API feedback route. Let's open this, and here we have our get function, and here we are checking if we have ID. If we not, we are just fetching a lot of feedbacks. Here inside we need to check if we have search const search phrase equals URL search params get search phrase, but it just the name of it is just search. So let's do search. And now if we have a search phrase, what do we want to do with our query here? We want to do some filtering, and for now filter is just null, and so we need to change it. Let's do let filter equals null. But if we have a search phrase, then we want to change it. So here let's replace it with filter, and now if we have search phrase, we want to change the filter to be something else. It will be an object. And how do we want to filter? We want to filter the feedbacks to check if either title and or description contains this test, right? So let's do maybe something like this. Let's do $or. So one of those two, and the first will be, we'll have one, and here the second object. The first will be for title. So let's do title, and title, and title here will be property, and here we'll put another object. And maybe I can put it into separate lines. Let's put it like this. And for our or, I'll put it like this. And this will be here. For our title, I will put that it needs to be type of regex. And not type of regex, but the regex should be, let me think. The regex should be this search phrase, right? But to this search phrase, we need to add anything on the beginning and anything on the end. So something like this. And now the same thing will go to description. So let's do just description. Yeah, something like this. And this should work. So let's test it. I'll refresh, and let's search for another. And as you can see, it found all feedbacks with word another, or almost. It worked only on the first page. Let's search again. I will open here inspect, and let's see. I will open network. Let's search for another. Let's see the latest one feedback. Let's see headers, and here we have search another. Yes, so this works. Here we have another request because I scroll down and the search is empty. Well, that is not good, and I think that happens because we need to have reference there. So let's add even a reference. Let me see. So let me scroll up, and where we have search phrase, let's add search phrase reference, const search phrase reference, use ref, and the default value will be just empty string. And now when search phrase changes, we will put it to reference as well. So here I will do search phrase reference current to be search phrase like this. And now I will use search phrase reference current value inside the fetch feedbacks here. Search phrase reference reference current. And now let's see if we will have the same problem. So refresh. I will search for another, and let's see feedback. And we are searching for another here. Let's scroll down a little bit. We get another query here because I scroll down with also the same search query. And as you can see, I cannot scroll lower down, so it works. It found me only the feedbacks with word another. So that is good. Now, one thing I would like to fix is I will open network and I will show you a small problem here. If I search for another, it will do 1, 2, 3 requests. As I'm typing every change, so every letter will trigger our use effect, right? And we don't want this. So let me see here. Let's scroll up here. We have this use effect that triggers fetch feedbacks. And how can we do that this function will run at max of let's say every second? So if I'm typing 2 letters, it shouldn't run twice because the time difference between first and the second letter is like 100 milliseconds. So to prevent this, I think we should install Lodash and use debounce. So let's do here inside my terminal. I will do yarn add lodash. Yes, and now I will add a debounced version of fetch feedbacks. So let's scroll down to fetch feedbacks. It ends here. And now I will add a debounced version of fetch feedbacks. So to do this, we will need to create actually a reference. So our function will not be registered at every render. So let's scroll up here and let's create a reference. Let's do const and let's call this one debounced fetch feedbacks reference equals use ref, and here inside will be the value or the default value. So my default value will be actually a function that is created by debounce. So let's do debounce and let's import it from lodash. And for my debounce, I need to have one argument because fetch feedbacks have one argument here, append. So let's have it as well. So it will be an arrow function here with append that is default as false. And now let's see. Now when I have append, I will just do fetch feedbacks with this append. Or actually I could just do here fetch feedbacks. Let's do fetch feedbacks, and here I just need to do wait time in milliseconds. So I think I will do 1 second for now, and maybe I can put it like this so it will be on one line. And now I will use this as a function instead of fetch feedbacks, and I will use it here. Yes, and now let's see. Looks like it's not a function. Maybe I actually need to pass a arrow function here. So let's do something like this. And let's take append, that is default false, and let's put append here. Let's refresh. Okay, it's not a function because I think I forgot about current. Yes. Now let's see. Everything works. Maybe I can short it down to as it was, just fetch feedbacks. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, everything works. And now let's see, if I type something, we should get only one request. Let's search for another, and we get only one feedback request. So that's good. If I change it to like 100 milliseconds, you can see that when I type slowly, that was maybe too fast. If I type slowly, it will trigger several feedback requests because there is more than 100 milliseconds between me typing each letter. I think maybe 1 second, so 1000 milliseconds, it's too much, but maybe let's do something like 300 milliseconds. So let's see. I will clear here everything and let's search for another, and it's finding me all of those here. So that works. Let's see another. Yeah, everything works, and it looks nice. One more thing that doesn't work is I don't see any loading thing here. So let me scroll down to see where we should get this moon loader. We should get this moon loader when we are fetching feedbacks. So let's see where it's changed. We are changing this set fetching feedbacks here and here, and then we are using this state version of this and not the reference. Well, I think it actually works, but I thought that it doesn't work, but it actually works. And the thing is that if I add like one here, you can see the spinning moon loader for like a few milliseconds. So it actually works. And the thing is that the only thing is that if we have any result, we show it before we load more stuff. Now the thing here is maybe we should probably change the we should reset the result if search phrase changes. So let me add another use effect, arrow function, and here dependencies will be search phrase only. But actually maybe we should do this also with sort when we change sorting. Let's see what happens when we change sorting. Latest, yeah, it just changes. It waits like few milliseconds, or not few milliseconds, like 1 second, and then it changes. We don't see any loader. I think that when one of those changes, so this function run, we should also reset the result. So when we change this, we should first remove all of the rows that we see here. So the rows are here somewhere, feedbacks. So let's try to do set feedbacks here to empty array, and let's see what will happen. Maybe we should actually put it somewhere here above the fetching function. And let's see now if I change to latest, first we don't see anything, then we see this preloader, and then we see the results. Let's search for test2. Yeah, I think this is much better. There is some delay between showing nothing and showing this preloader. So if I type test1, first I see empty, and then I see preloader, and then I see test1 as a result. So let's see why it happens. I will scroll down to my preloader. Let's see, here it is. As you can see, it's shown only when it's fetching feedbacks. And because we are doing this debouncing here, we wait like 300 milliseconds before we run this function, and before we run actually, we change this fetching feedbacks reference to true. So maybe we can try to change it here. So let me do set fetching feedbacks here to true, and let me change also the reference. So let's do fetching feedbacks reference current to true as well. This will probably break all the functionality, because inside this function fetch feedbacks, we are checking if we are currently fetching feedbacks, and if we do, then it will not fetch anything. So this will not work, and instead we need to have another type of state and reference for debouncing, or for waiting to settle. This debouncing needs to settle. So the time between the input of the user to the end of this 300 milliseconds. Let me see where we have this fetching feedbacks reference and state here. So here we have those two. Underneath I will do waiting reference. It will be use ref default false, and I will do also let's do const waiting and set waiting equals use state default will be false here, and here in our use effect, before we will do this debounce, we will do set waiting to true, and waiting reference current to true as well. And inside the function, let's search for function fetch feedbacks. After we fetch everything, I will do waiting reference current to false, and I will do set waiting to false here as well. And down there where we have our moon loader, we are showing only if we are fetching. I will put this inside parentheses, and I will also add if we are fetching or we are waiting. Okay, and now let's see if I start typing. Let's do test, and I'm typing. So the waiting is actually true because it needs to be 300 milliseconds from the last letter typed here, and I'm keep typing. That's why it keeps spinning. If I stop typing, it should stop. Spinning, and it should run. But something went wrong. Let's see why. Let's see, test. Okay, if I do something that doesn't exist like this, okay, if I keep typing, we get like a lot of requests because we are fetching votes. Okay, that is not good that we do those votes requests here. Let's see where we are getting those. Let's scroll to all the use effects. And it looks like we are fetching votes when the feedbacks changes. And because we are here doing set feedbacks to empty array, and we run it with every keystroke on the search input, this will change, feedbacks will change like at every keystroke. Instead, we should actually first check if feedback's length is different than, is bigger than 0. Is bigger than 0. Let's add question mark here just in case. Then we will do set feedbacks to empty array. I will put here into new line and set feedbacks to empty array. Like this. And now when I type, let's see, I will refresh. When I type, I shouldn't get more vote requests. Yes, that's okay. I only get another if I stop typing. So that is really nice. If I remove it, I should get everything. Yes, that's correct. And let's search for another. And I get those, and if I scroll down, I will get another one. So I will get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's search for another once again. And the last one I see is 1. Let's see. Oh, that was weird. I don't know how many I get. Let's see. But I will change this to like 5. So let's go to feedback route, and we have here limit 10. I will change it to 5. Now let's refresh. So I get only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I will search for another, and I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will change this to oldest. So I get another feedback 1, another feedback 2, another feedback 3, 4, 5. And if I try to scroll down, well, scrolling doesn't work because there's nothing to scroll. Let's try now. I get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I think everything works. So I will change this back to actually 10. Yeah. Looks like it works. If I search for test, everything works. And I can even search for, let's say, lorem ipsum, and we get this one here. So that is nice. Another thing that we could do is to be able to search inside comments, right? So here, for example, I open test uploads 3. and I will put here hidden comment. Let's leave this as a comment. And now if I search for hidden, I find nothing. And the first thing I would like to fix first is that if we don't see anything here, we should just say no results found or something like this. So I will go back to my board. Let's scroll down a little bit. We will do refactoring here soon because it has like 200 lines. But let's see, here we are looping through feedbacks. Let's first check if feedback's length is exactly 0, and I will add question marks here just in case, and parentheses. I will put a div with nothing found, and yeah, so I get this nothing found. If I change this, yeah, it shows this nothing found if I keep typing, but it should be hidden if we see this preloader, right? So here we have this preloader, fetching feedbacks or waiting. I will copy this and I will put it here. I'll put it here, and also this, and here I will add end. So if we are fetching feedbacks or waiting, and I should actually change it. So if we don't have anything, I'll put this in on the beginning, and we are not fetching and we are not waiting. Then, so end, parenthesis, nothing found. Okay, let's see. If I keep typing now, I see this, but I shouldn't. Let's see, nothing found. Let me refresh. If I type, it says nothing found. That's not correct. Okay, it says nothing found because if one of those is false, then it will be okay. Instead, I need to change this to end, and I can get rid of those parentheses here. So feedback's length needs to be 0, so no results inside our state for now. And we are not fetching feedbacks and we are not waiting, then we will show this. Okay, let's save it. And if I now type something, I see only this and I don't see the text. If I stop, I see this text. Let's style it a little bit. I will put class names like padding of 4, and I will put maybe some text center here. Let me see. No, we don't need text center. I think this will look, this looks fine. I'll put this into separate line, and I'll add this cancel icon here. Why not? Let's see. Something went wrong here. Maybe it's not imported. Cancel, not from Axios. I want to do maybe remove. I think we had this icon saying like trash. Okay, it's not the one I want. All right, maybe I can skip this icon. I don't need it that much. But now we have some error because I imported some weird stuff. Yes, I imported cancel. I don't need this. Let's search for this, and it says nothing found. Let's align it better. So as you can see, the padding from the left is not aligned with this stuff on the top. So I will do only padding top and the bottom of 4. And still we have something that is off. If I search for something, let's see, it says nothing found. Let's see why we get this weird. Okay, I changed it to the preloader. Let me change this back. And now let's scroll down to nothing found. I'll search for this nothing found, and I will change this to padding y of 4. Yeah, now it's more aligned here. Now it's better. And I actually think I can make maybe even more spacing here. I can make the text super big. Let's do 4XL, and I will make it gray. Let's do gray, like 200. Yeah, I think this will work. This looks better. And I will add here a smiley face, not smiley, but sad face. Nothing found. And yes, I think that works fine. So now we can actually search, and it seems that works. But yeah, one thing I wanted to add is this. I want to search for hidden, and this hidden phrase is inside the comments. So let me go back to our feedback route. And here we also want to add to the filter that we want to include the feedbacks where we have a comment that have this phrase. So how can we do this? We can first search for comments with this phrase by doing something like this. Comment, let's import this, find, and I want to find comments where, so let's add the filter here, where text is an object, and inside object we'll put regex, and the same way as we did below, anything plus search phrase plus anything, and that's it. I will put also here second param is projection. So what do we want to fetch? I will add this as a string. I want only to grab IDs. And then the next param is options, and I will put actually limit here of 10. So if you search for like A, it will not pull like 100 comments or maybe 1000 comments. Maybe I will change it to 100. Maybe like 20 will be enough. Okay, and I need to add the weight here, and I will do, let's say, call this comments IDs, this const, okay, and this I will put it here, and let's put it maybe like this. And now I will first do console log of comment IDs as an object, yeah. And let's me open terminal, and let's see if I search for this, I get an error. Let's see why. Comment is not defined. Right, so comment hasn't been imported for me. Yeah, let's import it. Let's try again. Let me refresh here. Hidden. Still we get an error. Let's see why. Comment is not defined. Let's scroll up and let's maybe define it. We have feedback, but comment is not defined. Okay, let's import it manually. I want to import comment from app models comment. That should work, right? App here slash, yeah. Now let's see. Let's search for hidden. Nothing found. Let's see what do we get here. We get comments IDs. So that is that looks nice. We get IDs. I don't know why we get it this way. It's the same ID, B8, B2, B8, B2. Yes, and one more thing I would like to add is I want IDs, and I also want to grab feedback ID, because we want to know what feedback this comment was placed on. So let's search for hidden, and as you can see, comment with this ID contains this hidden word, and it's on this feedback ID. So now I would only grab feedback IDs. So I actually don't need those IDs. I can only grab feedback IDs. And I will change this to comments. And now I can add it to our OR query. I can add OR. ID of our feedback is inside comments, but not only comments, because we have like objects here, as you can see. For each object, I want to only grab feedback ID. So let's do map. And for each comment, I want to grab feedback ID, something like this. And let's see if this will work. I will refresh here and let's search for hidden, and we get our test uploads free. So that is really nice because I have this hidden comment here. I will remove this query and let's say I will open this test uploads. It doesn't have any comments. I'll put my favorite comment here. I will leave the comment. And now if I want to find it, I can just type FAV and it finds this by the value or the text inside the comment here. So that is really nice. So now we can search by title, description, and we can also search for inside comments. So that is really nice. And I think our search functionality is now complete. So that is really nice. Okay, now there's a small bug I would like to fix. And it is that, let me copy this lorem ipsum and let me make a suggestion, and that will be test long, and I will put a lot of lorem ipsum text. So let me make this bigger. So it is super long. I will create this post and let's scroll to the, let's see, latest. And as you can see, it's super long and we don't want to have it this way, right? So how can we shorten this down? Let's go to our board. Let's see, here we have board. Let's see, here we have feedback item. Let's open feedback item. And let's see, let's scroll down here. Here we have the paragraph with the description. And I think that this description should be shortened. So let's do maybe here a const called short description. And this first we will check if the description length is bigger than, let's say, 200 characters. Then we will do substring on the description, or actually we can just do substring directly. Let's do description substring, and the end here will be let's say 100 characters. And here instead of description we will do short description, and let's see how it looks like. Okay, then this long has been shorted to this. Maybe we can make it longer, like 2 times longer. Let's do 250. Yeah, I think this works. Maybe we can just do 200 characters. Yeah, this works. And if we open, we see this. We should have like ... here. So let me add this. Let's see. We have title, here we have short description. And if we want to have ... we first want to check if short description length is smaller than description length. Then we will add ... otherwise we'll not add anything, so empty string. So here we have ... but for on the feedbacks that have a short description, we don't have it, because the lengths of those two are the same. All right, so now I would like to fix that. For this super long, I would like to have this another lorem ipsum should end like underneath and stuff like this. And I think an easy fix will be to replace this paragraph with predefined text, pre-formatted text. And let's see. It looks weird. It keeps the spaces here, and the text looks weird. This should be back to paragraph. So let's change it back to paragraph. And here we should have paragraph. And instead, inside our pop-up, let's see where we get the pop-up. Here we are inside this feedback item. This is only feedback item. Let's go back to board and feedback item pop-up. Let's open this one. And let's see where we have description. Here we have description. That is a paragraph. Let's change it to pre-formatted text. And now let's open latest and let's open this one. So this looks wrong, but we are almost there. We want to only keep the line breaks and not the spaces, right? So I think this is not the way to go. Instead, I'll put back this as a paragraph. And instead, I will replace here. I will do replace, and I want to replace line breaks with BR, break line HTML tag. So now we get those HTML tags, but I want to put it as HTML, right? So let's do dangerously set inner HTML, and let's put this description inside, and let's put paragraph like this, and I'll put this into separate line, this into separate line, and I'll put the closing here. Now let's open latest, this one. Oops, looks like something is wrong. Must be in the form of HTML colon. Okay, so we need to do object underscore HTML colon this, closing object. And now let's see, latest. Let's open this one. Well, almost, I don't see. Well, yeah, it actually worked. As you can see, lorem ipsum starts here, and yeah, and then we have here and here. Let me try again. I will just copy one lorem ipsum. Let's make a suggestion, long 2. I put this, and I'll make enter, enter, another, enter, enter, another, and let's create this one. So latest and oldest, latest and long 2. So we have first here, second here, and then we have it here. So the problem is that we have replaced this only once, and instead we want to replace it several times. So instead of looking for this, I will change this to a regex like this, and I will add some flags, and I will put it like this. And now let's see, and voila, now it's much better. Right, let's check again, refresh all this. No, let's do latest, long 2, we get it like this, test long, we get it like this. So that's much better, and it looks more clean. So that is much prettier. We have some dots here, and if it's long, we are doing also some formatting, so we preserve the line breaks when you add it here inside your text area. I would also would like to make this text area a little bit bigger. So let's go to feedback form pop-up. And let me see, where is this text area? It's here. Let's add some height of, I don't know, something like 14. That's not enough. Let's do 24. That's better. Let's do maybe 36. I think that's better. Maybe not 36, but let's do at least 24. Yeah, so if I put lorem ipsum, yeah, we have some more space to work with. All right, that's better. So now we can move to the next feature.